Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are ready to make a start. If I can please ask you to take your seats. My name is Giacomo Persipaoli. I'm the head of the Security and Technology Program here at UNIDIR, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the inaugural edition of UNIDIR's Global Conference on AI Security and Ethics. I'll have the pleasure of being your MC for the next couple of days. And just before we begin with the official opening of the conference, I have a couple of, if you want, operational remarks for you. In particular, I would like to invite you to take note of the Slido form that you have on your desks, or if you're following us online, it will soon be displayed on your screens. This is how we will be collecting questions over the course of the next 2 days. Whether you're here in the room with us or whether you're following us online, I do invite you to become active participants and ask all of your questions through the online platform. Those questions will then be transferred to the various moderators that will be taking the floor or facilitating the next couple of days. So it is really our pleasure to welcome you. If you're here in the room and you're having issues hearing what is being said here, I do invite you to use the earpiece that is on the table. Sometimes the speakers don't really help projecting the sound very well in these rooms, so please do use the earpiece if you have troubles listening. As I said, just a very few operational remarks, but now I think it's 9:15, so we are ready. Actually, we're 4 minutes already behind schedule, but it is really my pleasure to welcome and give the floor to UNIDIR's director, Dr. Robin Geis, for the official opening of this conference. Robin, please.
Thank you, Giacomo. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, dear United Nations Disarmament Fellowship participants, all of whom are in the room, good morning and a very warm welcome to the inaugural edition of UNIDIR's Global Conference on AI, Security and Ethics. At a moment when artificial intelligence is transforming the global security landscape at rapid pace, we meet here at the Palais des Nations to engage in a critical dialogue on how artificial intelligence will shape the future of peace and security. And what better way to start a conference like this than to hear from the United Nations Secretary General himself, who's kindly sent us a message underlining the vital importance and the timeliness of both the topic and today's event. And I would like to invite the Undersecretary General and High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, Ms. Izumi Nakamitsu, to deliver the Secretary General's message to this conference. Izumi.
Thank you very much, Robin, and good morning. I have the pleasure of delivering the following message of the United Nations Secretary General. I send greetings to this inaugural Global Conference on AI, Security and Ethics. Artificial intelligence is profoundly reshaping how we live, work, and communicate. It can help drive progress and prosperity for all of humanity. But unregulated AI also presents unprecedented risks, from disinformation to cyber attacks to mass surveillance. Nowhere are these dangers more acute than in the military domain. Recent conflicts have become alarming testing grounds, with the AI applications that defy international humanitarian law and harm civilians. Life and death situations must never be left to chance, code, or corporate interest. Humans must always retain control over decision-making functions, guided by international law, human rights, and universal ethical principles. While several initiatives have explored the security dimensions of AI, the conversation has now come to the United Nations. In the Pact for the Future, states committed to assessing the existing and potential risks and opportunities of AI in military applications. The recent UN General Assembly Resolution 79/239 is an important first step to turning these commitments into action. The views of member states and my forthcoming report in response to the resolution will help us move forward in addressing AI's impact, including in the military domain. Let us work together to build an AI for good, with human rights, human dignity, and human agency front and center. I wish you a successful conference.
Thank you very much, Izumi, for sharing these words of insight and encouragement from the Secretary General, words which touched on several key points that we, of course, will be exploring on our panel here today and over the next 2 days at this conference. Now, surveying the scene already set by the Secretary General, it is clear that the world currently stands at an inflection point. AI is reshaping the landscape of conflict and global security as we speak, and in ways that we're only beginning to grasp. The speed of AI's development is outpacing our ability to govern it, and yet we cannot afford to look away. The question before us clearly is no longer whether AI will be used in military and security contexts. It is already being used. The question now is how AI is to be used and what can be done to ensure that AI is deployed in a responsible, in a lawful, and in an ethical manner. The stakes are extraordinarily high. AI's application in warfare and defense could enhance security or fuel instability. It could strengthen decision-making or weaken accountability. It could reinforce international law or challenge its very foundations. The choice, as with any technology, is ours. And this conference represents a step towards making that choice a collective and a responsible one. Technology, of course, never exists in a vacuum. AI systems reflect human priorities and human choices. As discussions on governance progress, it is essential to examine how ethical considerations intersect with legal, technical, and security imperatives to develop balanced and pragmatic approaches that will hold. But despite the profound implications, our ability to govern AI in the military domain currently remains deeply fragmented, with divisions deepened by geopolitical tensions, competing interests, and an absence of shared understandings or frameworks. Inaction, of course, is clearly not an option. And even in a polarized landscape like we find today, we must strive to find common ground. The stakes are too high and the risks are too great. And security clearly is not a zero-sum game. AI-enabled military technologies, and this is the risk assessment most of you will know, AI-enabled military technologies can lower thresholds for conflict, they can increase unpredictability, and introduce new escalation risks. You will have heard that risk assessment before, but I think we should all be clear on the scale of what we're facing. Millions of AI-enabled military applications, walls and clouds of drones. This is the near future, not the far-out sci-fi future. And I think it just underlines the urgency of addressing this issue. Now, without a concerted effort to establish common understandings, we risk AI becoming a destabilizing factor rather than a tool for security and prosperity. This is why initiatives like the Global Summit for Responsible AI in the Military Domain, launched by the Netherlands in 2023, carried forward by the Republic of Korea in 2024, and now Spain in 2025, are fundamentally important to advancing global dialogue on this critical issue. Governance solutions, of course, cannot emerge in isolation. They require a global, inclusive, multi-stakeholder approach. Governments, industry, the scientific community, and civil society must all work together to develop credible, transparent, evidence-based governance mechanisms. In this spirit, our conference is also an opportunity to incentivize member states and the broader community to respond to the United Nations Secretary General's call to receive a wide range of views following December's historic first General Assembly resolution on AI in the military domain. This is a unique opportunity for all involved to have their voices heard and their views taken into account. Now, recognizing the urgency of the challenge, UNIDIR last year launched the Roundtable on AI, Security and Ethics, RAISE for short. And RAISE, which is supported by Microsoft, is a novel platform designed to capture and amplify the expertise of the multi-stakeholder community specifically. Today's conference is both a continuation and an expansion of this RAISE initiative, and it embraces a similarly innovative format. Traditional dialogues have often struggle to keep pace with the rapid evolution of AI. Now, in an attempt to break this cycle, we at this conference are trying to reimagine the way we engage. Going beyond conventional panel-heavy discussions, over the next 2 days, we are piloting a more dynamic, hopefully very interactive structure. First of all, we received over 250 applications from experts around the world and across a wide range of disciplines for this conference, reflecting a very broad, growing, and truly global interest in AI governance today. From these applications, we selected the posters that you can see outside this conference room, as well as many of the other substantive elements of this conference. We will have lightning talks to introduce fresh ideas in a rapid, structured format. We will have thematic deep dives to allow us to zoom in on some of the most pressing security issues. We will have fireside chats and interactive exchanges, fostering an open and direct engagement across sectors and regions. And yes, we will still have a few panels. Well, we don't have so much, at least not in the agenda, as breaks. So my colleagues have really prioritized content over breaks this time. But as this is a fluid format, do feel free to go in and out, of course. Over the next 2 days, we will unpack key themes, such as the potentially destabilizing impact of AI, the importance of life cycle management and responsible data practices, the centrality of the human element, including knowledge and capacity building, and last but not least, the fundamental and extremely challenging topic of building trust in the age of AI. The approach is designed to challenge assumptions, to break down the silos, and hopefully generate some actionable insights after 2 days of discussion. Now, as we embark on these discussions today, let us remember that governance is not just about restrictions. It's not just about wrapping ourselves in red tape and falling asleep with the feet on the brake. It is very much governance is very much about setting the preconditions for security, for predictability, for trust, for peace and prosperity. I think it's important to underline that message today. Discussions on AI also in security must remain grounded in rigorous analysis, empirical evidence, and informed policymaking. We believe that in this regard, the United Nations has a central role to play, providing a unique and globally representative space that is needed to advance these type of discussions. The decisions made today will clearly shape the role of AI in security for years to come. So we hope this conference can serve as a catalyst for continued collaboration, in-depth research, and pragmatic policy making. Now, allow me to conclude by, first of all, acknowledging the efforts of UNIDIR's Security and Technology Program and its staff, who've worked extremely hard to bring this conference to fruition. And of course, with UNIDIR being a voluntary funded organization, I would be remiss not to thank all of our donors who have made this specific event possible. So our sincere gratitude goes to the governments of the Czech Republic, of France, of Germany, of Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, the Republic of Korea, Switzerland, and also to Microsoft and VAI. Thank you all for your very kind attention, and I look forward to the discussions ahead. And we will transition directly into the first and opening panel of the day, which will feature the High Representative Izumi Nakamitsu, who is already here on stage with me. But I would now also like to invite Nur Sulina Abdullah, Special Advisor and Chief Strategic Planning for Chief of the Strategic Planning Department at the ITU, and also Peggy Hicks, please, Director of the Thematic Engagement Division, Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. Peggy, please join us on stage. And without any further ado, we will dive right into the discussions. I have a couple of questions here for our panelists. And Izumi, I would like to start with you, the High Representative for Disarmament Affairs. The Secretary General already alluded to the General Assembly's landmark resolution from last year, the first of its kind. And so if you could shed some more light on the process that brought about this resolution and why it's important now to have the topic of AI in the military domain being discussed within the First Committee of the General Assembly. Izumi, please.
Thank you very much, Robin. And I like the gender balance of this panel. Good morning again. This resolution, I think, is a very important resolution. I would say it will have a very important historical meanings in the process at the United Nations, how we tackle those issues related to artificial intelligence in the military domain. First, just a recap, a little bit of a history. Last year was also quite important year. There were three, I would say, at least three important UN documents related to artificial intelligence. Of course, the two General Assembly resolutions, one is for AI and sustainable development, the other one also AI in capacity building. And then, of course, in September, as an annex document to Pact for the Future, this important global digital compact was adopted, all negotiated by member states. So, last year was very, very important sort of landmark year when it comes to anything artificial intelligence. However, those three documents excluded, if you will, security considerations or the military aspects of artificial intelligence from their scope. So from that perspective, this new GA resolution is quite new, adding a very important dimension of military domain. Now, of course, in this Geneva community, issues related to lethal autonomous weapon systems discussions have been taking place in the context of a CCW group of governmental experts, which actually touches on AI as an enabler of lethal autonomous weapon systems. But that means that it is a limited aspects of AI in the military. Now, the dedicated resolution on AI in the military domain now provides an entry point for discussion on areas where AI could potentially be deployed, including command and control, for example, structures, including decision support systems and identifying potential targets, information management, logistics, training, cyber operations, etc., etc. So it really widens the scope of our discussions. The second important aspect, which actually led the community, the member states, to this stage of AI, the broader AI applications in the military domain. Let's also recap. There have been some important multilateral state-led multilateral discussions taking place. REAIM, responsible AI in the military domain, has been a very important process. As you mentioned already, the Netherlands and South Korea, and then we will be going to Spain later in the year. And also there has been a political declaration on responsible military use of artificial intelligence and autonomy, which has been led by the United States. So these two processes have been outside the UN platform, but it was nevertheless important multilateral discussions. So we actually do have some really good foundations in terms of substantive issues that multilateral conversations should tackle. And now the substance is actually has come to the United Nations. And the importance of that is that we will now have an opportunity to have inclusive discussions where all member states of the UN will have an opportunity to actually tackle these very complex issues. So that's why I agree with you, the UN really has a central role to play in this whole thing. And it's, of course, really timely. As you say, it's becoming a reality. It is no longer a sci-fi kind of a scenario, but it is happening in front of our eyes. So we say that let's take this opportunity as an urgent opportunity, and let us all remember that this is actually a security issue first and foremost, as I already mentioned, but it is also a matter of international law. I think there is a consensus that international law applies. but there is a concrete questions as to how international law applies to the application of AI in the military domain. So I think we need to make sure that future conversations that you will embark soon will touch on things like command responsibility, individual criminal responsibility, state responsibility, all these international law dimensions, in addition to the security considerations that we are all very, very concerned about. And the second, of course, important substantive aspect, which has been mentioned many times, is very much related to biases, algorithmic biases, data biases, and how these actually can also impact the IHL applications and security applications, security considerations in the military domain. So I hope you will all give us your national input. The future Secretary General's report will be really analyzing what you will give to us as a national input. And on the basis of that, we will be making some good recommendations, hopefully. So the quality of the report really will rest in large part on the breadth and diversities of views that you will give to us. So the deadline is mid-April, and let us all really try to take this opportunity and work on this very seriously. So again, in addition to last year, I think 2025 will be another key year when it comes to AI in the military domain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Izumi. And I think your remarks have clearly shown how much momentum has built up in 24 and what a good opportunity now the Secretary General's report also is to channel all this momentum into the next steps. Peggy, my next question goes to you, and I would like to go back in history a little bit by some 12 years or so and go back to the report that Christopher Heinz wrote at the time when he was UN Special Rapporteur, of course. The report was entitled Lethal Autonomous Robotics. It occurred in 2013. It was a landmark report then, and it has really shaped discussions in this field for many years, and I think up until today. So could you share your insights on the continuous significance of this report? What has changed maybe, and how far are we still building on the insights from back then?
Thanks so much. And it's just such a pleasure to be here and to hear the USG's remarks and to share the floor with our colleagues from ITU. It's such an important conversation. But I also really want to thank you for giving me a chance to talk about the work of Christoph Heinz, who was truly an inspirational leader in our field. And I think that's shown by the answer to your question, because there are very few things in the world of AI and technology that you can talk about that are 12 years old, and I can honestly say to you are just as relevant today as the moment they were written. So Christoph was amazing in many ways, but also very much ahead of his time on this issue. His 2013 report on lethal autonomous robotics is, as I said, incredibly relevant in today's discussions. It laid the groundwork, in our view, for the GGE on laws and broader discussions on AI and security. A central force within his report, of course, was the idea of human control and the use of lethal force. His language on this, I think, bears repeating today. Quote, taking humans out of the loop also risks taking humanity out of the loop. Compliance with international humanitarian law and international human rights law is one of the critical questions raised by the report. And he emphasized in the report the difficulty of translating context-dependent legal judgments into so-called computer programs and cautioned against removing human deliberation out of life and death decisions. And how could you make that compatible with human dignity? And of course, as I said, despite technological advancements, these concerns are just as present today, particularly for anti-personnel autonomous weapons. In our view, it's nearly impossible for such weapons to be used in law enforcement in compliance with human rights law and their potentially lawful use in warfare would be limited to an extremely narrow set of cases, rendering their development practically useless. This recognition underlies the fact that our Secretary General has called for a legally binding instrument prohibiting lethal autonomous weapons systems without human control that cannot comply with international humanitarian law. Christoph's report also highlighted the risks of proliferation and an arms race, predicting that the spread of this technology beyond battlefields to law enforcement and counterterrorism, and also the potential acquisition of such systems by non-state actors. Of course, these proliferation concerns remain with us today as well. We know now that taking a weapon from war to a law enforcement setting requires much stricter constraints on its use, including those imposed by human rights law. And there's every reason to believe that use of these weapons would be unlawful in such a setting and lead to unlawful killings. And secondly, of course, we feel now that the question is not if, but when criminal groups and non-state armed groups will acquire and use new, cheap, and small-sized autonomous weapon systems, leading to an even greater loss of life. In addition, the report emphasized accountability and legal responsibility, noting that robots lack moral agency and cannot be held responsible. The question of who bears responsibility remains unresolved, with the report identifying various candidates for responsibility and expressing concern about potential accountability gaps. Hines argued that without clear accountability for weapons and their consequences, their use is unethical and unlawful. Regarding governance, the report stressed the urgency, and remember this is urgency in 2013, to act, and advocated a multi-stakeholder approach, issuing recommendations to states, the UN, developers, and civil society. The recommendations in the report included, first, a moratorium on such weapons, second, the need for national, regional, and international discussions, third, an emphasis on transparency, accountability, and the rule of law, and fourth, the need for legal review processes. Those concerns bring us to today very, very directly, and the need for human rights law to help us provide guidance to address these challenges continues to exist. One of the things that we'd like to bring in and is emphasized in the report is that due diligence obligations require that those seeking to deploy lethal autonomous weapons bear the onus of proving their permissible use. We, of course, in our office, as the High Commissioner, have done significant work on human rights and digital technologies, and special procedures operating under the Human Rights Council's independent mandates have continued their work on autonomous weapon systems as well, and analyzed a lot of the work. So they've carried on Christoph's wonderful legacy, and his words, of course, continue to be with us today. Thank you.
Peggy, thank you very much. And I think you've also shown, how remarkably impactful a report like this can be over time. And indeed, in the field of AI, it is rare that we would go back over a decade. Thank you very much. Selina, good to have you with us this morning. Thank you for being here. I have a difficult one for you. Also, at UNIDIR, this is something that is on our minds constantly, bridging technical expertise with policy. Now, for you, of course, you have years-long expertise with the AI Summit for Good at the ITU, and the way you work with the composition and structure that inherently blends policy and technical experts. Can you share some lessons learned, some insights on how we can bridge the technical policy divide in better, more impactful ways? Over to you.
Okay, I'm doing better with the mic this morning. Well, thank you for that question, and thank you for having ITU join you this morning. So what's important is to have the ecosystem to enable the technical community and policy experts to work together. Then you can build good practices around that ecosystem. So ITU has 194 member states and over 1,000 entities ranging from the private sector to civil society. And multi-stakeholderism is at the heart of our work, whether it's on technical standards, managing radio spectrum frequencies, capacity development, or global governance. So at our meetings and conferences, it's the norm for policymakers, regulators, industry players, technical community, academics, civil society, and international organizations to sit at our table. And having brought them to this table, we need structured, multi-stakeholder platforms for collaboration. And that's where platforms like AI for Good come in. So as the Specialized Agency for Digital Technologies, ITU has been operationalizing and democratizing scientific breakthroughs in physics and engineering for 160 years. That's our job. From a once groundbreaking technology of the telegraph in 1865 to successive waves of new innovations in science and technology, radio spectrum, satellite, mobile broadband, and now generative AI in 2025. So bridging the technical and policy gap on AI governance, there are four main areas of action that ITU drives in close collaboration with governments and all our stakeholders. First, identifying existing regulatory and normative frameworks that apply to AI governance, and leveraging the work of the UN Interagency Working Group on AI, co-led by ITU and UNESCO. Analysis led by ITU and UNESCO has shown that existing laws and normative frameworks in the UN system are applicable to AI. Secondly, developing technical standards through multi-stakeholder focus groups that enable focus not just on interoperability, but also to address issues of security, transparency, accountability, and algorithmic bias. Leveling the playing field is a third, for developing and least developed countries through capacity development initiatives, and convening experts from all key stakeholders to exchange information and best practices on the opportunities and risks of AI at the global level and through the AI for Good platform. AI for Good is a solutions platform that is a space for inclusive, neutral, and globally representative discussions on AI governance. Now, this is not the first time that we are governing a novel technology. ITU's history is a testament to that. We've ridden the waves of the telegraph, telegram, telephone, radio, television, satellite, mobile, the fax, if you remember that. I don't, I'm far too young. The internet, cloud computing, OTTs, and AI. So the World Summits on Information Society in 2003 and 2005 in Geneva and Tunis set the framework for inclusive digital cooperation as the internet era was sweeping the world then. The current Business Plus 20 review is helping us learn from this process so far, which spans 2 decades, and set the stage for the future. And these are some lessons learned through high-level multi-stakeholder and expert discussions at AI Governance Day that we held last year with the AI for Good Summit. Countries are on unique journeys to address AI opportunities and risks, and many nations are struggling to keep pace. Some haven't even started their AI journey. Countries are also grappling with assigning responsibility for AI governance. Who should hold the AI policy pen? Who should regulate? Should they set up a new regulator? And what should their governance framework look like? The interdisciplinary nature of AI makes it difficult to identify a responsible ministry. AI must be developed, deployed, and used responsibly by everyone, and we've heard that this morning multiple times. Not just governments, but also companies, organizations, and individuals. Appropriate governance frameworks need to be tailored to specific applications. AI use in lethal autonomous weapon systems is rather different from precision agriculture. There's a knowledge gap. AI developers are focused on the technical aspects of the technology, while those on the policy side are struggling to understand it. There's also an opportunity gap. Only a handful of developed countries with sufficient computing power and resources are leading AI research and development globally. We need to address the AI governance paradox. Recognizing that regulation sometimes lags behind technology makes it a must for ongoing dialogue between policy and technical experts to develop tools for effective governance. The right technical, ethical, and human rights guardrails must be in place and all in line with core UN values. To summarize, global AI governance frameworks that have emerged share several common themes: ethical principles and human rights, safeguards and transparency and accountability. And for example, the EU AI Act and UNESCO's recommendation on the ethics of AI both emphasize the need to protect human dignity, privacy, and freedom. And as I mentioned earlier, we need everyone to be part of the conversation. And that means developing countries, which are further behind in AI development, must have a seat at the table. At the midpoint of the 2030 agenda, we are in a race against the clock. And meanwhile, AI development is outpacing our ability to manage its many risks. Thank you.
Selina, thank you so much, and I very much agree that everyone needs a seat at the table and the relevance of capacity building. The one thing where I still have a question in my mind is that, of course, AI is not the first revolutionary technology that we're dealing with, but it does seem to raise more profound questions about human agency, which sets it apart from other technological revolutions we've seen. And then the pace of technological development. This being the year of quantum technology at the UN, the next big thing, I mean, fundamentally big thing, might just be around the corner. I think that is, of course, adding to the pressure we're feeling today. Selina, I have another question for you. It has to do with the Global Digital Compact. So effective implementation of the Digital Compact will, of course, require concerted collaborative efforts to address key challenges relating to the use and deployment of AI technologies. But what are some of the lessons learned at ITU specifically to strengthen the use of such technologies to foster international peace and security? Over to you, please.
Thank you for that question. Now, the journey towards the WSIS Plus 20 review and the GDC have shown that digital issues have grown in importance. In particular, the GDC implementation raises some important questions on AI that ITU has been grappling with since 2017. How can we effectively harness the potential of AI while mitigating the related risks so that everyone benefits? Our research finds that game-changing digital solutions like AI can tackle the world's most pressing challenges, with the potential to accelerate progress on 70% of all targets of the SDGs. So it can be used for conflict prevention, enhancing early warning systems, and improving crisis response. But in the absence of strong international regulation and ethical standards, it also has the potential to exacerbate cyber attacks, worsen conflicts, manipulate public opinion, and erode privacy, among others. Without international cooperation and robust governance, these technologies could pose as much of a threat to peace and security as they do a promise. We all know it's important to ensure that AI technologies are developed transparently, used responsibly, and governed by international norms that promote cooperation, fairness, and trust among nations, as well as agile, adaptive, and anticipatory regulatory frameworks. Technical standards will be key for this purpose, especially when it comes to areas related to transparency, authentication, and provenance mechanisms, such as watermarking of AI content, which is something that ITU is already working on with our partners, ISO and IEC. Successful implementation for international peace and security also requires the involvement of a diverse range of stakeholders, those whom I mentioned earlier in the earlier question. ITU's experience through the AI for Good platform, for instance, has shown that fostering dialogue and collaboration among these stakeholders can lead to more holistic and effective solutions. In addition, it's so important to invest in capacity building and knowledge sharing. Empowering countries, especially developing nations, with the necessary skills and knowledge to harness AI and emerging technologies responsibly can bridge digital divides, more than one, and promote inclusivity. ITU has developed the AI Skills Coalition for this purpose, to democratize access to AI education, to reduce and eventually close, we hope, the AI skills gap. So to foster peace and security in the era of AI and emerging technologies, we need to adopt a holistic approach. We need to work together. We need to collaborate closely with stakeholders to develop an enabling environment grounded in core UN values, and we need to do it now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Selina. And I think what you've said also shows that if we manage to implement the Digital Compact effectively, then that's the best recipe for prosperity and peace. Thank you very much. Peggy, another question for you. OHCHR has done so much work, of course, with respect to human rights in the digital age across the board. Surveillance technology and human rights is just one example, one case in point. And in parallel, you've done a lot of work also on the responsibility of businesses, engaging businesses, also especially in the tech sector. So are there any specific lessons and good practices that you could share with us specifically for the audience here today in relation to AI, defense, and security?
Thanks very much for the question, because it allows me, as coming from the Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights, to make a pitch that I hope will land with all of you. The basic lesson that we want to bring forward is the relevance of the human rights framework to these conversations. And I know that's not always as apparent. You know, the international humanitarian law framework is obviously front and center in many of the discussions. But the reality is that human rights law helps us to address some of the questions that we've been talking about here today. And we also know, of course, a fundamental fact that what's developed for a war setting often, of course, moves into law enforcement and other security sessions very easily. And the dual use nature of these technologies means that human rights law is always going to be incredibly useful and valuable in how we address these things. And so it provides a legally binding framework that applies throughout the life cycle of artificial intelligence. And that's what a lot of our work has been directed at, we don't wait to look at the use side of things, but really look at how we can bring it in the design, development, and regulation of AI. As I mentioned, civilian AI applications, of course, can be adopted for military activities, including in the context of cyber operations or weapons development, while military applications, one that we're worked with quite a bit is facial recognition, are likely to be used in civilian contexts, such as law enforcement and border control as well. So we need to look at privacy issues, discrimination, and lawful use of force in all of these settings. So as mentioned, thank you. We've done a lot of work in this area. I'd recommend our reports on AI and the right to privacy that looked at, for example, the relevance of end-to-end encryption, mass surveillance technology, among other issues. And also, and thanks to Selena for focusing on the relevance of technical standard setting. As we move forward in the AI age, technical standard setting is requiring even more relevance. And one of the things we've worked closely with ITU on is around how we make sure that human rights is integrated into technical standard setting conversations. And we've made a lot of progress, I think, working with ITU. ITU has helped us open the door within other standard development organizations as well. But there's still, the door is more open, but there's still a lot of work to be done, because it's just not that easy within a technical standard setting conversation to balance out some of the fact that the companies have a very outsized role at times, and bringing in civil society or academic perspectives can be difficult. So it's an area that we have to continue to focus on going forward. One of the other lessons is really around the importance and usefulness of human rights due diligence. And we believe that the tools there will really help us navigate this space very effectively. We helped develop, through an interagency working group, a Secretary General's guidance on human rights due diligence for digital technology use within the UN system. And we're now working on implementing that tool. And we've heard from governments that this tool is also something that's useful to them going forward. The other piece I really want to stress, though, is that part of what the human rights framework brings, and what we've been able to develop in our work, is that there's often a competition between who's really responsible here. There's a lot of finger pointing toward companies and what their role is and what the government role is. One of the great things about the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights is, again, it was a forward-looking document that recognized, that we need responsibilities. We need to unpack both what is the government and state role vis-a-vis regulation of harms that can be caused by business, and also what are business responsibilities to avoid, prevent, and mitigate human rights harms that come from their business and products in a variety of ways. And then the third pillar, of course, of the UN guiding principles is around accountability and remedy, which, as I said, is one of the crucial issues with regards to AI use in lethal autonomous weapon systems as well. So based on that, we've been working with, as long ago as 5 years now, a community of practice of some of the largest technology companies, all the big names and communication companies, and really trying to help them do something, which is I've urged you at the outset to apply human rights in the conversations that you're having. But at the same time, I have to acknowledge that human rights isn't necessarily sort of a push and play operation. It's not always clear how you can bring it into these very complex and difficult conversations. And we heard that from companies as well, that we recognize we have human rights obligations, but how do we actually apply them to things like the rollout of facial recognition? So we've been working with groups of companies to really have them tell us what they think some of the best practices might be, and then trying to develop guidance around those outcomes that urge a race to the top and give governments more tools really also to look at in terms of how they resolve some of the questions of regulation in this space. We're hoping that model now is going to be translated into further support and guidance across the globe. Obviously, we started with those large companies, which tends to mean it's a more North American and Western European venture, but we've now have a BTEC project related to these issues in both Africa, Latin America, and Asia. And we really think that bringing the UN guiding principles into some of these conversations will be helpful for both governments and companies. Thanks.
Peggy, thank you very much. I think it was extremely helpful for this audience and our audience here dealing with slightly different issues to hear from you. There's a lot of synergetic effects potentially that I can see, and especially this question of who's responsible for what and getting that right with an emerging field like AI technology, and now the defense industry getting so much involved in this field is extremely timely and urgent. Thank you very much. Izumi, before coming to my final question, someone has virtually submitted a question that was brought to me by hand, and it's a follow-on question from what you said earlier with regard to the Secretary General's report, of course. The question is, are other actors who may not be present at the conference allowed to contribute insights to the report?
Yes, indeed. I think the actors beyond states have been actually invited to contribute their views. Those include, of course, ICRC, civil society, scientific community, I think very important, and industry are also invited to submit their views. So there you go. We'll be waiting for your inputs into this exercise.
Thank you, Izumi. That's what I thought, but I also thought it would be good if everyone could hear it from you. So to my final question to you, please. The General Assembly resolution, of course, is not an end point. It's very much the starting point, a point of departure. And where can we go from here? What can we learn also particularly from other disarmament processes in the past? And how can we ensure complementarity with other UN initiatives that are related to AI in the civilian domain?
Yes, a very important question. As I said, the Secretary General has said that the conversation has now come to the United Nations, and the key importance of this is, the UN actually is the platform where inclusive discussions can take place, transparent discussions can take place, and also equitable conversations can take place. We've already heard from Serena that developing countries who might not have the advanced technologies on AI also need to be at the table. So that's why the UN is important. We believe that it should not be the norm. Development discussions should not be limited to just a handful of technologically and economically advanced countries, and then the rest will be imposed on those norms. It's not the way the UN actually works. So that's why the United Nations. Now, what kind of steps that we can have from now on very much depends on member states. I mean, it will be a member states decision, and that's why I'm calling on all member states to contribute their views on what are the kinds of processes that you think will be best suited for this kind of conversations. And I actually emphasize that member states in the past have been quite creative. They have come up with different mechanisms, they have different processes to take discussions. But I can just highlight perhaps a few examples from disarmament community. One option is, of course, to immediately begin inclusive political discussions. There have been many or several examples in the recent past in the form of General Assembly mandating a thematic open-ended working groups. I mean, we have, of course, the ICT security open-ended working group, outer space security. So there have been quite a lot of examples where member states felt that political discussions can take place in an inclusive manner in the form of OEWG. Perhaps a less formal modality over political inclusive discussions is open informal consultations. There is that formula that is available. One example of that is a consultation on lethal autonomous weapon systems that have not been addressed in the current GGEs. There are other aspects, not humanitarian conversations, but perhaps other proliferation related or security related discussions could take place. And this is taking place 2 days in New York in May. So those are sort of inclusive political discussion platforms that we've had and we are still having as examples. Another option is perhaps to focus in the initial instance on more technical matter as a priority. And here also member states actually have different examples, different modalities in the past. Of course, the most familiar ones in the disarmament community is the GGE, the group of governmental experts, to produce, to deliver on the subject from a technical point of view and produce a report that will then be submitted to General Assembly. And in the areas like nuclear disarmament verification or outer space transparency, confidence building measures, I mean, they are good examples how GGE actually has had very good substantive discussions from a technical point of view. And more recently, also, there are more technically focused discussions in the form of an independent scientific panel. That's another model that member states have actually utilized. And so, I mean, here, I think everyone knows the example of a high-level advisory body on artificial intelligence has played a crucial role, etc. So there's yet another technical discussions in the hands of more of a scientific experts level. Another model is available in the context of different strands of a disarmament program of action on small arms and light weapons, where member states have created an open-ended technical expert group. So there is another model that is open-ended, but covering the technical communities. So these are, several options that is at hand for member states to consider. As I said, tell us what you think will be the most appropriate process to launch. If you don't feel that these avenues are not ripe yet for AI, then General Assembly could also request a further report from the Secretary General. SG could be requested to further explore specific issues raised by the forthcoming report and including on the basis of views already received in this round of the call. So there are a variety of options. As I said, this is why your inputs to this process will be absolutely critical. So in conclusion, I just wanted to say that it's also quite important for all of us to facilitate knowledge sharing. I mean, I already mentioned the importance of capacity building. I think capacity building is absolutely key, but also a knowledge sharing and awareness raising. I think the awareness raising has been taking place, but in in-depth conversations like this platform that you have organized, Robin, I think it is very important as well. And we are also organizing a series of webinars. And we need to really make a concerted effort to make sure that all member states will have a substantive capacity to engage in the forthcoming steps, whichever the models or the options that might be taken. I think that the critical part is that there is a substantive knowledge and perspectives that are available from all member states. And so the role of a UNIDIR as a cutting-edge research institution, but also making those knowledge available to all states, I think will be critical in the steps that will follow. Looking forward.
Thank you, Izumi. I agree, and but thank you especially for laying out so many options so clearly, and then some more, which I think is really helpful with a moving topic like artificial intelligence. That does bring us to the end of the opening panel, I have to say. I hope you'll agree with me. Not only did we get the gender balance right, but it was also extremely useful to hear from three key players: ITU, OHCHR, UNODA in this field. So I'd like to thank Izumi Nakamitsu, the High Representative, Peggy Hicks, and Sulina Abdullah for setting the stage and the scene so aptly for our discussions at this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much to you, Robin, and to our distinguished speakers for really kicking us off with an amazing panel that really helped us set the scene and the context, highlighting both how challenging the topic that we've chosen for this conference is, but also how much opportunity there is to really, through inclusive dialogue, really try to make a significant impact. I think we're now ready to transition into the first thematic segment of the conference, which will focus on the theme of destabilization. When we have launched the call for abstracts, for posters and talks, this is the topic that, as you can imagine, has really generated a lot of interest. So over the next hour and a half, we will be hearing a combination of lightning talks and deep dives, really try to unpack a little bit further what we mean with destabilization and what can we do about it. Every topic will be facilitated. We'll have a topic facilitator that will make sure that the speakers are sticking to their time, but also help us frame the issue a little bit. So I'm really happy to welcome here on stage Jinjie He from the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences that will be acting as the facilitator for the first topic of destabilization. Jinjie, please, over to you. Yeah. Yes, you sit there.
Do I start now? It's...
Good morning, everyone.
Is it on?
It's on.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this discussion, important discussion on AI and its destabilizing effect on international, regional, and national security. I am Jingjie He from the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, but more importantly, I'm one of the founding members of RISE. It's truly an honor to witness RISE's remarkable journey from roundtable discussions to an international conference at these scales, fostering a global and interdisciplinary dialogue. The rise of AI in military application is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, AI holds immense potentials to enhance operational efficiency across various domains, including command and control, communication, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, logistics, autonomy, medical support, modeling, and simulations, among others. As a force multiplier, it expands military capabilities in unprecedented ways. On the other hand, AI also serves as a threat multiplier, introducing destabilizing effects that warrant careful scrutiny. This very concern is why we have gathered here today. Before we begin our discussion, let me briefly summarize the key findings of RISE on the destabilizing risk posed by AI in military and security contexts. The integration of AI in military operations introduces significant risks, including system malfunction, lack of accountability, loss of human oversight, and counter-AI attacks. AI-generated misinformation and bias can distort battlefield perceptions and lead to critical decision-making failures. AI is widely recognized as a force multiplier and key enabler for strategic surprise in future warfare. Its rapid advancement may disrupt global and regional arms dynamics, exacerbate imbalance between states and regions, and incentivize both states and non-state actors to engage in an AI arms race. Given AI's dual-use nature, the absence of effective regulation and oversight over civilian AI technology may inadvertently contribute to its proliferation into military applications, both conventional and WMDs, into the hands of malicious actors, including non-state armed groups. This risk is especially concerning in the nuclear and biotechnology sectors. In the context of hybrid warfare, where military, political, economic and societal dimensions intersect, AI tools could be militarized and weaponized, inducing domestic unrest, political destabilization, coups, civil wars, terrorism, and foreign military interventions. The challenges ahead are complex and multifaceted, but through informed discussion and global collaboration, we can develop strategies to mitigate AI's destabilizing effect. With that, let's turn to our esteemed speakers who will share their insights on the critical issues. To start, we have Yuying Liu from the Asian Pacific Artificial Intelligence Association, who will deliver a lightning talk on the unseen militarization of civilian AI and the rise of algorithmic warfare. Yuying, the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So first, I would like to thank you, our introduction, facilitator, and our leadership in the UNIDIR, and everyone who are contributed to this conference. My name is Yuying Liu. Also, many people call me Josephine. I'm serve as the Director of Global Policy, GC Nexus. Also, it's a little bit. Also, Chief Commissioner of Asia Pacific Artificial Intelligence Association. I'm honored to speak with you today about a change that's already underway, but is still dangerously overlooked: the unseen militarization of civilian AI and the rise of algorithm warfare. AI is transforming the definition of war, not in the future, not in the theory, right now, quickly and invisibly. Actually, we are not prepared for what that means. Let's begin with a hard truth. AI is not just a neutral tool, it's a power. The power can be scaled, weaponized, and if we leave it left unchecked, destabilize the foundation of global security. So on militarization of civilian AI, we can see that is in 2017, the Pentagon launched the Project Marvin. It began by adopting a commercial image recognition algorithm, something everyone could find online. Right now, you can search online, you probably can find someone suited for your needs. And within a month, a civilian tool was feeding intelligence to drone mission. No new weapon, no major redesign, no big expenditure, just a shift in purpose. Suddenly, a commercial platform became the platform for war. And today, AI itself is blended into observe-oriented, decided act cycle of war. Increase OODAs efficiently, quickly. We cannot imagine that. That's a new norm. A civilian AI model can be repurposed to military use in short time, even overnight. The boundary between civilian and military system has not just blurred, they are collapsed. This collapse is being exploited to operate below the threshold of conflicts. And it is not a strategic ambiguity, the government's belief. It's a surrounding control. If a nuclear weapon is a power, can end the wars in minutes. The unregulated AI can torture us to lose a drop of blood. We are witnessing a fragmentation of a military power. Upward, states now rely on private companies to develop and operate their most strategic digital capabilities. The Palantir battlefield AI has been described as responsible for most of targeting in Ukraine. The big techs like Microsoft, hope don't hate me, our sponsor, Amazon, DeepSeek provide the core infrastructure for military, and not governed at a defense contractor. In a downward, nowadays the open source AI is open to everyone, and giving the military-grade capability to everyone also with the technical skills and online access. The tool of war has been decentralized. Everyone have access. The reason of that is because of the dual-use nature of AI. I call that is a dual capability dilemma. Commercial success in AI demands the maximum adaptability, the massive data, and a general purpose design. Exactly what makes this system ideally for strategic military use. Every commercial breakthrough becomes a military capability. Take a federated learning as an example, which is designed to protect the personal data through the keyboard. But the same method now helps the frontline troops train AI locally without exposing the location data. Civilian innovation becomes classified advantage. So what exactly algorithm warfare is? Let's be clear, it's not a cyber warfare with smart tools. It's not just an AI application on the military. Algorithm warfare is a global condition. That's also our leader talk about what is the scale of that. It's a global condition. It's how AI system restructure society think, decided, and act at scale. Every app can become the military asset. Every data point can become targeted information. Just like I'm speech on here, it's become the information for the world, maybe one day. And this system learn, adapt, and accelerate on their own. So what is the result? The algorithm warfare doesn't pause, doesn't end, and have no borders. It's a player, not just soldiers. They include platforms, companies, coders, and users. Everyone sit here and online. This form is not a missile and maneuvers, but influence, optimization, and control. Its rules of engage doesn't exist because it's no one agree on the algorithm warfare, but everyone feels the consequence. So what it means for our governance? It means our current system is outdated. They are designed for missile and borders, not algorithm and global networks. Our regulated weapons, but AI not just a weapon, it's a power. It's a form of power, active across space, time, and intent. Attribution is nearly impossible. The responsible is easily denied. This is a war where no one takes credit, but everyone feels consequence. We are operating in a battlefield without limits, without rules. So the real question is, can governance framework catch up before AI define the term of global conflict? We must be act. We must act with 3 urgent commitments. First, regulate high-risk AI use, not just technology. Governance must focus on what AI does, especially in when it's manipulate, decisive, and escalate. Second, hold major AI providers accountable as security actors. If you shape the battlefield, you are not neutral, and responsibility and power must align. Third, demand transparency in dual-use transition. When commercial tools are militarized, the public must be informed. Dear colleague here, the invisible war is not hypothetical. It's already here. The line between war and peace has collapsed, and AI become a terrain on which new power is exercised. Let us act before silence becomes surrounding. Thank you, everyone.
To address this, we have Sharon van der Vlucht from the Netherlands Ministry of Defense. Sharon will share insights into how the Dutch government is crafting its defense AI strategy. Sharon, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning to you all. It's a great honor to be here in this fantastic organized event by UNIDIR. So let me first thank you for organizing this and having me to present a story to you. This story is about an MOD perspective. So probably it's a little bit more practical, but I think that will be also insightful for you. So thank you very much again. And I prepared some slides just to give some structure about the presentation. So we can move to the first slide, please. When we drafted our AI strategy, it was in 2022. And you all know what happened. That was not the situation in Ukraine, but it was the launch of ChatGPT. And I have to say that when we drafted our first AI strategy, there wasn't AI in the title anymore, because we thought it was about data science and not about AI. So I talked to our Secretary of Defense, and she said to me, well, Jerome, we have to change some things, and we have to put in the word AI in the title. And it's just to give you a look how fast these developments are going to be. And to give you also some spoiler alert, I think there's no ultimate blueprint for designing a defense AI strategy. Regional and national context will determine the choices you build in building that AI strategy. And based on my experience launching our defense strategy in 2023, I will, however, share some lessons learned of the Netherlands so far. First of all, we took a broad scope. And by a broad scope is that we didn't talk only about AI, but talked about data science as a total and also about data governance. Because I think that AI is not the answer to everything. Analytics and other types of data science techniques offer a wide range of solutions for defense that may be more suitable and easier to implement in a particular context. For example, when your data is only limited available, or the complexity of the solution is too big, then you have to deal with some other kinds of techniques. You don't have to go to AI, for instance. And I'll just give a simple example of a gun on a Dutch Navy vessel. It's called a goalkeeper. And that system exists for almost 25 years. It's a gun which can target incoming missiles, for instance. And we have there not an AI algorithm, but it tends to work quite autonomous. It's working on an optimization algorithm. So what you see over there is that in this specific situation, you see that we have another solution which provides you more or less with more functionality than a quite elaborate AI algorithm. So keep that in mind. AI is not the solution for everything. There are a lot of data science techniques out there which will fit you even better. With regard to our data science and AI strategy in the Netherlands, we identified 4 key enablers. These are powerful IT capabilities, and we can move to the next slide. Data governance, knowledge and skills, and the data-driven culture. And I'm going to highlight just a few examples of what I mean by that. First of all, data and data governance. I think that is the dull and boring part of AI. But it accounts for, I think, almost 80% of your efforts to get an AI system working. When you don't have the roles, the responsibilities, and the operating principles of governing your data, then don't even think about getting to AI. You will end up in a total mess. Data governance arranges the quality and availability of the data. Quality and availability ultimately determine the value of the data science and your AI applications. When your data is rubbish, then your outcomes will also be rubbish, for instance. So when you don't have that in place, don't start working on a quite elaborate AI algorithm. And another thing is that an AI algorithm is also working in a specific context, such as land, maritime, air, space, cyber. And so the data governance mechanisms should need to align with those commands and those units. And the Netherlands, therefore, is currently in the process of implementing data governance at the commands based on a central data governance operating model. So we decentralized the data governance responsibility towards our commands. Secondly, I would like to mention data and AI literacy. Especially for a military organization, people tend to work, especially the military, quite long with the MOD. 25 years, 30 years is no exception. And you all know that 30 years ago, we talked about AI, but we talked it on a more theoretical level. We didn't have the compute power, and we didn't have the vast amounts of data needed to train these algorithms. So monitoring and evaluation of AI-driven systems will, for example, become increasingly important tasks of the armed forces. So you have to train your people that they know how to do that. And here your operators need to be able to assess the quality of their data and output, as well as understand the implications of how AI is speeding up intelligence processing and military decision-making. Knowledge and skills also encompasses research and development. And R&D efforts enable AI to be developed in a responsible way. The development of AI applications is accompanied by rapid technological developments and decreasing lower production costs. And I will emphasize that testing, and even more testing is needed to assess whether an application acts the way it was designed to act and suited for the deployment in a specific context of use. And always make a parallel towards, for instance, the civilian setting, where you have a car and a car using some kind of algorithms. You want that to drive safe on your roads. It's common use. We don't even ask for it. We expect that to be safe. And the same goes for AI in a military context. It should be safe to use, it should be reliable, transparent, and so on and so on. And of course, obeying to the law. Through research and development in a general sense, and well-established testing, evaluation, and verification and validation procedures for specific AI applications, users can discover potential pitfalls and fix or mitigate them before deployment. And the Netherlands also invested heavily in a center of excellence for data science. And I think that Roy Lindenlauf will speak around 12:30 also in this panel around the things we have achieved over there. But it's very important that you also have PhDs working in the military domain doing research on the application of AI. And last but not least, it's the most fake one, of course, is data-driven culture. And what do I mean by that? Data-driven culture is the way an operator makes his or her decisions. And in a military context, it's quite obvious that the most leaders take on intuition, experience, and the level of seniority their decisions. making a decision based on data is something different. And I think that's a very important thing to keep in mind, because when people don't trust the system, they don't use the system. And we also see there a lot of parallels with the civilian sector, for instance, where it's also very important to get people to work with those kind of systems. So, and what we there do is that we do, for instance, simulations where people make a decision on their own, so on intuition, experience, and so on. And we let them help by a machine. So making some kind of a digital twin, if you like to call it that way. And what we see is that when the system is used, the decision is even better. So we try people to convince to use it. Another important step in designing an AI strategy, I just talked about the key enablers, the 4 ones, is defining which application areas you want the AI to work in. Because AI on itself is nothing. We talk a lot about AI as a system technology, which when you don't use it in an application, it's worthless. So it's also always about the application area you're in. And we decided to be on 4 different applications. For instance, autonomous systems. It's all open out there. When you're looking at Ukraine right now, you see a lot of those autonomous systems already in place over there. Intelligence, where you have to deal with vast amounts of data and to make analysis on it and to see patterns in it, AI is really suitable for that. Military decision-making, speeding up your OODA loop, and last but not least, logistics and business operations. And to give you some kind of a clue, we started with the last one. It's probably not the most sexy one, but I think it's the one where you probably will have the best data, because you will have some ERP system, whether it's an Oracle or an SAP or Microsoft or whatever in place. These systems come with good data governance, and you can use the data from there from a starting point. So logistic and business operation is the one to go ahead in the first place. And of course, the others are also very important, but they are more difficult. For instance, the security levels of the data, and so on and so on. So start with the easy part, I would say. And later in my presentation, I will deeply go into 2 ongoing projects we have there, and you will see they are on the field of logistics and business operations. So the second question is, what about the best practices to address the interlinkage between data, AI, cloud, and cybersecurity? And from a governance perspective, it's a challenge to address the connection between those types, as well as the interdependencies between cloud and so on. Because obviously, to do AI on a large scale, you need some cloud computing environment, whether it's in the public cloud or it's a private cloud or something in between. So for the past few years, I saw, and I didn't also only see that in the MOD in the Netherlands, but I saw it all around the globe. You get chief information officers, chief AI officers, chief data officers, and so on and so on. And I think that's a good thing. But it also comes that you have to align the efforts and prevent fragmentation, for instance. And one point I would like to highlight is that AI needs to be a key priority at a strategic level. I'm also in the executive committee in the Netherlands of the MOD, in the board, and I think IT, data science, and so on should be there. So when you don't have yet a chief information officer or a chief data officer in your MOD at top level, then you have something to do. I also share the responsibility, together with the Chief of Defense, to prepare the armed forces for the future warfare or the future of war. And I think this partnership is great because, of course, you know, the Netherlands is a NATO country. We get those capability demands. And normally those capability demands are, well, we need more vessels, Navy vessels, we need more armored vehicles, we need more fighter planes, and so on and so on. We never talk about we need more AI. So this is also a thing that is very important, that we keep another perspective. So when you now see the huge influx of money in the MOD in the Netherlands, we are really spending a lot of money, not only on the traditional capabilities, but also on new capabilities regarding AI. Secondly, I've also tasked the establishment of a digital transformation strategy, because you have to align not only AI, but also your cloud strategy, also your cybersecurity strategy, and so on. And you have to interlink that in each other. And we will launch that, and it will be public. So it will be sent to Parliament in the Netherlands by April. So it's almost finished over there. And there we make the interlinkage between those very important different technologies. I didn't mention one, and I think this is when you talk about, well, AI will be decisive on the future of war, post-quantum computing will be the other one. We don't talk about that today, but I think it's very worthwhile to spend some time on that. Thirdly, we have been working on a decentralized governance model in the Netherlands for information technology and also data science. So since last year, the Netherlands commands, so Navy, Army, and so on, have established their own Chief Information Office. And these Chief Information Officers are led by a decentralized Chief Information Officer, which are steered by myself. A final point I would like to make on this topic, and I know that's a little bit the pink elephant in the room, and it's about digital sovereignty. In reference to cloud technology, for example, sovereignty is limited in a model where market parties currently are owners of the critical infrastructure. So not only the hyperscalers, but also the underlying data networks, and so on, and so on, and the software. And I think that we have to think about that, what we feel about this. And currently, all those technology with huge investments are made by private companies, but we have to think as MODs, how do we relate to that? And the last thing, and it's a little bit besides the discussion on AI, that will have a lot of interlinkages between it, is that we saw in the Netherlands that you have a situation of war, where all kinds of legislation applies, and you have a situation of peace. And there's nothing in between right now, at least not from a legislation point of view. And that doesn't work, obviously, for instance, training AI models, training autonomous systems, and so on, and so on. So therefore, we're currently drafting a law, which will be sent to Parliament in May of this year. And we call that the Law of Military Readiness. And it will provide the military in the Netherlands to have more experimentation, for instance, with autonomous systems and AI systems, especially in a field where, for instance, privacy-related issues, GDPR issues are related to, and gives us more freedom to work. And I know that the European Union is also thinking about that kind of legislation for the military. Are we good on time? Still left with how many minutes?
We have enough time.
I have enough time. Okay, great. Then I will proceed. I will move a little bit more faster. The first question is, how can MODs and industry cooperate to develop AI responsible? And I think more than ever, there's a need for defense to cooperate with the big tech and startup companies, because you simply need that technology, and you're not, well, don't have that by yourself. So you can't do this alone, and you have to find ecosystems to work with there. And I will highlight, and we can move to the next slide, 2 projects to give you a sense where AI can be used, for instance. The first project we called Mermaids. And I'm really proud of that, because we really implemented that. It really went into production on our combat management systems. And this project is built in collaboration with the Maritime Research Institute, MARIN, in the Netherlands, universities, on the developing of a digital twin of the Royal Netherlands Navy patrolling ships. So what we did was we made a digital twin of that ships we currently operate, for instance, in the North Sea. And the digital twin provides insights on the vessel's technical characteristics and fuel consumption, for instance. So it has nothing to do with, well, nothing to do with the military. It's just looking, how can we operate this vessel better? And this informed the Mermaids tool that has been developed by our own AI lab. We have an AI lab in the Netherlands by ourselves, military AI lab, and can advise commanders on, for instance, route navigation. But the tool also takes into account military tactical, sustainability, and financial considerations. And you can think, for example, of taking efforts to limit the disturbance to marine life activities and accounting for the impact of wind on fuel consumption. So that's a very nice example of how AI can help you to do a better job. And it's not only on the military, but it's also usable in civilian circumstances. And what you see, we brought it into production, we brought it to our combat management systems on board of these ships. It's really, really helpful. Then we had to deal what, and this the next slide about, is about what we have to do with those OpenAI-like-ish GPT environments. So what we saw, and we could measure that we saw a lot of people making use of all kinds of ChatGPT-like-ish solutions and putting, not restricted data in it, but at least we thought people were putting data in it which doesn't belong over there in a public environment. But people were using it. We were measuring it, and we saw that tens of thousands of people of the military were using ChatGPT-like-ish applications. So we said, okay, well, let's develop a defense GPT, which is a generative AI application that can provide information, answer questions, and helps its users to analyze and summarize text, for example, but also do pattern recognition. And this application is based on a commercial model of one of the big corporate AI companies, but it offers a secure alternative to popular services, as it operates completely isolated from the internet. And this ensures that sensitive information remains always safe and doesn't spread out to the rest of the world. And also, again, Defense GPT has been developed by our own internal AI lab. And commercial and knowledge partners are involved in improving the data management services of the application. And what we saw, and we could measure that the usage, for instance, of ChatGPT went down. And now we have, on a daily basis, about 20,000, 25,000 people using the Defense GPT environments. So I think it's a big success. And we're currently training people to do, for instance, prompt engineering on it. So it's also a very good way to help your people getting better in asking a generative AI application questions, for instance. And the last question. And next slide. What are the most important opportunities and risks of AI for international security? And I think the former presentations went a lot about this. And I would like to reflect on the opportunities and risks of AI for international security, because I see a lot of opportunities. And as I mentioned before, it will be decisive for the future of war, but there are also risks encompassing it where we have to deal with it. So this important topic will be addressed also in a United Nations report following the AI in the military domain resolution tabled by the Netherlands and the Republic of Korea, I think already some months ago, and I will share some thoughts with you, but I would like, however, also to take the chance to invite all countries to submit their own contributions for the report. I think that's very important to have this debate going on. First of all, greater insight is a key benefit. AI-driven analysis and decision support systems can enable vast amounts of data to be processed and analyzed much more faster than a human can do. So it can give you, with all the data of sensors you have, and I don't know, when you look at the Navy vessel, a modern Navy vessel, just a frigate, for instance, it's up to 50 to 60,000 of sensors within. You probably don't even know which sensors are really therein, and the amounts of data that's processing. It's going at up to petabytes a day. It's not possible for a human to oversee this enormous load of data. So greater insight is a key benefit. And with AI-driven analysis and decision support systems, commanders are better informed about situations on the ground, on long-term strategic developments. AI can, in this way, offer insights to a range of issues. Greater insight to issues such as climate security, gender-based violence in areas of conflict, and behavioral patterns of terrorist organizations. Also, the protection of civilians to make the impact of certain kinetic effects, for instance, is also possible and a good way to investigate that. AI can also contribute to a more comprehensive understanding of the civilian environment that offers the opportunity to identify potential threats to civilians and civilian objects and enable armed forces to respond quickly and appropriately towards that. And AI can also improve investigative efforts to incidents evolving in civilian casualties to link all those data points together. Altogether, AI systems or autonomous systems offer the potential to supplement or replace human capabilities, a change that could result in unique human capabilities being put to use where they have most added value. Today, we're currently deploying autonomous systems, especially in the dull and dangerous parts of the work, so that we can keep humans outside of there. But AI in the military domain also poses risks to international peace and security. And these are partly new risks, and in some cases well-known risks, but are more exacerbated due to the effect of AI. We can move to the next slide. And what first comes to mind is AI-driven disinformation campaigns and attacks. For instance, for hostile actors, it's becoming increasingly common practice to conduct large-scale disinformation campaigns. And you're probably aware of that, but for instance, when you're using some kind of social media tooling like LinkedIn, probably you will be targeted, and it will look very real by some hostile actors trying to gain information from you. So I think that's important to see that AI-driven disinformation is really a thing to look at, and also cyber attacks. There's also the risk of AI-driven weapon proliferation and escalation. As AI accelerates military operations, misperceptions may arise about the intentions of armed forces. AI may, in such a way, unintentionally contribute to escalation, because the human-in-the-loop concept, which I heard also before today, is not on the right level and not on the right time. For instance, is it able for you to do in a 5-second, 10-second, 15-second to make an analysis on whether the AI given course of action is the most appropriate one to go on? And there's the risk that, in comparison to humans, AI is able to identify more legitimate targets. And this may heighten the intensity of lethality and conflicts. And I think we saw that also in a few conflicts around the world. So that will bring me to the end of the presentation. I can talk a lot more, for instance, about responsible AI in the military domain. Of course, we had already 2 wonderful meetings, one in The Hague in 2022, in The Hague around Reaim, and a splendid organized event in Seoul in September 2024. And I think it was really a success to have an inclusive debate with so many countries around the world. And I'm very pleased that that Spain will be organizing, I think in September, the 3rd Reaim Summit. So I would like to thank you, but also invite you to be there and to contribute to this very important debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you for improving our AI literacy. So we now have about 10 minutes left for Q&A. So we invite our audience to engage in the discussion. Please submit your question via Slido. So we've already have 4 questions. So I will read out those questions, and maybe you can answer those. The first question is, should we have a moratorium on AI military applications until ethical and legal standards are established, given the risk of an AI-driven arms race? Well, tough question.
Well, that's a tough question, and it's also a very good question. And I heard that question a lot, but I think it's really not possible. I'm sorry. It's better now. Okay, thank you very much. I was just saying it's a really good question, and I heard that question a lot. But I think we passed already that point in a way, because AI is a technology which proliferates quite easily. And it's also very easy because it's so software oriented. It's not hardware oriented. It's so software oriented that it will easily spread towards the military. And doing not so is even more irresponsible, I think. So moratorium, I don't think that's the way to go ahead. But I think it's the way to go ahead is to have an inclusive dialogue together with nations, together with companies, together with all kinds of other actors to find out what does responsible AI mean in a military context. And there is no holy grail over there, but I think the debate we can have over here is really important to that. And I think that's the way to go ahead. But the moratorium, well, I think we passed already that point and it proliferates quite easily.
Okay, so the next question is the defense GPT completely trained in-house or based on existing models or data sets?
Yeah. It's still working, I think. Yeah. Oh, no, not. When you switch them on, it will switch off in my side. I'm sorry for that. So the question about defense GPT, it's a regular commercial model from one of the big AI tech companies, but it's run in splendid isolation from the internet. So there's no internet linkage. And what we do is we update the model regularly, but it's not open in the internet. So there's no data spread out, but it's just a regular commercial model we use over there. Because if we don't use a regular model, then people will go again to ChatGPT-ish like solutions. So it has to be commercial off the shelf.
Next question. How applicable is the Netherlands AI strategy to be implemented to other countries, particularly the developing countries?
Yeah, red light is on. I think that's good possible. That can be a good solution, and you don't have to do everything. I just emphasize that we have some key enablers, and by the way, we will update our strategy during 2025 again because the developments are going so fast. So I think that some of those elements will be very good implementing also in development countries. And also, we have some cooperation between developing countries and the Netherlands, for instance, on AI that can really be helpful. So we always want to help other countries by. That's also the reason to be here and to present this to move further, because I think you need to have a strategy, and that's also a thing to keep AI safe. Then you can also encompass data governance, for instance, but also responsible AI elements.
So representatives from the developing country, you know who to look for after this. So because of the timing issues, I will read out two questions at the same time and you can answer them. So the first one is, how long ago did Netherlands start investigating in AI labs, and how are AI labs connected to education institutions in Netherlands or Europe? And another question will be, what is the level of NATO cooperation on AI? Do states share technology?
Two different questions. Last question about cooperation within NATO. We are heavily contributing to NATO on the responsible AI, and also adopted the framework. When you look at our framework, then you can easily find the comparison between the Dutch responsible AI framework and the NATO framework, for instance. On the technical level, there is less collaboration, I must say. So we share insights over there, but we don't use the same technology right now. We make a distinction between our technology-based in regard that NATO has chosen. So that's the first question. And the second question, you have to rephrase that again for me. I'm sorry. It was about...
it was removed, but it was about how Netherlands, how the Netherlands investigation of AI labs can be are applicable to educational institutions.
Yeah, we started that in the beginning of 2023. So now running this for more than 2 years, and I think it's very important to do that together with, for instance, universities. We have a way of working over there in the Netherlands with the Dutch Defense Academy, which is a scientific university within the armed forces. But they have collaborations with other universities, not only in the Netherlands, but also worldwide. And for instance, Roy Lindelauf, who is also in this room, is one of our professors over there. And he helps us to speed up the AI lab in the Netherlands. And to give you an insight what we are right now, we are going to invest more heavily in the AI lab. And that's not an investment of let's double the numbers, but we are thinking about doing it 4 or 5 times bigger than we do it right now. So investing heavily also in our new defense strategy.
Thank you, Jerome. That's all question we have. Let's now turn our attention to the security risks posed by autonomous drones in urban settings. So, Mr. Troelsbo, advisor to the Danish tech ambassador in Silicon Valley, will lead our next deep dive session on circumventing security, autonomous drone, and security in urban environments. With drones playing an increasing role in both military and civilian contexts, this discussion is more relevant than ever. So, Troels, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, first and foremost, Ms. Sulaima Abdullah in the beginning from ITU said that nobody here remembers the facts. I do remember the facts. It was how my father sent memes of Garfield the cat to his colleagues. So I just want to start by saying that I feel very privileged to be here and speak on this conference, which so very well illustrates how far we come. And also thank you for the team coordinating this whole conference and all the work that they put into it. With this presentation, I hope to spark some knowledge sharing and capacity building, and talk about how to draw on lessons learned from conflict zones and how to prepare when these dynamics spill into civil societies. So I hope to provoke a little and stimulate some reflections. As you said, my talk will focus on an aspect that I personally find underrepresented, namely how AI will shape our societies once it acquires a physical vessel or a body, so to say, specifically drawing on reference from military uses in conflicts to allow us to brace for the imminent spillover in our peaceful environments. And I find this relevant as ongoing AI and the geopolitical race constantly accelerates estimates on how soon autonomous platforms will be let out of the labs and into our society. And that is coming from someone who daily lives in San Francisco, where fully autonomous self-driving car services can be ordered by app. Next, please. Thank you. This is just a bit about myself and an opportunity to say that the little logo down in the left corner resembles that why I do work daily as cyber and tech advisor to the Danish tech ambassador. The views represented here are all my own and do not reflect any official Danish policy, but based on the research that I've done at the University of Southern Denmark. Next slide, please. Now, I will start out with saying that I've long been interested in autonomous technology, especially drones. And that comes first and foremost from a stint in NATO where I worked in 2016. And while in Brussels, I was given a presentation on drone attacks, primarily on American bases during the wars in the Middle East. And as you can see, it started out by these very crude drones that were sent in, home-built, as the one to the left. And later on, commercially available off-the-shelf drones allowed something like the picture on the right to be used as, for example, surveillance to see, in the example of the evacuation of Kabul, the Afghani forces actually used DJI drones to surveil if the American forces were actually evacuating the airport. And as they found there were, attacks on Allied forces drastically lowered. It speaks a bit to when I saw this, I realized I was very curious about how could this be? These military bases are usually very secured. Airports have a very strong perimeter security. So I was starting to wonder how could this happen, and found that during history, autonomous systems have actually always been used to target military and industrial targets. They've historically been used, so to say, to weaken the teeth of the enemy and avoid the trenches by going over the enemy and not through them. And the unmanned and precision technologies were created to fulfill exactly this purpose. It's a very old technology. The first example, the Kettering bug, which was this go over the enemy, not through them, had its first successful flight in 1918, so a few years after the invention of flight itself. Next slide, please. Now, in our civil societies, we see a lot of drone incidents, and only more and more of them. Collisions, near airports, drones being used to smuggle narcotics and contraband into prisons, and even military base intrusions. Airports are getting disrupted. Football matches are being called off, especially one case because somebody flew a flag supporting an opposing faction into the football field, and thus creating a brawl. The match had to be called off. Or even at the Olympics, when teams accuse opposing teams of spying on them by drones. Electrical transformers are being sabotaged. Surveillance and industrial espionage at harbors show that this is a threat to be taken seriously. And we must try to understand why these things are happening and why it seems so hard to counter it. Next slide, please. So let me zoom in on why this happens in our peacetime societies. Because as I said, all these places are pretty well guarded from outside entry and interference. Well, the first thing we need to understand is the democratization of flight. Drones is so easy to use nowadays because they're produced for a commercial market with very limited practice in aviation, that even kids are actually getting in trouble for flying their birthday present into, for example, a military airspace. And the picture you see here behind me is actually from a information video that we made with the Danish Civil Aviation Agency to do a bit of safety promotion on specifically this topic. The quote here is one from the Danish Defense Commission, which I think very eloquently describes the problem, say that we cannot make obstacles in the airspace itself, and therefore aviation is available to anyone who has the capacity, which with commercial drones today is almost anybody, regardless of intent. So COTS drones have become threat multipliers, and they're exposing critical vulnerabilities in traditional ground-focused defenses, potentially blurring the line between state and non-state actors, as it is hard to identify the operator. Next slide, please. So why is it so hard to counter drones? Well, first of all, there's no real way to uphold the rules and enforce them, as I will come into. But also, sending an F-16 jet after a drone seems kind of overkill. Bullets, shooting them down ballistically, are impossible in cities due to those bullets having to come down somewhere at some point. And signs, in this case, with no enforcement, are mostly informative. So by that, commercial and off-the-shelf drones also challenge state sovereignty in the low airspace, intent or not. Working in both military, police, and civil aviation, I found that drones are very disruptive tech, as traditionally the CAA has handled, for example, pilot licenses. There might be a couple of 100 every year, plus some that needs to be reviewed and renewed. But with drone pilot certificates, the CAAs of the world suddenly have to answer to thousands of requests for certificates overflowing the traditional workflows. Also, law enforcement does not have aviation authority. The CAA only has an aviation mandate, but no realistic way or resources to do massive enforcement. So there's also the problem of a clear division of authority and responsibility, as these different fragmented frameworks of military and civil law enforcement and aviation agencies delay coordination and responses. And also, it's just 3 different cultures and very different approaches. In the intelligence agency, there's a joke that those circles, they love information sharing. They love it when people share information with them. But the challenge I'm talking about will require extensive information sharing in real time between these agencies, which have usually been found in silos. And it's hence also a very structural problem that has to be overcome to effectively counter drones. Next slide, please. And now you might ask, what has it got to do with AI? Well, already drones are capable of flying amazing formations. Something like a drone show behind me is typically controlled as many drones that are flying individually on predefined paths with preloaded programs. But other actors are working tirelessly to bring true swarming to life. I mentioned in San Francisco there's self-driving cars, but there's a lot of AI partnerships going on currently. The Swedish defense contractor Saab informed that they have built a program with the Swedish defense with the purpose of creating swarms for allied partners. The American producer Shield AI can steer several platforms with their HiveMind AI pilot. And they are so sure of it that the American Secretary of the Air Force, Kendall, actually flew an F-16, which was autonomously piloted. So this just goes to show that these things are not something to come. It is something that is definitely coming. And it's also a matter of that if you look at the development of AI altogether, some will say that the low tier was perceptive AI, such as text recognition. You have generative AI creating new material, agentic AI, which can solve tasks. And then drones are an example of the physical AI, platformed AI with a body such as drones, robotics, and self-driving cars. Next slide, please. And so we'll look a bit into how do we counter these things. As you can see, we can use ballistic nets. There is the electronic jamming of the signals that control the platforms themselves. There has been experiments with using birds of prey, but I think we can all understand why that is probably a bad idea when we are talking about bigger drones. You can counter drones by having other drones chasing them, and the 2 pictures on the lower right is an example of one flying a net to try and capture another drone, and another one simply trying to fly into a drone and using the ballistic energy to simply slam it out of the air. And of course, lastly, there is lasers, which seem to be a very promising way, but have the challenge of a steady energy supply. Next slide, please. But now to counter them, we first have to identify them. And though there are other means than these 2, such as acoustic optics and LiDAR, basically you can say you have the classic radar technology with Doppler that is able to identify drones within 5 to 8 kilometers, or you can use a radio frequency tracker, which is effective of roughly 100 meters to 3 kilometers. Next slide, please. And now this is a drone map made by the Danish CAA showing all the zones where you're not allowed to fly. As you can see, there's a lot of them and many places where object owners and authorities might want to be aware of intrusions. But if we apply the local, the locations of the radars that we are aware of today, we get this next slide where we can see the effective place of how we can see drones. And this is basically a map of Danish airspace where we will be available of drones being present. And as you can see, it's big airports. There's a couple of military airfields there. But it just goes to say that other than human eyesight, it's very hard to identify these drones and hence very hard to counter them. Next slide, please. So on a more conceptual plane, I've been trying to understand the problem, and I've been looking at a geographer, Stuart Eldon's paper from 2013 called Secure the Volume, where he talks about a volumetric turn. And now this is not meant for drone or securities specifically, but he says that recognizing the vertical dimension of territory shows that territory is a volume rather than an area, and that lines on maps have a very limited height when translated into lines on the ground. And with this example of a map of a citadel in Copenhagen and the picture of it, we clearly see this idea that there's a great difference between seeing the lines of a map as we have usually seen security and then seeing it in real time. And now realizing this, most security installations today are remnants of a two-dimensional security understanding, as there's little difference between fences around an airport and the ramparts we see on this picture of the citadel. Next slide, please. Now, some of you might think that this part about the volumetric turn, it only applies to outdoor security, but it goes further than that. It's not just lines on a map. To truly understand the volumetric turn, and what I mean by what I call spatial security, I'll use another example from my old workspace, which this is a picture of the atrium, where every story you see here on the picture is a different authority. There's a road authority, a railway authority, a Danish civil aviation authority. And by every floor, you will have to use a card with your ID to enter. So it means that different authorities cannot enter the different floors. But a thing that got me thinking was, one year they made an April Fool's joke, saying that now we will start to deliver your mail internally by drones. And we can do so because we have an open atrium. And that made me realize that if you have a drone, and you have a drone that can place a microphone, you actually have access to all information that is spoken out. If you have a camera, you can also have visual identification of important topics that are sensitive. Now, some of you say, well, classic DJI drones, commercial drones, they're quite easy to see inside an office space, and they're not quite silent. But as you can see on the right, the lower picture is a frame from the movie Eye in the Sky, which I can highly recommend, from 2015. There's a scene when they have this little bug and they fly it inside a compound to identify a certain person. It seemed very science fiction-y at the time, but in the upper corner you have the Black Hornet drone, tiny drone developed by a Swedish company, which kind of shows that Eye in the Sky was not far-fetched when they suggested the idea of having smaller drones that can fly inside buildings, compartments, and identify information. So this is basically the paradigm shift of security, spatial awareness that goes on inside open volumes. Next slide, please. Now you might say, well, that was an office. Certainly, institutions that are known to be potential targets, they should have taken precautions. And yes, you would probably be right. The picture here of the Christian Borg Palace in Denmark, which houses our parliament, they have gotten a new security perimeter in 2018, where you see these stones were placed around to ensure that cars, vans, something like that, didn't drive all the way up to the parliament. But it as well represents a very two-dimensional understanding of security. And although it is important to also have this level of security, it's not all. So a quick quiz. How many windows are open on this picture behind me? You might try and guess, but I will say next slide, please. There are 9 windows open. Again, it goes to say that the idea from 2015, which then seemed so far-fetched, that we can have small, tiny bugs fly inside compounds and identify information, is simply not an off-topic today. And I mean, imagine getting a microphone into the chair of an important committee's office, This is a photo found on Google, so I cannot date it, but it's after 2018 when the security perimeter were installed, and it represents the lack of spatial awareness that we need to consider today. Next slide, please. Now, Rome wasn't built in a day, and the change to a spatial understanding of security will not happen so shortly either. But we can begin with imagining what a future will, with spatial threats, look like, inspired by Eldon's volumetric turn. Now, for this, I've been inspired by the signs around military bases that specifically says no drones. And it's a funny thing because this picture on the lower left is a picture of the army barracks in Copenhagen. There are roughly 300 soldiers that all have rifles and are very well trained. Anyone getting in there would have a hard time getting out alive, so to say. But drones, it seems they can just fly in. And many tourists, because this is also a historic site in Copenhagen, they want to do that. So this sort of like the fence that has worked for hundreds of years, it now obsolete to this new technology. And inspired by that, I've taken the volumetric turn quite literally and turned a 2D drone map of the zones where you're not allowed to fly, as you saw earlier, into this 3D model, creating these sort of foamy spheres. And then I'm asking the question, what might that look like in real life? Next slide, please. On the left, you see the police headquarters in Copenhagen with their open atrium, with their often political annunciations, policies being proclaimed there. And on the right, you have Novo Nordisk headquarters north of Copenhagen. And first, we got to understand that the challenge here is not thinking about drones with explosives, somebody actively want to do bodily harm. Even, as I said, drones with flags can create turmoil, and you might expect how if a minister in the atrium of the police headquarters is announcing a new law, strengthening some security grip, how disturbing it would be if someone flew in a flag with a political statement during that session. So while a drone hovering might still instill fear on crowds leading to panic, the potential for disruption is larger than that of direct bodily harm. Other examples is the company Huawei that during a 5G network contract in Denmark was accused of using drones to spy on investigations of the 11th floor of a high-rise building, also showing that even if you sit on a high floor and think who could get up here, a drone can because it moves three-dimensionally. This goes to say that if the price is right and there is enough to win, anybody would be interested in doing this. Again, Novo Nordisk, of course, why not? You could send a drone during an important business meeting. Thank you. For example, regarding the promotion or release of a new product. And why just send only one drone? With autonomous drones, you could send 100. You could send several drones to loiter for days as they do not tire, like people in a van trying to do espionage. And you can even send a drone doing some very obvious distraction while a smaller drone gets in the back door. So this is realizing that while AI might be turbocharging everything, the autonomy creates the small autonomous drones will be able to loiter for days. And to counter this, we will simply have to seal off entire spaces to create the very obstacles that the Danish Defense Commissions deemed impossible. And this represents that if the Danish police headquarters simply put a dome under their atrium, they would be, at least to some degree, one problem less. And also, of course, there's a cyber component. I won't go into that, but just acknowledge that it's also there. And now some of you might think, well, this is a bit far-fetched. Shouldn't you just get out of the office more? And they might be right so. But if we have the next slide, I've found examples of how the spatial awareness starts to appear in real life, showing that this is a challenge that should be taken seriously. This is a concept I was shown by a Ukrainian colleague just a week ago from a Telegram post showing how Russian invaders are creating secure lines of infrastructure by, as I said, closing off specific volumes so that the drones cannot enter there. And you see the pictures around it are these soldiers simply setting up nets. And now this concept might just have been established for a handful of drones, But for thousands of drones and then some with crewed autonomy, something like this will be extremely important if you want to secure your infrastructure lines or other important assets. And other than this, you have Ukrainian companies that are ready to launch what they call a fog of war, with simply having so many autonomous drones that like a kilometer-wide fog of wild bees will be able to hurt anyone who enters that area, which again speaks to how the air itself is at risk of becoming securitized. Next slide, please. So ultimately, every open volume of air is at risk of becoming securitized, and I've tried to look at other environments where the atmosphere is hostile to find the extreme other end of the spectrum. And to avoid this scenario of having to build these science fiction-y space-like cities, we need to think about the security in a new way. It's not enough anymore to say that if you send one drone, we will simply send another drone to counter it, because then it just becomes a battle of production. And besides, most drones are so small that they will most likely go undetected anyways. I've attended hackathons where teams of bright students build drones targeting lasers through pattern recognitions in just a matter of a few days. So it goes to say that AI is the solution as well as the challenge. But while I do not want to exaggerate the risk of drone swarms, if we're not careful, there is a great risk that the current AI arms race and the unlimited proliferation of drones could end up changing our peacetime societies much in the same way lethal armed drones have changed battlefields. So I will leave you with this, the concept of spatial security, that autonomous drones risk securitizing the air itself, while well-defined cross-sector cooperation will matter more and more for both safety, security, and trust in domestic urban spaces. And to just ensure that this goes further than just the idea of swarms, but tries to begin to articulate how the mere concept of swarms itself will affect our societies. And so spatial security is not as much a concept as simply a beginning to understand between the different services, branches, authorities that work on this, that they need to break down the barriers and create a uniform language that can be used for intersectional planning, training, and coordinating unmanned and counter-unmanned operations in a world of platformed AI across all domains. Because while this has been focusing on the air domain, it goes without saying that it's also relevant for, say, sub-maritime operations as well. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Charles. It was very interesting to see a photo with where people using hawks for counter drones purpose. It reminded me that maybe animal protection organization is a key stakeholder in this conversation. So I would like to take a privilege as the facilitator and ask you one question. You talk a lot about the mini drones. Some of them are looks like insects. But how effective are these in real battlefield scenario? I would imagine they have limited connection, communication distance. They don't function very well in internet denial environment. So how effective are they, like strategically, maybe? Thank you.
Well, thank you. First of all, I say I don't have any stocks or economic interests in any of the drones mentioned here, but something like the Black Hornet is. Oh yeah, something like the Black Hornet is quite effective. It has both a camera and a microphone, and in its civil purposes, it's mostly used to, for example, fly into if there's a fire in a building. The firefighters can use it to enter the building and get a operational awareness before potentially risking lives to go into that very same building. So they definitely have purposes, but it's also something, as you saw on the picture, it was a soldier holding it, that under the right conditions, if you want special ops where being unrecognized is an important asset, this will definitely be relevant. And to talk a bit about the autonomy itself, one thing that many in these circles are worried about is that while we can do, for example, radio frequency jamming. The more autonomous the drones are, the less relevant the RF jamming will be, simply because if the drone is trained well enough to say, for example, that it has simply learned a map of a terrain, it will know where it is, even though it's not receiving any informations, directions via a radio controller. So I'm glad you asked that question, because it exactly points to the fact that while now many drones might be steered by people who got a new president, maybe ill actors, they're steering it manually. But what we see in Ukraine and other places, and especially with these partnerships between AI producers and the defense industry, is that autonomy in drones is a real threat, because it's simply so much harder to track, as today radio frequency is one of the most effective ways to track drones, other than with the naked eye.
Thank you. And we just got 2 questions from the audience. So we just got 2 questions from the audience. So the first one, what kind of collaboration between the public and private sectors is needed to address these concerns around drones?
Well, thank you. I think the important first step, because this is eating an elephant, you got to do it in small bites. The first part is simply safety promotion. The promotion of correct procedures, building a just culture for flying with drones. As I said, it's pilots, actual aviation experts have been trained for years and years and are very specific, according, like they are following procedures and everything, where now someone who has no experience in aviation can simply go out and fly a drone. So I think building safety culture will eliminate a lot of the clutter that there is, because the problem is that you cannot identify the intent of a drone if it's simply hovering above you. And that's why a drone that is maybe not malicious might be mistaken for something that's hostile flying over a festival crowd. So I think building safety promotion, safe practices is an important way to make sure that we eliminate as much of the noise that we can, and make sure that if we then see drones in the wrong places, we know that they shouldn't be there.
Thank you. The next question, spatial security needs enormous funding. How can this be feasible for developing countries?
I think there is definitely a part of funding to something. There's definitely part of funding to something like a platform that can do information sharing. I think that a lot of money flows will be directed to some of these areas anyway, simply because the way AI is turbocharging a lot of decision making, there has to be that information sharing. And this is not going to say that everyone should be in on these platforms, but with the right security clearance, there should be information sharing. So regarding costs, I think it's probably a bit above my pay grade to say who should do it. And I think many people might disagree on governments. Is it the pilots themselves flying, which would change a lot of who would be able to fly? I think there's many answers to that question, but the important first thing is to start the conversation.
So the next question, does strict regulation on civilian drones use lower the risks? Civilian drones lower the risk you have outlined, or is the technology just too accessible now?
I think that is maybe that's the head on the nail. That is probably like the biggest challenge, and why this is also considered such a wicked problem, because humans are at best sometimes not rational. And I've been working this during my time at the Danish Civil Aviation Agency. We saw chat rooms that said, oh, the rules, they are so mean, they're so frivolous that, I just don't care, I'll just fly without him. So there is definitely a point that very strict rules might have the effect, because this is a consumer segment that is not used to having rules enforced on their hobbies or their birthday presents, that they might simply not care. And then there is a part of, do you have police giving out fines? How hard does those fines have to hit to make sure people don't go in that direction? So it's a wicked problem. And I think that, again, there has to be a conversation. I think a lot of countries have started. In the EU, you have the EASA who's setting regulations, which has come a very long way. But still, you see these things. So I think there is definitely a truth to the commercial drones being so simply massively proliferated, anyone can go out and buy them, that the information sharing, and that's again the need for safety promotion, is so important, because you cannot stop drones. It's like you cannot just ban them. It's still out there.
Next question, in the civilian domain, do you not see legal or institutional limitations coupled with hard kill capabilities as a way to create effective norms around drone use?
I guess the hot kill would be simply like hot kill refers to simply shutting off a drone, I assume. There are talks about building something which is called a U-space, to kind of have a space where all aviation is coordinated, which goes to one of the solutions also being AI generated, where all drones, helicopters, planes will be coordinated amongst themselves, so you would always be aware of what is in that space. I think that is something that could potentially sort of help limit the effects of this. But the problem is, as I said, there's very few ways to actually enforce this, because the technological opportunities still are so very limited. So even though you have the concept of, say, a U-space, I know many would disagree with me on this, but I think that the U-space is not a mature concept enough, because if you cannot enforce who enters it, the whole idea of having a space where everyone is coordinated falls apart, because then someone can just fly a drone in there and not be part of that. So it's very hard to enforce these concepts, and that's also part of the problem.
And I guess it's legitimate to add one line that we need more conversation about these issues. So we need many conversations. The last question, how should we define and regulate autonomous, semi-autonomous, and automated drones for urban security?
Well, I think regulating, as I said, we come a long way. You have the International Aviation Organization, ICAO, you have the EU, you have United Nations that also did a white paper on securing cities. So this is a new disruptive tech, and I think some regulation will always try to catch up with very quickly developing technology. So we have taken the first steps, and we simply have to go further. I'm just trying to address what I see as a lot of people are trying to attack this problem at the same time with their cultural, institutional backgrounds. So this is also to say that if we do this, regulation will have to cross these silos of law enforcement, military, and civil, because the risk of it not happening, as I said, would be that we might have to live in these science fiction-y limited spaces of volume.
That's all questions we have. Thank you, Charles, for this engaging conversations.
Thanks so much.
As AI integrates more deeply into societal systems, its risk extends beyond military application to border societal destabilization. To conclude our panel, we welcome Mr. Krishnakumar Gurumurthy from Volvo Cars, who will present lightning talks on multi-dimensional security risk and social destabilization concerns of AI.
Very good morning. My name is Krishnakumar. I'm an architecture and engineer working in Volvo, Sweden. And thank you for the opportunity to present here in front of respectable luminaries and dignitaries. By the way, what I present here are my own opinions and views. It doesn't represent the official position of my institutions. So I'm here to talk about security concerns and social destabilization aspects of AI. So to set the context, despite unprecedented growth of AI at a breakneck speed, the lack of human and social safety systems that aren't matured enough to handle the adverse effects of AI is a little concerning. Well, this is due to the fact the changing landscape of AI and also the disconnect between the AI systems and other societal systems like law enforcement, economics, governance, and social psychology and human and machine interaction. So let's delve into the social aspects of it. With the underregulated or unregulated AI systems in place, we could help hostile forces create what we call information disorder machines, which could act as a reservoir of silent destabilizing forces. Some of the well-known effects of information disorder machines are IDM, are echo chambers, filter bubbles, polarizations, subversion tactics, so on and so forth, micro-targeting as well. So to understand the real impact of it, let's sidestep and talk about something else, center of gravity. So what is the center of gravity? It's a median position of an object where the weight exerts. So in my body's center of gravity, say it's here. Let's say if an external force hits me from the side, I fall down. Or maybe I get destabilized and then I collect my equilibrium. So now, remember these two words, center of narrative gravity or center of cognitive gravity. What does this mean? This implies your self-identity, self-experience, or self-expression. So, equivalent to an external force, what if a powerful disinformation campaign that micro-targets me? This undermines the analytical framework upon which my value system is built, or maybe my thinking pattern is built. So I perceive my threats as opportunities and my opportunities as threats, strength as weakness and weakness as strength. So now replace the self with the collective self, which is your sect of people or a class of people, or it could be a community of people. So what if such a disinformation campaign targets a group of society, targets a particular society or a sect or a class? So this again undermines the collective analytical framework upon which their value system is built, how they trust each other, how they co-create each other, how they collaborate each other, and their strength, their security, and their weakness, their threats, opportunities, collectively it impacts. So in summary, it reduces the social capital of the society substantially, which could have a lot of other consequences. So now, with intelligent machines pervading our personal and social spheres, the keys to the levers of social trust could land in the camp of a hostile forces of some kind. Then it will cause irreversible or irreparable structural damages to the very social institution that inspires us to do great things. So, well, this process has been there, these kind of problems has been there for ages. Is it a new thing? It's an existing phenomenon. Every society has gone through it. But with a force multiplier as disruptive as AI, it could accelerate this destabilization. So are we prepared to handle this accelerating force? So now let's delve into the security aspects. In a multi-domain modeling and digitalization context, entire power of the nation state is projected onto information domain. So any domain, in this case information domain, should possess at least 3 capabilities to qualify itself as a domain boundary. So it is protection of its assets or resources, control or governance over its assets or resources, and denial of access to the adversaries to their assets and resources. So now, this information domain broadly comprises 3 layers. From your physical layer, where your digital infra is there, and your info layer, and your cognitive layer. So now, cognitive layer, where the people are humans, we perceive and transmit information. So with the AI in place, each of these layers has these AI systems at a varying degree of autonomy. So now, the very dynamics of the warfare changes, information warfare changes due to the exposure of these critical stack to the very disruptive nature of AI. Well, on the contrary, the guardrails and the kill chain tools to defend us against these adverse effects can also be built by AI. So now, let's put all the prospective aspects of AI as a driving force, and the measures of mitigating the adverse impact of AI as a restraining force. Let's do a force field analysis, whether the vehicle moves forward or stalls. Yes, that's up to the policymakers to decide upon. We can use many other frameworks to challenge this landscape and understand and study and apply varying techniques. Well, To summarize, as a policymaker, tech evangelist, or a tech entrepreneur, we strive for the integration and adoption of any new technologies into the society, in this case AI, in a sustainable, responsible, and an ethical way. So thank you for the opportunity. Yeah,
Thank you for highlighting the wider societal risk of AI. Dear audience, this session has given us a comprehensive overview of the destabilization risk posed by AI and possible strategies to mitigate them. As AI continues to evolve, it is critical for all of us to collaborate in building a resilient global governance framework. Thank you all. Thank you to our audience and our speakers for your valuable contribution, and I look forward to continue this discussion throughout this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Jinje, for your great facilitation of this first session. We're definitely off to a very good start, and I'm also very pleased to see the level of engagement that we're getting through our online Q&A platform, Slido. So if you've just connected online or just entered the room, please do join the conversation by asking your questions through Slido. You can see it on the screen behind me, or you have on your desks also the QR code that you can scan, and please submit your questions there. Believe it or not, for the first time in the history of conferences, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. So even if we had not planned for a formal break, we do have about 10 minutes before the next session starts. I would invite you, though, to not go too far, because what we're having next is a very interesting fireside chat between our director, Dr. Robin Geiss, and His Excellency Omran Sharaf, the Assistant Foreign Minister for Advanced Science and Technology of the United Arab Emirates. It's going to be a great conversation, and I do invite you to don't go too far, mingle, stay in the room if you can, go out if you want, but we will be starting at 11:55 sharp. So please help us continuing this great conference and come back on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can please ask you to take your seat. We are about to start. I would really appreciate if you could take your seat, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 11:55 sharp, and with Swiss precision, we are ready to resume this conference. If you can please have a seat, and we are ready to start. It is our pleasure to welcome here on stage His Excellency Omran Sharaf, the Assistant Foreign Minister for Advanced Science and Technology of the United Arab Emirates, who is joined by UNIDIR's director, Dr. Robin Geis, for an interesting fireside chat. So I will, leave the floor immediately to the two of them for this interesting conversation. Please, Robin, over to you.
Well, thank you, Giacomo, and welcome back everyone into the room. This is the fireside chat, and it's a great pleasure for me to welcome His Excellency Mr. Omran Sharaf, the Assistant Foreign Minister for Advanced Science and Technology of the United Arab Emirates. The UAE, of course, has emerged as a regional and global leader in science and technology, and not only through ambitious investments and strategic initiatives, but also through forward-looking and proactive approach to policy making. From space exploration to artificial intelligence, the UAE is demonstrating how innovation can be harnessed in support of national development and international cooperation. We're very honored to have His Excellency with us here today to share insights into the UAE's vision and leadership in this unique space. Before we start, let me just remind you that we have the Slido platform, and you're more than welcome to submit your questions. So with that, we'll dive right into the discussion, I would say. The first question I have for you, Minister, you have a unique and very extensive technical background, of course, and you had it already before assuming this position. What do you think are some of the differences in approach you noticed from the engineering world that you came from to the policy world? Over to you, please.
All right. First of all, I'd like to thank you for having us here and to be part of this important discussion. And just to jump into the question you just asked, well, it's very interesting. As an engineer, I had to work with scientists. And scientists always ask questions, and engineers always take those questions and translate them into products, solutions, or systems that will answer those questions. So scientists ask questions, but sometimes don't have the answers for these questions. Engineers need to have answers for everything. So shifting into policy was basically like working with scientists or becoming scientists, because with policy making, sometimes you don't have the answers. So the transition was quite unique, I have to say. However, my previous experience within the space sector, I was very involved also in formulating or informing UAE's space policy and strategies, but also I was involved in setting up different organizations and entities within UAE's ecosystem related to science and technology. So was there a big shift? Yes, there was a big shift, but was it kind of an area that I had not experienced before? No, I did experience aspects of it, but going into foreign affairs actually brought even more kind of challenging questions to the table. You're not just talking about, building your science and tech ecosystem, but also you're taking into account geopolitics, which by itself, it's an engineering problem that you have to tackle sometimes to be able to move forward.
Yeah, indeed. And so when it comes to responsible innovation, perhaps, sorry. I was being too interactive here already. When it comes to responsible innovation in particular, and this is what we're after, of course, with this conference, among other things, how has being a technologist influenced your approach to policy, personally?
So in general, so being, again, coming from a technology background, again, what helped me in policy kind of approach is that I approach it as a problem-solving, risk management approach. So working on a mission that required UAE to reach Mars with a very short time frame, with a very limited budget, pushed me and the team kind of out of our comfort zone, made us become very thorough with our approach when it comes to scheduling, when it comes to problem solving and breaking down the problems into sub-problems and tackling them. So that kind of experience really, I was able to apply it in my work today. It does annoy some of my colleagues because sometimes, it's too detailed, it's too thorough, and there is a lot of unknowns. But again, I think it adds values in the sense that you tackle things as a problem-solving issue rather than just like a general policy issue.
And when it comes to international peace and security, are there lessons learned from your work, how we can foster international peace and security in the era of AI innovation?
So a very important question, to be honest with you. And when it comes to approaching, is it working? Yeah, it is. International security. I mean, one of the challenges that working even when I was chairing the United Nations Committee for Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, something that even before chairing it, I've always noticed, but then it became more relevant to me when I was actually working in this area. I think when it comes to approaching things today, is very different than what it used to be in the past. And we spoke about this yesterday. In the past, it was very easy to separate safety and sustainability from security. Today, when it comes to emerging critical technologies and advanced technologies, that's becoming bigger of a challenge. They're very, very interlinked. And having different platforms to discuss these problems are important, and it should be the way it is. However, having the people that attend both forums at the same time, or like the same teams who approach safety and sustainability, and the ones also approaching security, working together is even more critical today. The reason why I'm saying this is because the line or the difference between, in the past it was very easy for us to say this is civilian and this is military. In the past it was very easy for us to say, only state actors would own these technologies and we will control it. Today, with emerging technologies, this is becoming very difficult. The line between civilian and military is becoming more kind of vague, and it's a gray area. So almost everything today that we approach is turning into a dual-use technology. So we have to approach it together. Both teams that deal with security and the ones that are dealing with safety have to work together in tackling the new issues that will be coming up with that regard. And the other thing that we have to keep in mind also, I mean, emerging technologies are even more difficult to keep kind of non-state actors away from. They're very involved, whether they're responsible or irresponsible. And in a world that we live in today, to be very honest with you, we have violent non-state actors owning ballistic technologies, which sometimes state actors don't even own. So could you imagine new technologies or emerging technologies that are currently being used by companies, by governments, one day ending up in the wrong hands. We shouldn't be paranoid. We should be very smart about the way we approach it, because there's a lot of opportunities and a lot of benefits that those emerging technologies bring to the table. But at the same time, we should be very cautious not to be reckless about it and work on systems that kind of ensures responsible behavior, brings transparency, and make sure there are controls put in place that it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Having said all this, I think this really changes the approach. And I think we have to be very innovative and creative when it comes to approaching the new era of technology. In the past, it was, when it came to geopolitics, or foreign policy, it was very simple. It was either security and defense that defined that. After the Cold War ended, a new element came into the equation, and that was economics. Today, we have technology being an important pillar in geopolitics and shaping geopolitics. So the polarization that's happening because of geopolitics is something that we have to be very careful of, because it will affect how we approach emerging technologies. The polarization in geopolitics could lead to polarization in discussions related to emerging technologies, in which the different set of standards and codes of ethics and approaches and guidelines might be the result of the polarization. And that's something that you don't want. That's something that's very dangerous. So how do we approach it in a way that we're able to converge those discussions? How are we able to approach it in which we ensure responsible behavior? How do we approach it in a way that we even better understand the demography, the cultural values, the ecosystems of different societies? If you look at us as a UAE, you're talking about a country that has more than 200 nationalities living in it. A country that every single person who lived in it contributed in putting UAE's name around Mars on the 9th of Feb 2021. A country that has people from different faiths, different backgrounds living together. Our threshold, like the thing also about the UAE, before I say this, the thing about the UAE, whoever moves to the UAE and lives in the UAE, we don't ask them to change. We tell them stay the way you are. This is what makes us unique. In other countries, and that's fine, that works very well for other countries, usually people have to adapt to the way that people in other countries live in when they move there. In our case, no. However, given our approach and our model and our philosophy, our thresholds for extremism might be a little bit different than the thresholds in other countries. So how do we define those thresholds of extremism? What is violent? What is not violent? People have the right to say what they want to say, but also people have the right to feel safe and secure, especially in a country like the UAE. So how do we balance things? So these are questions that we have to be very careful and very thorough about when we approach the issues of emerging technologies, whether it's AI or other areas, quantum, genomes, and other topics that are related to the future technologies that we'll be using in our daily lives.
Thank you very much, and for also adding quantum and genomes, and we talked about it yesterday, to the list of issues to be discussed. Thank you also for describing this fluidity in the spectrum, I think, between security and safety on the one hand, civilian and military. Its dual use might not even be the right term anymore. It is multiple use across the board for many things. And one of the challenges, of course, is that the old structures of international law and governance systems are, in a way, a bit, have a dichotomy, which is pretty rigid still. And so accommodating this fluidity that we're seeing is indeed one of the great challenges that we're grappling with in this room. And thank you also for your call for more creative approaches and creativity. That's certainly something that we at UNIDIR would like to spare. And I think, one of the approaches is, of course, the multi-stakeholder approach, which we're very much pursuing in this conference setting that you see here in front of you. It is very and genuinely multi-stakeholder. And so the UAE, of course, also has a lot of experience with public-private partnerships. And maybe you can speak to those a little bit, some lessons learned from the private-public partnerships that you have seen or created for this audience here.
Well, that's a very important question. And that addresses the issue of, I guess, also capacity building. One of the main things that why the UAE was able to build its space program and its science and technology ecosystem in a very short period of time, literally in less than 20 years we did it, was because we didn't start from scratch. We start where others ended, and we work with them and learn from them. But what was important to that was know-how and how to do it in a responsible way. So I'm very biased towards the space program, and I'm going to use it as an example. But so in our space program, for example, when we worked with our South Korean partners in building UAE's first remote sensing satellites, we didn't just go and procure it. We went through a deep knowledge transfer program with them, in which we shared our background IP with them. They shared their background IP with us. We generated foreground IP together. However, that brought this transparency into the picture, that brought checkpoints into the picture, but also created that kind of a collaboration in which the mindset of the teams of our scientists or engineers in the UAE and the mindset of the scientists and engineers in Korea were very well aligned. And we did it with a private company. So they didn't look at it as, okay, this is our bread and butter, we're not going to give it to them. No, they actually shared it with us. And today, till this day, they are our main partners when it comes to Earth observation satellites. Why? Because by default, our engineers, from a risk point of view, the design, the system architecture that they have in mind is similar to the system architecture that our South Korean colleagues have. So from a risk point of view, by default, they're going to work with them. If you look at our deep space mission, our main partner is University of Colorado Boulder. We work with them in building Emirates Mars mission. And exactly the same way, and that's academic entity in the US. Today, they are our main partners in our deep space mission, which is the asteroid belt mission, which is based on the system architecture of the Emirates Mars mission. Simply because from a risk point of view, it makes sense, but also from an engineering and scientist approach, they're comfortable working with their colleagues there. So we did work together in different areas in this, but also another example I would like to use, which is an excellent example, is our nuclear program. We worked with South Korea, and there was a know-how aspect to it, but also it was a consortium that included countries like the US, in which there was a lot of transparency, a lot of checkpoints put in place, a lot of systems put in place that allowed us to work together on sensitive technologies. So there are cases in which we're able to actually work with partners in highly sensitive technology that involve know-how and knowledge sharing. So with that also responsibility comes, with that also transparency comes. So the approach of trying to just being transactional and putting safeguards, I think doesn't really protect and doesn't ensure safety and security. The approach of having that strategic partnership between whether it's private, academic, or government-to-government cooperation, which involves joint development of knowledge and IP, that creates that strategic reliance, but also brings transparency and kind of systemize and institutionalize the systems in place that ensures and actually creates the culture between our science and technology, the scientists and engineers community that enforces responsible behavior.
Sorry for the delay with the mic. Thank you. That's extremely interesting. And I think a lot can be gleaned for the policy discussions that we're having here. And we should envisage what these strategic partnerships for jointly generated knowledge could look like in a policy setting like the one we have here. Excuse me, His Excellency has kindly agreed to take as many questions from the floor as we have time to answer. Time is running quickly. So I'll stop asking my questions and turn to the audience now. And the first question I have here for you is, in what ways is the UAE positioning itself as a bridge between the global north and global south in AI development and regulation?
Really, really good question. It's very difficult, I have to say. It's not easy. Given the current polarization that's happening globally. However, it's something that for us, it's critical and crucial. UAE's national interest requires us to work with the East and the West. We've done it for centuries before even the establishment of the UAE. The UAE, like the cities or the states in which formulates the UAE, were known to be hubs for centuries. So we always connected the East and the West. So having to choose sides is something very difficult for us. And having to navigate is something that is difficult, but we have to do. So it's basically, then this is why I'm saying the UAE has created partnerships in different areas, in sensitive technologies, whether it's space or nuclear, and today in AI. that requires us to put systems in place that will help us kind of navigate. It brings inefficiencies, yes, it does, into the kind of the process. However, it's something that we accept and we have to deal with. But then we have, as a UAE, we have 3 red lines, especially when it comes to technology. Our first red line is our sovereignty. The second red line is our credibility. And the third red line is the trust that our partners put in us and the trust that we put in our partners. Those are red lines for us. So even if we have to work with the East and the West, and even sometimes geopolitics requires that, you know, country A cannot work with country B, we have to put systems in place that allows us to work in specific areas with specific partners and other areas with other partners. So we don't choose sides, but we choose partners. And we put systems in place to ensure that our partners are protected and the requirements are met. I hope I answered that question.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And the next question goes to the UAE's role as a regional leader in tech investment, which, of course, is an important driver in all of these processes. So the question is, how is the UAE working with partners across the globe and beyond to shape a cooperative AI future?
So if you look at UAE's engagement in multilateral platforms, and especially in platforms like the United Nations, we've been working very hard, and the team here in Geneva and also in New York and also in Vienna, we've always been trying to be kind of the agents for the positive change and for converging discussions. So throughout our experience and the work that we've done over the past at least 5 years, whether it's in space or even in AI for the past 2.5 years, it was about engaging with different players in these discussions and try as much as possible to converge the discussions and ensure that the polarization doesn't get reflected into the technical discussions that we need to have, especially when it comes to actually coming up with codes of ethics and guidelines and systems in place that ensures responsible behavior.
Oh, here comes a difficult question. It goes back to what you already said about dual-use technology and how I said it's a bit of the elephant in the room. What lessons from the past can be applied to create practical and enforceable regulations for AI as a dual-use technology?
I think the lesson that we should be talking about is, again, finding ways that we have countries work together. And when I say countries, that includes their private sector, academic sector, and civil society also, working together on developing these technologies rather than having it transactional. It kind of, as I said, systemizes the responsible behavior into the relationships. But also there's a lot of lessons learned. I mean, if we look at, for example, what's happening today in the Red Sea, and you have a violent non-state actor that has access to ballistic technologies, that has access to drones technologies, and have access to civilian technologies that they actually convert into violent technologies, disruptive one. Is it very effective from a military point of view? Maybe not. But is it creating a negative impact and disrupting the global trade system and economic ecosystem globally? Yes, it is. So I think there is a case study for us to see here and try to understand, I mean, how a violent non-state actor has access to such technologies and how it's able to deploy it in a way that it's actually affecting the world. And the UAE has been talking about this since 2015. But we didn't take it seriously. No, we took it seriously, but some partners didn't. So the question is, how do we learn from these lessons? How are we able to translate those lessons learned into the current technologies, advanced technologies, and the future technologies, emerging technologies? And okay, based on my experience, having a deep collaboration between nations that involves responsible sharing of knowledge with systems in place to protect the intellectual properties of the partners, to protect the interests of the partners, and not allowing partners to sabotage each other is something that is very critical, I think. And it's, again, not a comfortable approach, not an efficient approach, but it's an effective approach, I believe.
And also, maybe as a follow-up to that, what ethical challenges does the UAE foresee in the rapid deployment of AI in critical infrastructure and security sectors?
So the way that UAE approaches AI, it's basically AI for good, to basically improve the quality of life of the population of the UAE and of the citizens of this planet, our beautiful planet. So our approach is always about, again, quality of life, improving the healthcare system, improving the educational system, improving the social benefits of this technology. And maybe an element of it might be about, again, it's related to security or protecting the population of a specific country or society. But the main driver is, again, the quality of life, improving the quality of life of our population.
And if I may, turn it in a slightly different direction. It's a personal interest that I have, and we discussed it yesterday already. We had a big event here yesterday on imagining digital peace in the future. It was a very forward-looking kind of panel. And now the Secretary General of the United Nations, he is putting a lot of emphasis on foresight, more forward-looking politics to get out of this eternally reactive cycle of running after one crisis after the other. Now, I do know the UAE has also been, in a way, a leader in foresight policies, foresight-oriented policies, engaging this kind of approach in many of your policy work. Could you speak a little to your experiences, especially as we're now discussing AI, which is such a fast-moving field? If, we started the morning by saying governance is eternally behind, the technology is going so fast. If we don't adopt a foresight approach, it'll be very hard to catch up. So I'd be very keen to hear your insights there.
I mean, you're absolutely correct. I mean, I think foresight is something that's very critical for not just bodies like the United Nations, but I think also governments around the world. UAE strategies and vision has always based on strategic foresight and about the vision for the future. When we started our space program in 2006, the vision was not about reaching Mars. The vision was not about having an Earth observation mission. The vision was the country wanted to build its science and technology ecosystem for the future of its economy. To be competitive internationally and globally, you have to be creative and innovative. And to be creative and innovative, you need to have a very, very, very well-established science and technology sector. And the UAE thought, you know what? I don't have time. And the fastest way to do so is through a space program. So the space program was a catalyst to build our science and technology capability that we required to address our national needs and our economic needs. That was in 2006. So we started with our Earth observation missions. In 2014, UAE announced that they're going to go to Mars. We didn't go to the moon. We actually skipped the moon. We decided to go straight to Mars. Countries usually start, with Earth observation missions and go into communication missions and then go into science missions around Earth and then pass by the moon and then orbit the moon and then maybe go to Mars. We skipped all that. We went from Earth observation and communications all the way to Mars. And the reason why we did that is because we don't have time. So the forecast was technology will play a vital role. Emerging technologies will reshape the world, and we need to be part of that. And that vision started in 2006 and was re-emphasized in 2014 with the announcement of the Mars mission. And we had to deliver the mission in 6 years with $200 million. So the approach was you need to come up with a new approach. You cannot follow the golden rules that usually space agencies follow, and we didn't. We had to actually come with a new philosophy when it comes to our system architecture, which, touch wood, worked. So that approach of actually delivering a mission that usually takes 10 to 12 years in 6 years, that approach of delivering a mission that usually costs between $600 million to almost $1 billion for only $200 million is actually, we believe, the approach that should be taken also in building capacity in science and tech and being efficient. So, and today you see companies around the world that coming with new, very innovative ways of delivering systems for a fraction of the cost of what it used to be in the past.
You know, there's a lot to be gleaned, again, in terms of what you just said about cost efficiency, agility, and so on, I think, for the multilateral system more generally. Now, a final question. Time is running up, and it's going a bit in circles, but as I said, this is the elephant in the room in many ways. So back to dual use. Sorry for jumping a little bit, but it's the questions as they come in. So given the dual use nature of many AI technologies, how is the UAE managing the tension between innovation and openness and national security? I think that's a big one and a great question to conclude this.
It's a really good question, and it's a difficult balance. The thing is, do we need to have regulations? Yes, we do need to have regulations, but the regulations need to nurture the sector rather than govern it. Let's put it that way. So not over-regulating, I think, is something critical and necessary, because there's a lot of benefits that we'll be getting out of AI and the applications that will come with it that will improve the quality of life for the population for humanity in general. And again, national security, and this is taking me to that point of how do we define certain thresholds. Each country's national interest is different than others. Each country's national challenge is different. Each country's national security challenges are different than others. And with that, the thresholds will be different. So how can we work together in a way that we also understand and respect other countries' different thresholds, given the challenges that they have? And I think this is a question that cannot be just answered in platforms within one country, within an interagency process. It's a question that we need to be discussing in the multilateral platforms, and we need to have honest and open discussions, and we need to be very sensitive and open to other societies, their cultural values, their demography, their political systems that they have in place that actually work for them. So when we approach it as a UAE, again, we look at our needs and requirements. We need to look at our demography and what makes the UAE where it is today, and what will guarantee our sustainable development and safety and security and stability that we need in a region that is extremely harsh from a geopolitical point of view. But also, as a country, we are aware and considerate of other countries' political structures, systems in place, and cultural values, which we respect and try to work with them regardless of the differences. So I think that's very critical also when it comes to working with partners around the world, that they also understand our needs. They understand our demography, understand our political structure. We come from a tribal system. That tribal system made us survive for centuries, this harsh environment that we live in, the desert environment, and also the harsh geopolitical environment. That got translated into an institutional monarchy. An institutional monarchy system that's based on an inclusive tribal system. And this is very important for us that our partners understand that also. And this inclusive system is what made the UAE what it is today, because we have people from all around the world working and living in the UAE, building their lives, but also building our nation.
Thank you so much. And you're saying this to a very inclusive audience here today at our conference. That brings us to the end of the fireside chat. Excellency, I would like to thank you very much for your insightful, very inspiring remarks and for engaging so interactively with the audience through the Slido platform. I was reading, but it was the audience you were engaging with. That just leaves one thing to do. Will the audience please join me in a round of applause for our speaker? That's great. You should do more.
All right, thank you very much, Your Excellency, for an amazing fireside chat. We're now ready to transition to the next segment of this conference. In fact, as we are moving from the theme of destabilization towards a more technical discussion around lifecycle management, data practices, we thought it would be good to insert a dedicated panel to one of the initiatives that has already been mentioned today, particularly in the opening remarks, that it's really a product of the REAIM initiative, the Global Commission on Responsible AI in the Military Domain, that I also, by the way, have the pleasure of being involved in as an expert advisor. We have the honor and pleasure of welcoming here on stage a combination of commissioners and experts that are serving on the Global Commission to really try to understand a little bit better what it is, how it's working, and what kind of output we can expect as a community to see being produced by the Commission. So I would like to invite to join me here on stage, Denise Garcia from Northeastern University, Pak Shun Ing from the Ministry of Defense of Singapore, Thompson Changeta from the Liverpool John Moores University, and Roy Lindelof from the Netherlands Defense Academy. Welcome, all. Thank you so much for joining us. So I would like to start by reminding everyone that, of course, Slido platform is open, and do not hesitate to ask questions, and I will be very efficient in transmitting them over to the panel. And also reminding the colleagues at the back of the room that if you have trouble hearing us, please do use the earpiece, as that helps a lot amplifying the volume. So I would like to start with a question to you, Denise, to really help the audience here in the room and online understand what is the Global Commission on Responsible AI in the Military Domain, what is its main goal, and how does it fit within the kind of evolving landscape of governance initiatives around AI in the military domain.
Thank you indeed, dear Dr. Giacomo Persi. It's an honor to be here today. Indeed, thank you our hosts for the organization of this extremely exciting conference by UNIDIR. Indeed, the Global Commission is formed by a very exciting, extraordinary group of people, 19 commissioners and 40 experts. And these are very thoughtful, but also very kind people, and I have been enjoying working with them tremendously. Very energizing, very synergistic. The Global Commission is indeed a bridge builder among different stakeholders and epistemic communities. We are assisting norm building. It's also an idea and knowledge incubator, and it's also a platform for new and original works on the domain, indeed. So the Commission was established to promote mutual awareness and understanding among the many communities that are involved in thinking about this very complex matter, creating synergies and creating cooperative new avenues, supporting norm development and policy coherence in this field. So indeed, to contribute to global deliberations on the governance of AI in the military through the production of a report that is going to be released in June on the sideline of the NATO meeting at The Hague. And we are busy drafting the first version of the report. We have been meeting and indeed exchanging ideas. We have 4 areas. The Commission has 4 areas. The first is the technological foundations. The second is the implications for international peace and security and stability. The third is decision-making and responsibility. And fourth is the governance and regulation. The Global Commission has been involved in obviously being engaged in the very rich landscape of governance with other initiatives that are equally remarkable and important. Of course, one is the UN group of governmental experts on lethal autonomous weapons happening here in Geneva since 2014. Also, the UN Human Rights Council study on human rights implication of AI in the military domain. Also, the UN High-Level Advisory Body on AI. The Summit of the Future in New York in September. Some of us were present there. Also, the UK-led Safety Summit. The US-led Declaration on Responsible Use of AI by the State Department. We have been closely engaged with them. And of course, we have been following, welcomed the new resolutions, the UN resolutions on autonomous weapons in December 2023, and the AI in the military domain in October 24. So we are definitely indeed working to follow and be part of this evolving, very exciting, fruitful governance landscape. Additionally, we also been following the CARICOM, the Caribbean Community States on Autonomous Weapon Systems, and of course the ECOWAS on autonomous weapons as well. So with that, I can say that we merge different sets of knowledge, perspectives, and networks with a diplomatic mandate. The Global Commission is equipped to produce a very highly relevant output because it's so interdisciplinary and diverse and uniquely positioned as well. Indeed, we have also, I don't want to miss anything. I'm speaking as a global commissioner indeed, so I don't want to leave anything out. So, well, our work streams, as I mentioned to you, these 4 work streams took center stage in the lead up to the summit in Seoul. So that was last September with a wonderfully hospitable host, the South Korean government. So we showcased our work already, our initial work back then in several discussions, and we shaped critical participation at the summit in Seoul. We played a vital role and contributed to also at the prestigious high-level luncheon for national delegations. So that was indeed, I think, exciting. So as I said, dear colleagues, we are busy drafting now the first version of the report. We have been meeting and across the board, and I could not be more excited about what is lying ahead for us that I'm happy to talk about later.
Thank you, Denise, for this initial kind of tour d'horizon, describing a little bit what is the Commission, how it is structured, and what are the main areas that it has been focusing on. I would like to now dig a little bit deeper into what are at least some of the preliminary findings that are emerging from the work of the different work streams. But before we go there, I actually would like to give the floor to Pak Shun here on my left, because the name in itself, there is military domain in the title, in the name, in many of these initiatives. So as one of the few representatives of the military and defense sector within the Commission, what are the relevant military perspectives and angles that you think the Commission, but more broadly, the entire community should consider when looking at AI in the military domain?
Well, thanks, Giacomo, for the introduction. And I guess before I start, I want to explain that I'm speaking here in my personal capacity. I think you will see in the picture my military uniform, but in the Commission, it's very clear that we are each exercising our role in our personal capacity. And I thought I want to set that context. The second point I would like to set the context is I see a lot of placards on the table. So I'm speaking to a lot of colleagues that I would have seen when I attend events here, such as the GG on laws. And I refer to your presence because I think from the Commission perspective, the end user or the target audience of the report is something that the Commission is very mindful of. We want to make sure that the recommendations and the strategic guidance report that we deliver are intended for states and for militaries. And I think that's the value that we hope this interdisciplinary composition of the Commission and the experts that Denise talked about would bring value to colleagues working at the diplomatic space, looking at the military space and looking at spaces to do with security. And it's in that perspective that later my colleagues on the panel will share some of the specific details. But to us, we thought that it was important to first establish the technological foundations, putting everyone on the same page on what exactly is military AI, and then recognizing some of the implications, not at the operational or the tactical level, but at the strategic level in relation to strategic stability and other related issues. And then to have the opportunity to think about the use cases, recognizing both the opportunities as well as the risks of military AI, and subsequently coming to some sort of recommendation on governance structures or governance mechanisms that can recognize not only the risk, and I think in the conference thus far, we have had a lot of conversations about the risk. But I thought from a military perspective, also important to recognize the opportunities that come with military AI. And that's something that Jerome earlier, when he talked about the opportunities from a logistics perspective, productivity, or in the command and control, or in other decision support systems perspective, I think there are opportunities just as there are risks. And it's important for governance mechanisms to recognize both so that we can harness it in a way that is useful and is productive and is fruitful. And this is something the Commission is very, very mindful of as well. We have a lot of good and hard conversations on how to manage the risks as well as the opportunities. And I look forward to continuing the conversation and providing the military perspective. So I'll stop there for now, and I'll leave my other colleagues to go into the details. Thanks.
Thank you, Pak Shul. Now, perhaps we can go a little bit deeper into the work of the various work streams. And understand, Roy, you will be able or been tasked with the difficult role of summarizing or briefing on some of the key findings of the first work stream that focuses on technology. So please.
Yes, thank you, Giacomo. It's working. No, thank you, Giacomo, and also again thanking UNIDIR for hosting the Global Commission here. That's very we are very grateful for that. So I want to say a few words on the first work stream, which is the technical foundations work stream. And actually, this work stream in the Global Commission frames the work for all the other work streams that are out there and that are working on the report. And I want to highlight several of the things that this work stream is working on, is thinking on, and also is thinking about giving the suggestions for implementation. And actually, I want to focus on 3 to 4 different lines of approach that we are looking at. So the first thing, of course, that we needed to do and that has been done is to develop a good glossary of key concepts. So what are the definitions that everybody in the other work streams is talking about, so that we have a clear depiction and field of the entire AI field that we are talking about. And of course, we are working from existing glossaries and definitions because there are many out there already. The second thing that we find really important to do is also to demystify existing misconceptions. Because as many of you might know, there are a lot of different misconceptions around the use of AI in general, but also in particular within the military domain. So we want to demystify these misconceptions. And you can think about the conception of killer robots or robot wars or clouds of drones and drone swarming. So we want to make it more clear from a technical perspective what this actually means, what is possible, what might be possible in the future, but also what is not possible. So we want to demystify these things. Another misconception that is out there a lot is about the possibility of AI to understand something. So the concept of understanding, which of course relates a lot to human cognition. And from a cognitive science perspective, there is a lot of knowledge about this. And actually, the perspective is that there is not much of understanding within AI systems. Understanding in a sense as human understanding. And this relates also to the ideas of learning algorithms and a machine learning something. So we really want to demystify and make clearly delineate the difference between AI, between machine learning, between data science, and what these different things entail and what they mean. Because this is really important also in the other work streams when we are talking about the risks and the opportunities. The third thing that we are looking at is to develop a comprehensive taxonomy on the use cases of AI. And I think also Jeroen van der Vlucht already mentioned this in the Dutch-based approach, that you can have an operational perspective in which you look at AI in the military domain. So think about intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, decision-making, etc. But also more from an administrative aspect, like logistics, predictive maintenance. And so we want to delineate these use cases also so that the other work streams are working on that. And I think we made quite some progress. The fourth thing that the work stream is also focusing on from a technical perspective is to bridge the gap between the high-level ethical principles and the use cases, because the high-level principles, of course, are very important. And on the other hand, you have all the different possible use cases, which there are, and I think we have already seen this today, there are a lot of use cases. So somewhere to operationalize the use of AI in the military domain, you need to find the golden middle. So we'll be proposing a contextualization framework for this. And the idea is that you look at different contexts across 3 key dimensions. One of the dimensions is the military domain that you are operating in, like land, air, sea, cyberspace. Another dimension could be the spectrum of conflict. Are we at peacetime? Are we at wartime? Are we in a gray zone operation? And the last dimension is the type of military activity. Is it a defensive operation, an offensive operation, kinetic, non-kinetic? Is it a support operation? And looking at these different contexts, we identify, so looking at these dimensions, we can identify context. And for each context, we can think about the ethical, military operational, and technical perspective on this context, and what this actually means for the operationalization of the ethical principles that are high level. So this is also something that the technical work stream is working on and will be proposing. And to finish the discussion on what the work stream 1 is doing, I want to state that this also provides, so the contextualization provides a learning framework, so that I already heard this in earlier discussions also. We want to learn from each other, but we also want to learn possibly from incidents that are happening, because incidents will happen with AI in the military domain. So one of the implementable suggestions that the workstream 1 will be doing is to develop an AI incident database that we and other nations can learn on, and that we can fill in a continuous manner, in such a sense that we develop also a learning mechanism. And then this nicely bridges the gap between the high-level principles and the operation. And I think it also provides a real nice framework and guardrails for the other work streams. Thank you.
Here we go. Thank you. Thank you very much, Roy, for describing the work of the technological foundation work stream. And just to reflect on the issue, that the fact that these work streams are numbered, I don't think that by any means the numbering reflects a hierarchical. No, they're all interconnected and mutually reinforcing work streams. Just because they're numbered 1 to 4, it doesn't mean that 1 is more important than 4. And actually, in that regard, and Denise, you'll excuse me if I make a slight deviation on the order of speakers, because I would like to hear from Thomson, that we haven't got the chance to speak yet, about the work of the governance work stream that you're sharing, work stream number 4. So would you mind, please summarize a little bit, how is that going?
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, and my appreciation to the to UNIDIR for the invitation and organizing this very, very important first conference on AI in the military domain. So in terms of the question relating to the governance workstream of the GC Preamble, I'll try in a way to emphasize a couple of points before going initially to what Denise also had noted about some of the approaches, especially from my continent, Africa, or the global south, as it were. So regarding the work stream on governance and regulation, one thing that has come to be a little bit very clear, both for commissioners participating in that work stream and the experts also participating in that work stream, is that governance of AI in the military domain must be founded or must be located, so to say, in international law. By international law, referring to existing international law that is already binding on states. The recognition there is that while AI in the military domain may raise certain challenges or certain issues, there is, of course, international law that is already in existence, so we are not starting from scratch, as it were. And by international law, the emphasis that also has been emphasized within this work stream is the idea that we are referring to all branches of international law. The reason for the emphasis for all branches of international law is that often when we talk about governance of AI, or when we talk about relevant international law, there is an emphasis on international humanitarian law, that is the law of armed conflict. But within this work stream, there is an emphasis to say international human rights law, use ad bellum or UN law on the use of force, environmental law, etc., are all relevant, substantive branches of international law that we should take into account. We also has an emphasis that is not only on the substance of international law, but also the procedural part that we should take into account when talking about governance of international law. The second part, which was also being discussed, is referring to the question of saying what could be the potential, if any, gaps that exist in existing international law that may need further, perhaps new norms to be developed. And there's been discussion around the question, for example, about human control. Finally, one of the also important aspects is to say how, as the international community, how do we come up with an implementation strategy or implementation mechanisms that makes sure that these laws are not only on paper, but also in practice. That's, I would want to say, as a beginning part, to say the brief, perhaps, summary of the GC Reaim. But as initially also allocated to me by Dennis, I would just want to make three further points which I'm making from the perception of the global South and tying it to this question of governance, at least as an African or someone born from Zimbabwe. Number one, there is a question in terms of the approach from the region, where there is a human rights approach in conceptualizing the question of peace and security. Here, be it the African Commission or many African states that have been discussing the question of AI in the military domain, they are locating it within or conceptualizing the idea of peace and security as a human right. And now this is not a new invention. It is because Article 23 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights is the only regional human rights instrument that conceptualizes national and international peace as a human right. National and international peace as a human right. The reason for doing that, of course, I don't want to go into this, is the history of the continent with violence. The history of global South with violence in terms as them being the receivers most of the times when we're talking about that military violence. So in terms of conceptualization of the topic which we're discussing today, the global South, particularly many African countries, are saying we approach this as a human right, not just as a concept in international politics. And the same is actually found in Resolution 473. Point number two is the question which there is what is being referred to as restating the understated. As I indicated to say, normally when we discuss AI in the military domain, there is an idea of focusing on international humanitarian law, but there is now the question of use ad bellum. To say the prohibition of use of force itself is at the crux of protection of humans. The whole concept of what we're discussing today, I would want to believe, is to protect human beings. And one of the starting point before we start talking about killing each other is that we shouldn't actually be doing that. Jus ad bellum, the prohibition on the use of force. And lastly, to say, coming from the global south, there is a link which states are emphasizing between the development of military AI and development, or the right to development. In this, what we often refer to as the business of death, there are those who make money from the development of these technologies, and there are those who are on the receiving end of such violence. That should not be forgotten. So when we're discussing the inclusivity of these discussions, contextualizing that point, remembering that it's not everyone actually who will be able, number one, to develop them and to deploy them to kill others, is an important point that we should not forget. And I would want to end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thompson, for both briefing us on the work of the governance workstream, but also for adding this very important and fundamental perspective from the region. I'd like to go back to you, Denise, now, to perhaps give us an overview of the second and third workstream that focus respectively on peace, security, and responsibility. Please.
Lovely. Thank you again, Giacomo, and thank you again, the colleagues at UNIDIR, for having us here. It's an honor. So I am speaking up now, dear colleagues, about the work stream number 2, implications for peace, security, and stability. And here we are led by Jimena Viveros, who couldn't be with us, but she was part also of the high-level advisory body of the Secretary General. A wonderful person to work with, indeed. So the work stream, implications for peace, security, and stability, aims to critically assess the multifaceted risks posed by AI in these vital areas of peace, security, and stability. Indeed, here we recognize and we're confronting head-on the unique characteristics of AI technologies in the sense of their inherent scalability, dual-use potential or multiple-use potential, repurposability, and widespread distribution, especially within military contexts. So the work stream, we indeed try to underscore the pivotal risks as the convergence of AI and weapons of mass destruction. We're particularly concerned with the convergence with nuclear weapons, command and control, and also indeed with concerns, elevating the concerns over large language models that may inadvertently facilitate the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. We also are attempting in our first draft to identify and address again with clarity the troubling dynamics of an asymmetrical military race, the dehumanization of conflict, and the alarming reduction in the thresholds for starting war, as Thompson already alluded to very eloquently, as always. So as a result, we intend in this work stream to make concrete recommendations, including determining red lines, adapting weapons reviews to AI-assisted autonomous weapons and AI-based decision support systems, proposing governance frameworks, and here we bridge with the governance stream, and proposing potentially confidence and security building measures, monitoring, verification, and enforcement mechanisms, also by drawing lessons from previous multiple successful global cooperation cases. And this is the part that I am very passionate about, surveying the previously existing global cooperation models. And of course, the work of UNIDIR here is extremely inspiring for all of us. So we also ultimately would love to develop standards for states and industry with safety by design and red teaming requirements. We already had a very deep discussion, a red teaming discussion, accountability for all actors throughout the AI-based systems life cycle. So again, in sum, for this work stream, dear colleagues, we are considering the very broad implications, including in other areas for non-state actors, for law enforcement, but the implications for security, stability, and especially also the risks for peace, which is another area that I'm particularly passionate about and working on. And here, indeed, we also bridge with the other work streams in our usual very interdisciplinary way. So the other work stream, the last one that we would love to talk about, share with you, is the decision-making and responsibility. And here we are led by one of the leading people thinking about the responsibility and ethics, which is Jeroen van den Hoven. And here, this work stream emphasizes the critical themes of decision-making and responsibility in the realm of AI in general and also in the military. So how AI systems may undermine the conditions for human responsibility, and we are attempting to develop a vocabulary even that better captures the complexities of AI military decision-making process. So we indeed intend to confront significant ethical and legal challenges. We're baffled by how fast things are moving, and I'm sure you share this feeling with us, and how this fast development of systems and applications is challenging the human-machine interaction and the human responsibility. We are trying to advance arguments for and against the integration of AI agents in the military decision-making processes, highlighting the value of responsibility, distinguishing between the varieties of responsibility for decision-making, specification of responsibility-based concerns arising from the development and the development of AI, and indeed, we are attempting now in this drafting of the first version of our report to come up with a conception for design for responsibility and responsible innovations in the domain. So articulation of the principled and theoretically inspired also limits of design for responsibility. So from Jeroen van den Hoven's inspiration, I'm reading all these philosophy texts as well that are inspiring our work, having a theoretical foundation that is very philosophical, but hopefully the report will be very pragmatic. And finally, the guidelines for operationalization of design for responsibility principles for military AI decision support systems and also decision-making systems. Thank you again.
Thank you, Denise. And you already kind of alluded to or gave us a little bit of a teaser of what we can expect the final report to produce. But really, this is a question to all panelists. I think it would be very useful for the whole audience to understand what are the next steps. June feels like tomorrow. Feels like it's approaching very fast, and there's still a lot of work that the Commission needs to do to finalize the report. So, what are the next steps, and what can we expect the report to look like?
Giacomo, I'm gonna jump in. But I would love to hear from my colleagues with whom I really love and so honored to work with, really, the three of you, and Giacomo as well, and Yasmin, Afina, and others from UNIDIR. So we already have some actionable outputs for each of these work streams that we just heard about. We were present at the Paris AI Summit, and before Paris, before the meeting, the high-level meeting started, we were there on the weekend in Paris for the inaugural meeting of the International Association for Ethics and Safety of AI, and that happened within the OSCE. It was an absolute honor to be there because we witnessed the joining of the ethics community and the computer science and engineering, the safety community coming together in Paris and preparing for the high-level summit. We also have several papers that are being reviewed now for a special issue in a high-impact journal written by commissions and experts. And we have indeed 30 expert peer-reviewed research papers that were just presented in Edinburgh last week by the experts. And indeed, these were very enlightening, and we are going to, of course, have the task of getting all this together and including in the report. I am the citations, hopefully not the only one, but I love citations, so I'm going through all the literature and all this. So if I miss anything, I'll be very sad and upset. So we're all gathering more and more literature. Indeed, we also are heading to Abu Dhabi in May, the first week of May. And in Abu Dhabi, we're going to increase that literature, but also have more papers and more of also a gathering of the Global Commission to advance our first our report. We have policy briefs, we have proposal for future studies, we have indeed. You are in attempting to curate lessons from military and AI, as Pak Shun alluded to, the cases that will be useful, and also for AI governance frameworks. Individually and with the Secretariat, we are involved with communicating with a number of stakeholders, industry leaders, academia, workshops, conferences, public consultations. And so indeed, Abu Dhabi is next for us, and Geneva is paving the way very well for this. It was a delight to hear from the Assistant Ministry of the United Arab Emirates just now. And then we have The Hague, and then we have REAIM number 3 in Spain. So very excited for that, for the chance to be in your beautiful country. So I will leave to my colleagues. Muchísimas gracias.
Anything? Yes. Well, it appears that you've made a good job in presenting next steps, because all of the colleagues on the panel don't have anything to add. But there are a few questions that have come from the audience that I would like to present to all of you. And perhaps I would like to start with one question that I think, Pak Shun, really links to what you were mentioning in your remarks, which is how does the Commission envision its report to contribute to the GGE debates and other political initiatives? It's coming.
Yeah, okay, maybe I'll take that first and let other colleagues chime in. I think we are very clear in that the focus of the Commission is on military AI. Just now you mentioned the GG on laws, and of course there are a lot of conversations going on between the topic of laws and the topic of AI in the military domain. I think what's quite clear is that there are conversations on autonomy that's quite separate from AI, and sometimes they are related. The focus of the report will very much be squarely on military AI, to the extent the military AI can also contribute to the autonomous developments. I think we will have a mention there, but that would not be the focus, and therefore that would not be the intent, if you may, for the report to necessarily be very focused in contributing to the GG on laws conversation. On other platforms, the Commission has had the opportunity to engage, either country representatives or other platforms like the US Political Declaration. So we have had conversations with American colleagues before, and we also have conversations with the hosts, various hosts that are involved in the REAIM summit process. I think that is a good opportunity for the Commission to also hear views from states on their thoughts about the value of the report. And I think those are the opportunities that we treasured very much in incorporating various comments and various suggestions. So we are hopeful that the final product that we'll deliver will be relevant to states and militaries, as I mentioned just now. I think the challenge is always going to be how to incorporate all the very good points that various commissioners and various experts have, and to have a succinct enough report that policymakers, diplomats, and military personnel would read. Because if I were to wear back my uniform hat, I'm not going to read through a 1,000-page treatise, even though it's something that my colleagues on the Commission are very, very able to do so. They have done their own publications, reams and reams of it. But I think there's also the recognition that we have to make it readable, make it understandable, make it usable, and that is the work that the Commission will work towards to make sure that it achieves the right objectives for the readers. That's all I have.
Yeah. Anyone would like to add anything to this question? Please.
Thank you very much. Just to also sound the same note that Pachun was saying, but perhaps to just add that, of course, because of that, relevance of some of the issues that we'll be dealing with, you'll find that maybe there will be certain terminologies or certain discussions that may be also relevant to the UNGGE. So whilst we definitely won't be focusing on only the autonomous open systems, there could be other issues that have already arisen in the UNGGE that people can find to be perhaps useful or helpful in their discussions.
Thank you. I have one question that I think, in a way, touches something that Denise mentioned, but also I would like Roy potentially to chip in, given the specific work stream that you are you've been involved with. How is the Commission cooperating with technology makers, with industry? Now, this is how the question was formulated. I'm asking you to kind of perhaps take it a little bit broader in terms of, yes, if there was any form of direct cooperation, please do explain. But more in general, what role, particularly I'm thinking of work stream number 1, that is the technological foundation, how much have you looked at the knowledge that has been produced by industry on these topics to inform the work of the Commission? Please.
Yes, thank you for this question, Giacomo, and I think it's a very timely question. And I think one of the answers for the technical foundation workstream is that the good thing about the Global Commission is that it's such a network of networks, actually, because we have a lot of different stakeholders in the Commission with different expertise, and of course also individuals like myself with technical expertise. And these individuals with technical expertise move in their own ecosystems that most often than not, especially in this era of AI, cover both the government, industry, and academia, also from a technical perspective. So speaking for myself, but I also know this from other experts and commissioners that are members of the Global Commission, that they are participating themselves also in research together with industry and academia, and in that way obtain the state-of-the-art knowledge on AI in a general sense, but also the state-of-the-art knowledge of the use of AI in the military domain. And I think this is one of the things that makes this commission so valuable, is that we integrate all these different perspectives from individuals that on their daily basis live in these networked ecosystems. And the Global Commission brings this together. And I think it's our challenge, but also the opportunity to put all of this into a good, readable single report.
Thank you. And Denise, you mentioned in your remarks the red teaming, right? So, and potentially even looking at industry being involved in this red teaming exercise. Would you like to elaborate a little bit on that?
Dear Giacomo, I would love to, but I don't know if I'm already in a position to share. So, but as soon as we can share, we will do so, and would love to indeed to share ideas with UNIDIR, with you and Yasmin and Sarah and Shimona, and see how we can put this forward. But that is also obviously in the making, indeed, and I will it's going to be an important part, because obviously, as you've just written in your recent report with Yasmin, you have to have, and they have to be broad. It's a multi-stakeholder perspective par excellence, and I believe that's been the biggest character of this GC Reaim and the summits in The Hague, and then in Seoul, and now in Spain. So we are very much looking forward to this and consulting with you as we are here in Geneva, preparing for Abu Dhabi, on the road to Abu Dhabi, on how we can best incorporate this. Indeed.
Thank you. I have one additional question here from the audience, and then I have a couple of my own, if you don't mind. But you kind of all alluded to the upcoming Reaim summit that will be hosted in Spain, and of course we've heard earlier today about the first committee resolution that was adopted last year, and how that conversation is likely going to continue in one way or another in October this year. So how will the Global Commission, that by then will have finalized this report, how will the Global Commission feed into the next Reaim summit in September, and then just a few weeks later in New York with the work of the first committee? Anyone would like to have a go at this?
Yeah. Why not? Okay.
Good. Thanks.
Yeah. So, I mean, we are all looking at Sofia, because Sofia, as part of the Secretariat, has been really herding all the cats on the Commission, among the commissioners and experts on the way forward. I think what's quite clear is that we have timed our product to be delivered by the summit, because we want to make useful contribution to the conversations there, providing track 2 perspective to the participants who are likely to be government representatives and militaries. It is also quite clear that the Reaim summit, I imagine, is organized in a timely manner before and the conversation starts at the UN. So I think that the report that we will deliver would be relevant also to the conversations among states at that level. So there are various ways in which different platforms are contributing to a very, very inclusive conversation at the UN that will come in October. So Reaim Summit, I imagine, will be part of the plan. And to contribute to the plan, that's where the Global Commission can contribute with that report. So I think I look at Sofia. Sofia is nodding her head. So that's the approach, and I think we are all very excited to make sure then that the conversations at the Reaim Summit is relevant and with the views that we will provide at the Commission level.
Giacomo, if I may jump in, complement the fantastic comments by Pak Shum. Dear colleagues, so we have to see the evolution of the diplomatic landscape here, right? So in terms of the UN work, we have the Age Lab by the very auspicious hosting of the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. We have the first General Assembly resolution on autonomous weapons in December 2023. And that was a victory, it was remarkable. I remember the colleagues of the Stop Killer Robots campaign, with whom I always like to talk and exchange ideas, their celebrations of that first, how much they welcomed. And then we had, a year later, in October 2024, the first UN resolution on AI in the military domain, hosted by the Netherlands, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and South Korea, and other like-minded countries. So what we have here is indeed a broadening of the scope of reach, and the synergistic networks are strengthening. So we are building the ways, building the roads between the very important diplomatic capitals. So obviously, as when we are in Spain, the road to New York will be even more fruitful, the road to the first committee and the General Assembly meeting. And I very much look forward with all my colleagues to see how exciting this will be to pave the way for further global governance in this very critical area.
Thank you for your answers. I have a question I would like to ask to all of you, since you've all been involved in different work streams and different discussions. And I like to think of the Global Commission and supplemented by the group of experts potentially as a pilot or as an incubator of what a multi-stakeholder, multidisciplinary, cross-regional group could do and work, right? So it's almost like it's an incubator of what that model could look like in the future. And we've heard about the benefits of having such a diverse disciplinary, like cross-disciplinary selection of experts and commissioners, different geographic representations, different backgrounds, etc. And that is all good. And I think the benefits will then become apparent once the report comes out, because it will be a very rich report. But I'd also be interested in reflecting on the challenges that you have encountered in each of your work streams. I'm sure people had different views, people had different priorities. So if we take that as a little experiment of what this could potentially become in a broader context, what were, and I'm not asking you to name names, of course, but what were the key issues that in your respective work streams emerged as the ones that created more, if not tension, but more challenge in finding an alignment when it came to then finding a way forward? And I'm just going to go maybe starting with Thomson, then working our way back towards me. What were kind of the more critical or challenging issues to discuss?
I thank you very much, Giacomo, for that question. I would not really want to point to a specific disagreements, because there could be many. But what I would want to emphasize is that actually in those discussions or any diverging views, I think what appears to be more critical then is that is the importance of multilateralism, especially and multi-stakeholder approach, especially when you are having issues which are not necessarily all seeing eye to eye. So that's one point which I would want to highlight, to say it's actually a plus that you see that when you are having those different views on a particular, especially emerging technologies, it's important to have that multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholder perspective. And the second point, which I think explicit in our work stream on governance has emerged, was to say we can all have our different ideas, even creative ones, of how we should proceed. But one thing we should not do, at least that emerged in our work stream clearly, is to undermine existing international law norms that are already binding. To say, you can come up with any ideas that you have, you can disagree all you want, but there are already certain agreed international law norms, customary international law norms, which we cannot reverse at this point in time. And so whatever disagreements which we may have is to come also and say, what are some of those binding norms around this issue? And that should be the pathway in that particular regard. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Giacomo, for this enlightening question, I think, and a very, very good question. And I think my experience, but also I think the experience of most of the people in the Commission. So first, I want to make the point that we all had the opportunity to participate in multiple work streams. So that already is something that I want to put out there. I think that was very, very important and also very enlightening to be able to sit in the different work streams and to connect with each other. I think one of the challenges that you see in this field, and you see it in the various interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary fields, is that you have a language barrier, and it's not a language in strict language, but people with different backgrounds, with different disciplinary backgrounds. So me, I'm from a technical perspective, and I've little to no experience in law or legislation. So you speak a different language. But the nice thing about this, that because we are sitting at the table and we are talking to each other, you can learn from each other language. And I think learning from each other in this day and age is so important because we are all aware of the information bubbles. And each one of us, including myself, is living in his own information bubble. And one way to burst and to break through that is to talk to people that are in different bubbles. And there is no value connotation with the bubbles, but this is just the effect of life. And I think that is one of the challenges, but I think we also managed to bridge this challenge and to come out of it in a better sense. And I think that's what I want to close with, that the average is always better than the extremes. Thank you.
Giacomo, what a great, fantastic question indeed. So yes, as Roy said, we participate in different streams and we contribute to different portions and we talk to each other across streams. Myself, I said my forte would be the governance stream and law stream. But I said, if I already have Thompson there and the other colleagues, why do they need me? So I went to the other two streams I'm more involved in. But so to be honest, in the peace and security stream, the question of perhaps red lines have been very concerning for us. We have perhaps trouble in saying what are the red lines. And I'm very fond of the work of the ICRC personally. I've been following very closely my academic life. And when I bring my students here to Geneva every year in June, we always meet the ICRC and go to the museum. So I said, well, the ICRC position has the two red lines that should be guiding to us. And we discuss and discuss and discuss. So we were hosted by the South Africans in November 2024 as the Global Commission. And the beauty of that country and the beauty of everything there, I think, allowed us to come to more of a consensus in a lot of these aspects. So we were very grateful to our hosts in South Africa and how much they brought to contribute to our views from a Global South perspective, myself being from Brazil and having, very fond academic connections in South Africa as well. The decision-making and responsibility stream, our leader, Jeroen van den Hoven, is very smooth in smoothing any disagreements, but we know that meaningful human control is perhaps a term that is not highly palatable, I would say, for some. So we try to perhaps come with another term, but again, we are baffled by the fast speed of how things are developing, and the terminology that we have perhaps will not be suitable. And even this previous global cooperation success cases that we could draw upon in previous global governance frameworks are helpful to a point to this story. So that also puzzles us indeed. So I would say that is perhaps the honest answer.
Thank you. Yeah, my colleagues are all very diplomatic, so I thought I would be a bit more direct. When you have different groups of people coming with different interests, I think I would just highlight 3 points that wouldn't be surprising to people who attend UN meetings as well. I think one is interest. Different commissioners and different experts have different interests in the topic, whether it's in terms of ethics, legal implications, technology aspects, as well as the use cases for militaries. So it's therefore understandable that beyond the definitional differences, beyond the language differences, different commissioners and different experts want to bring their views forward and want their view to be registered by the commission report moving forward. I think that's where coming together and having the opportunity to understand where each other comes from is important, because as a commission, ultimately, we want to be responsible for the report as a whole. And that requires us to understand whatever compromises that are important to establish in order to achieve something that is really, really important for respective commissioners. I think that's one. The second point, I think it related to the first, is in the area of scope. Some commissioners, some experts want the report to be quite expensive, to go beyond the military domain. Some want to stick to the focus that has been assigned by the commission. So we have different conversations about how AI actually involves very much beyond the military domain when you look at security writ large, and then how do we acknowledge those implications while still staying true to the mandate that has been given to us. The third point I would say is ambition. How ambitious do you want in terms of a governance structure that you would recommend? Would you want it to solve all problems? Would you want it to solve specific problems? I think that's really, again, a challenge that goes back to who are your target audience, who are your end users of the report. Do you think that different states, different organizations, different militaries will accept something very ambitious versus something that is very underwhelming? And I think all these are the challenges that we face. But I'll just say that, and I think we are running out of time. The fact of the matter is all of these conversations require very good in-person conversations. And on this point, I would also like to acknowledge the Secretariat, who has been instrumental in bringing different people of different backgrounds to come in. And it is difficult. If UN meetings are difficult already, but states have mandate to send people to come for the commission, involving people who are teaching, they have different calendars, or who have different responsibilities to come together to different parts of the world, is something that I also like to put a word of thanks to the Secretariat for, as I mentioned just now, herding all the cats together so that we can have good conversations. And we hope that this conversation will bring forward a good report that is worthwhile of the efforts that the Secretariat has put in. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I'm afraid we are running out of time, so apologies for not having gone through all of the questions online, but all of the commissioners and experts will be here, so please do feel free to approach them. I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you, and again also to the Secretariat, who is also responsible for the amazing poster that you see outside. If you want to learn more about GC Reaim, there is a dedicated poster in the exhibition just outside the room. So please join me in a round of applause to thank our experts here. And keeping up with the spirit of this conference, where we do not waste 10 seconds, we are now reshuffling very quickly to transition to the next segment of the conference, which takes us much more into the, if you want, the weeds of the technical side of the problem, which is focusing on life cycle management. And I'm now very happy to invite here on stage Alexi Drew from the ACRC, who will be acting as facilitator for this next segment of the conference. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm aware that we've got a lot on the plate and we're really behind, and Giacomo is urging me to continue as quickly as possible. My name is Alexi Drew. I'm a technology policy advisor at the London delegation of the International Committee of the Red Cross. It is a pleasure to be here today and sitting on a panel with a number of other of my colleagues who were the founding cohort of RAISE, which is obviously hosted by UNIDIR and supported by Microsoft. So you're going to hear from a number of my colleagues going into a lot more depth on the topic at hand than I am, but some quick introductory remarks. We're going to be talking about lifecycle management of artificial intelligence in this session. And I want to go over some of the key points and topics that came up when we were identifying lifecycle management as one of the 6 major priority areas at our last couple of meetings of RAISE. There are a few things in this that we kind of need to consider most, is that there are, first of all, perhaps not a complete and shared understanding of what the AI lifecycle is. I imagine if you went into one corporate entity versus one civil society entity versus one international institution and asked them to describe the stages of an AI lifecycle, you would get probably as many different answers as you asked individuals for those. And that presents its own problem. Now, inherent even in that lifecycle, should you assume a standardized shared ones, there are some other critical issues that I hope that we'll draw out in some of these panels. First of all is, how do you actually ensure that the responsibility and the ethics and the legal concerns that we are faced with, that we're trying to ensure are within and across that entire life cycle, are in fact verifiably and assuredly done at each stage. It's not something that can often be done after the fact. It's something which in fact needs to be considered at the beginning, at the end, in the middle. And there's the other question that for me stood out most when we were having these deliberations over life cycles, and that is that we talk about it as a cycle which either we assume therefore continues and simply begins again, and a recursive process, which means these tools, systems and capabilities are potentially rebuilt, reused, redeployed, and so that life cycle is not a single use thing. It also implies that maybe there's an end of life. We spend a lot of time talking about how to ensure design is done responsibly, legally and ethically, or development or deployment. But I've heard very little in the academic or policy space about what the implications are or what the approaches should be to ensuring that the end of life of an AI capability or system is also managed responsibly, ethically and legally. There are some key questions which may or may not be answered by the panelists that come after this, but they're the ones that I hope would be answered. First of all, how can technical validation actually mitigate some of the major operational risks that other panels have raised today? We talk about testing, and it's come up in at least 3 or 4 of the panels that have come up today. But how do we ensure that that testing is actually done effectively at the right point in the life cycle? Is it simply once, or is it something which needs to be tested at each stage? And how do we assure for all parties that that is actually done to the extent necessary? Another question is about how do we manage the different ownership across the life cycle? We talk about the problem of private sector versus public sector, the opportunities presented by that to innovation, but we also need to consider, if we're trying to create governance of a life cycle, we need to understand who owns, controls and has power over different parts of that life cycle. What role does digital forensics play in building trust and accountability? Well, I know there's an entire panel on that, so I'm looking forward to listening to that one, because I think that's a very important and critical and often missing part of this puzzle. There's the lexicon question, which I touched on right at the beginning. We have responsible AI, we have ethical AI, we have safe AI, we have secure AI. This terminology is critical and helpful for us to understand it, particularly across disciplines, across stakeholder categories and groups, across different nations, backgrounds and experiences. But it also introduces a great deal of opportunity for us to misconstrue each other, both technically and politically. So I'm very glad to see that there's an entire panel again on trying to break down the lexicon issue and the semantic issue about how we define different forms of ways that we're trying to ensure safety, responsibility, security, and ethics across the AI lifecycle. Without further ado, I will introduce the first panelist. Ben Fawcett of Advi is going to talk about advantage or Achilles heel, how technical validation can mitigate the major risks of operating AI in defense. Ben, over to you.
Thank you very much. And I think, hopefully, I should be able to brush over quite a few of your questions, but in only half an hour, it's not enough time, I think, to dive into real depth. But just by way of introduction, so I'm Ben Fawcett, I'm the defense lead at Advi. We're a small SME focused in the UK. I'm not technical. I will caveat with that. I kind of sit on the non-technical part of the business, but I think that's fine because ultimately this talk is about how we apply a technical problem or technical solution to other problems. But I do have absolute confidence in my ability to understand about 10% of what the technical people that do work for me talk about. So hopefully that does give me the credibility to talk today. My background is Royal Navy. I served for 13 years. And latterly, at the tail end of that commission, I was responsible for delivering AI into the intelligence function of the Military of Defence. And with that and my current role, I think that means I'm fairly uniquely placed to actually understand some of the issues and the risks associated with deploying AI, especially deploying that AI for an operational output, which is really what we're trying to talk about today. So I'm going to talk about AI in defense, not just the promise, but also the risks, and also how we can build trust in these systems through continuous technical validation. As AI systems are being built and implemented now, this isn't just a theoretical challenge. I think it's one that we're facing right here, right now. Slide, please. So very quickly, just a quick slide. Cool, thank you. So Advi, so we're the first kind of industry speaker, which is fantastic, and thank you for the invite. As I said, we're a small SME based out of the UK. The majority of our work has been done in defense and security, mostly focused on trying to understand the risks associated with AI and try to build assurance governance frameworks of enabling those customers to be able to deploy those systems safely. We focus on technical validation, but underpinning all of this is a concept called adversarial AI, which is something I'll go into a little bit more depth on. But we kind of use this as red teaming, and the aim is to really stress test a system in order to understand where it fails before it fails in real life. We like to see ourselves as the cutting edge. And in this presentation, I'm basically going to overview some of the learning that we've found over the last 4 years. Slide, please. So I'm not going to seek to replicate the discussions that have and will take place over the next couple of days by discussing in great depth the different use cases of AI in defense and security. However, I will draw out a couple of key points. First and foremost, AI in security is not a distant possibility. It's an inevitability. It's already here, and its adoption is accelerating rapidly. Security organizations around the world are deploying AI across a vast range of use cases, and too numerous to list in full. We've already had a few categories of these systems so far, but here are mine: autonomy, insight, and decision support. And I think underpinning these, realizing the value of AI is to realize the operational advantage that it offers. To achieve this advantage, the pressure of adopting AI is also growing across defense organizations, and the use cases for AI are evolving rapidly. Significantly, and potentially unfortunately, each AI use case is unique. Different missions, different tasks, and different technical challenges, and also different risks. Security organizations are therefore facing a dual challenge: the need to adopt these systems quickly, whilst also trying to figure out how to validate, assure, and approve them for operational use. It's that classic scenario, building the plane as you fly it. You could even say it's a different kind of generalizability problem altogether. And this is where we at Advi believe technical validation can really help. It allows us to understand each system on its own terms and its own merits, which we think is key to reducing the risk and building the trust in that system, and that's very much the space that we're focused on. Slide, please. Now let's talk about trust, because technical capability alone doesn't build trust. At its core, AI is about speeding up how security organizations can observe, orientate, decide, and act. We often talk about the OODA loop, and as it accelerates, we start entering the territory of machine speed warfare. In that environment, trust and confidence in any automated system aren't just nice to have, they're absolutely essential. And in the short term, at least, most applications of AI are going to sit somewhere in a human-machine team. And defining how much autonomy the machine gets and when is going to be crucial. For instance, too much autonomy without proper accountability, then you risk unintended consequences. But on the flip side, too much human intervention and you lose the very speed and efficiency that AI is supposed to deliver. Success will come from balancing these dynamics, and that balance is built on trust. Operators have to trust that the systems they're working with, or rather, operators have to trust that the systems they're working with, not blindly, but with confidence that those systems will behave as expected when it matters most. And trust isn't just required on the front line. Everyone who has a stake in these systems needs to have the trust in them, from policymakers, risk owners, and commanders. In the end, integrating AI into security isn't just a technology problem, it's an operational problem, and it's a cultural problem. This is exactly where technical validation comes in. It builds trust by providing clear evidence of what a system can do, how it behaves, and where its limits are. Slide, please. The first step of building this trust is ensuring that any AI system consistently meets its intended outcomes in the most unpredictable and hostile environments imaginable, which sounds simple, right? Unfortunately, whilst it sounds straightforward, of course, it's anything but. Reliability isn't automatic. It depends on the data the system is trained on, the models it uses, and the expertise of the people who build and deploy it. And in defense, this gets even more complicated because militaries and security forces face unique challenges that civilian systems simply don't have to deal with. First of all, military systems need to function reliably in unpredictable, constantly changing, and often contested environments. And this is a huge ask. Let's talk about that unpredictability for a moment. Security environments are rarely static. They're dynamic by nature. This creates a major problem for AI systems, which are fundamentally built to recognize patterns. But if the patterns keep shifting, then how then do we maintain confidence in the output? A good defense AI system has to cope with shifting conditions, such as weather changes, seasonal variations, and environmental disruptions. All of these can impact the way autonomous systems operate in a way that needs to be understood and communicated to the various stakeholders. And then there's combat itself, which is chaotic and destructive by nature. A battlefield can rapidly transform a landscape into something unrecognizable to both human and machine. And there needs to be trust and confidence that any system taken into these conditions will perform as expected when it's necessary to do so. And it's not just about terrain or weather. Forces redeploy to new theaters, equipment configurations change, and adversaries introduce new capabilities. Any AI model that works brilliantly in one environment is not guaranteed to work well in another. This AI needs to be adaptable, and this is no different to any other piece of kit that militaries use and send into the field. So why should AI be any different? There are also other challenges, and it'd be remiss of me to say, Alexi, is from an ethical perspective where civilians and non-combatants are present in a conflict zone, AI systems need to distinguish between combatants and innocent bystanders with precision. A false positive in that environment isn't just a technical failure, it's a significant operational risk with repercussions beyond the battlefield. We at Advise see this as part of the robustness problem, which is by no means limited to what I've outlined today. An effective AI system in defense and security has to be able to generalize, to handle unforeseen situations, new types of inputs, and environments it wasn't explicitly trained for, or what's maintaining its operational integrity. And beyond that, defense and security organizations themselves need to be set up to respond. They need to be able to adapt, patch, and retrain, and then sustain these AI capabilities at the desired speed of operations. Slide, please. Now, even if we built AI systems that are robust and reliable in unpredictable environments, there's still another layer that we have to consider. Because AI in the security domain will not operate in a vacuum. It's going to be deployed in contested spaces. And those spaces are full of smart, determined adversaries who are actively trying to make your systems fail. Therefore, unilateral control of AI cannot be assumed. Actors will try to disrupt, deceive, or even hijack their opponents' AI systems. This activity is aimed at one thing: breaking down the human-machine team, slowing a force down, forcing the human back into the loop at the worst possible moment, and stripping a military force of the very advantage that AI was designed to achieve. And here's where it gets really interesting and a little bit scary. One of the most novel and pressing threats that we face today is adversarial AI. These are techniques purpose-built to exploit weaknesses in AI models. Some of you may well have seen some examples of this, and there's plenty going around on LinkedIn, for example. Pandas made to look like gibbons, stickers on stop signs, and people wearing very psychedelic jumpers. More refined examples are already appearing on the battlefield. Some of them are simple, feeding false signals into a system to throw it off. Others are sophisticated, tricks that can completely spoof an AI model, causing it to misclassify objects or make false decisions. And adversarial attack vectors aren't just digital, they're physical, they're cyber, and crucially, they're creative. And this is what we specialize in at Advi. We use adversarial attacks to deliberately stress test AI systems, and you can think about it as red teaming, but for algorithms. We push these models until they break, so we can understand exactly where they're vulnerable and what failure looks like before it happens in the real world. But why does that matter? Because the goal of adversarial attacks is always the same: to reduce the confidence in autonomous systems, to make decision makers hesitate, to destroy trust, and to force humans to second guess what the machine is telling them, and ultimately to slow down the entire decision-making cycle. Let me give you a scenario. Imagine you've got an AI-powered object detector scanning satellite imagery and feeding directly into an indicators and warnings matrix. The human analyst trusts the system, and there's minimal oversight because of that. Now imagine an adversary uses a technique to generate a false positive in lieu of an actual asset. Here's what you should think about. How quickly does that false intelligence spread through defense systems? What decisions are made of that data? And what happens when human analysts have to go back and manually verify all of that imagery? If an organization is operating at machine speed, then the likelihood is that information has already spread into headquarters and military intelligence functions of that nation and potentially its allies. Analysts report nothing significant to report. As such, readiness levels are not changed, and a key indicator of an adversary's intent remains green. If or when the mistake is noticed, an analyst or team of analysts will have to check through imagery to regain the intelligence picture, likely taking hours. When conducting warfare at machine speed, those hours could have significant consequence. However you look at it, a coherent and responsive military AI function needs to understand the security implications of its AI systems. In other words, this isn't just a technical curiosity, it's a security problem. We need to protect AI systems not just from intentional errors, but from active manipulation. And organizations need to know these threats inside and out and understand the operational impact they may have. All of this, the adversarial pressure, the dynamic environments, the unpredictable inputs, make rigorous technical validation not a luxury, but an absolute necessity. AI systems must be tested, stress tested, and red teamed to ensure they can withstand manipulation, interference, and rapidly changing conditions. Because without that level of validation, AI stops being a force multiplier and starts becoming a fragile, high-risk liability. Slide, please. So in the security domain, safety, security, and operational effectiveness are all tightly connected. But without clear global standards or regulations, it's on defense organizations themselves to figure out how to integrate AI confidently and responsibly. And this is where technical validation plays a crucial role. It's not just about verifying that an AI system works, it's about understanding its limits, vulnerabilities, and trustworthiness within its intended mission. And the core technical validation is the use of tests and evaluations to analyze AI in three primary areas. and its definitions. We use reliability, robustness, and security, but obviously different nations, different organizations will have different ones. Broadly, reliability tests validate the performance claims. Robustness testing evaluates how well that system generalizes into new inputs. And security testing focuses on protecting the system from threats and exploitation. These tests can vary greatly in terms of complexity, cost, and configurability. Some can be used for multiple purposes and even support multiple domains. As with AI, no one size fits all, but there sure are patterns. And the skill is implementing them in a way to provide actual insight, other than just a bunch of graphs and charts you need a PhD to understand. Crucially, we only do what is necessary at that point in time, and no overkill, because let's face it, AI is already expensive. And understanding an AI's use case is absolutely critical to contextualizing these tests. It provides the context that shapes how we choose, configure, and analyze them. By clearly understanding what an AI system is meant to do, how it interacts with human operators, and how it fits into the wider operational framework, we can design tests that are relevant and meaningful. The aim is to ensure that the tests simulate as closely as possible real-world conditions so AI stakeholders can make informed decisions rooted in evidence. Put simply, technical validation is how we move beyond just asking, how does this AI work, and start asking, can I trust it, and do I understand its limits in the real world? Next slide, please. I'd like to very briefly introduce the AI or MLOps lifecycle. As Alexi says, there's different variations, but broadly, it's an iterative process from design to development to operate. Feedback loops support the continuous development of that AI, which is essential considering the dynamic and contested nature of AI in defense. I think it's fair to say most AI systems are stuck in the model development phase, struggling to break through into operations because their real-world performance struggles to match their design expectation. And technical validation, if it happens, appears to still be an afterthought to be carried out at the end of development. This seems unique in AI. We don't build bridges and hope they stay up. We follow engineering principles that includes a deep understanding of the components and how they interact with each other. So why should AI be any different? Relying on technical validation only at the end of development is a flawed and risky strategy, leaving little room to correct issues and often revealing problems too late. Instead, spreading validation across the entire cycle, from design through development, deployment, and even retirement, enables developers to grow insight as they build the model. This in turn supports more informed decision-making, such as identifying if an AI is suitable early, and also providing performance targets linked to funding milestones. No more throwing good money after bad. Slide, please. And then these tests, when they are embedded across the life cycle, they provide additional business outcomes. Sorry, slide, please. They support an iterative approach to AI development aligned with, aligned with modern software practices, and enable a range of broader organizational benefits. And in doing so, they support an organizational approach to AI governance. For instance, when defense organizations are trying to procure a new AI capability, either between commercial suppliers or in-house solutions, lightweight tests can provide an automated testing framework to confidently compare models or suppliers. As development progresses, routine evaluations can provide deeper insights into how the system is performing, highlighting issues early and allowing teams to adjust and remain on track. And then as a system nears deployment, rigorous stress testing pushes it to the edge, which when these tests aligned with operational risks like environmental variation, data gaps, or adversarial threats, don't just confirm that the system works, they show where it could fail and whether those failures are tolerable or mission critical. By testing through development, organizations build a clear and evidence-based understanding of an AI system's behavior and risks. This steady buildup of insight means that when it comes to the final assurance stage, validation is just about confirming what we already know, rather than scrambling for answers. It transforms assurance from a last-minute hurdle into a confident and informed decision point, supported by a body of testing and trusted data. Slide, please. So to conclude, AI is not a future concept for defense, it's a present reality. It promises unprecedented speed, scale, and operational advantage, but only if we treat it with the rigor it demands. The complexity of the defense environment, its dynamism, unpredictability, and adversarial pressures means we cannot afford to treat AI as a black box, nor assume that success in the lab translates to performance on the battlefield. Technical validation is not a luxury, it's a strategic necessity. It's how we make AI safe, secure, and reliable. It's how we build trust, not just in the systems themselves, but across the entire human-machine team, from developers to operators to commanders. And it's how we ensure that AI enhances defense capability rather than becoming a critical point of failure. At ADVI, we believe that evidence-based confidence is the foundation for responsible AI adoption. By validating AI systems across their life cycle for reliability, robustness, and security, we can enable innovation, accelerate adoption, and maintain the operational edge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. And I was at a moment thinking there'd been absolutely no questions from the audience, but you've rapidly pulled it out and meant that I don't get to ask all of mine. So thank you, I guess. But I will start with one of mine before turning to those of you who have asked from the audience. I'm obviously probably unsurprisingly convinced by the argument you're making of the need, as well as the approach of it being across the life cycle. My curiosity, I suppose, is to what is the capacity of the market to actually provide the kind of verification and technical assessment that you are talking about offering from ADVI? Are you the only player? Are there others? Is it sufficient for the task at hand?
That's a really good question. I think, from my experience, the market of AI itself is, in terms of kind of successfully deploying AI, there's fewer use cases than people might expect. And actually, I think the market to support those and getting them over the line is certainly growing and developing. ADVI aren't the only player in this space. There are a few ones, especially in the US and a couple in Europe as well. Each bring their own merits. Each approach this in a different way, because certainly there's multiple ways to skin this cat. But I think the market will grow, because I think also governments and organizations and large corporations are turning to this kind of capability in order to help them unlock this assurance problem, whether or not it's based on regulatory principles or slightly more policy principles and the idea of kind of operational impact.
Brilliant. I'm picking up now on the questions from the audience, so I promise I won't use all the time with my own questions. I'll just ask Ben later. Question here, how do you valorize the discovery of system weaknesses or failures, given that most companies are going to see these as failures? They're not really going to want to bring them out into the light of day.
That's a really good question. So we tend to find that ultimately it's the customer that demands this, and a customer, i.e. the organization that wants to utilize the system, are the ones who need to tell their respective suppliers and internal teams what the expectations are. There are ways and means to protect both IP and bring some of the insights to light, i.e. to provide the kind of the depth of analysis that's required. But I think it's very important to start seeing them not as failure modes, but as areas of improvement. And I think that's the real value of doing this kind of activity from the very start and trying to implement it into the development life cycle and providing the feedback mechanism where it's not just stating what has gone wrong and where, but providing advice and guidance and working collaboratively in order to try and understand what can be done in order to solve it. Because for the most part, we are capable of identifying what needs to be done to resolve any issue that's been identified.
So there's a question here regarding what happens when there are irreducible uncertainties. How do you build confidence for decision makers to have confidence in these systems and your approach when we're going to assume, given the nature of the technology we're talking about, there are some uncertainties that simply can't be reduced to zero?
Absolutely. And I think the role of technical validation isn't necessarily to do that, because uncertainty will always exist. I think it's about providing more evidence that can be provided so far and providing the context around that, as independent and informed analysis. Where there is irreconcilable issues, then I think the question needs to be asked as whether or not the AI is suitable for this use case. And I think that suitability question is directly linked to the use case itself, the risk of using it and the risk of kind of that failure mode actually happening in real life. And I think that's where, when I say it's an operational and cultural problem, that's where you can't just consider the AI model in isolation and its performance in isolation. You need to think about it in the system and the overall context as to how you're deploying that system.
So there's a couple of connected questions here that I'm going to try and draw together, and they really come down to that cost-benefit analysis of taking the verification approach that you're talking about. So one of the questions is, how long does verification of this type take? What's how onerous and how delaying is it in the production of a tool? Considering that we've heard from other panelists today, one of the key motivations of using these is developing things at pace. The industry moves at pace. So obviously one of the negatives you're going to have to push back against is slowing things down. So there's the time component that I'd be interested to hear a little bit more about. And then there's the question that I'd like to ask about, you've split the verification up across different stages across the life cycle. Now, is that a one-size-fits-all approach, or is it something that could be tailored better to different models to kind of better balance that we're imposing a cost on you, but the value is still workable given the outcome?
I think essentially it does come down to this kind of the value proposition. It's understanding that technical validation, when done in this way, can actually deliver more benefits kind of by doing it in an iterative process, which when you kind of understand that value, you can see how it's a slightly better way of doing things at the moment. Say, for example, you do quite a lot of work in order to kind of train and retrain a model. You're testing it against your testing data set, but you find that it's not aligning to real life. How much money is being thrown at that problem in order to try and get the performance, performance, robustness and security thresholds that you're really looking for? If you're doing it in bits and piecemeal, if you're breaking down that AI use case in order to achieve some of your most, I'm going to use the phrase closest crocodile to the canoe, but your biggest areas of value, the things that you really need that system to do, then actually you can start to grow the system iteratively. You can grow it from a small core into something that's a little bit wider. And in this area, it's really where it's aligned to innovation type processes, this idea that if you have potential 10 models that you want to invest in, but you don't know which one's best, then you can start to down select as you work through your discovery, alpha, beta, and into live phases. And as you go through those phases, you start to implement more tests, and you start to refine those tests as you start to understand the use case more. And as you start to get feedback on your activity, it generally means that if you've done it properly, then what you've arrived at is a solution that you can deploy in a quicker time scale than you would have done just by throwing data at the problem and hoping for the best. How long does it take? How long's a piece of string? I think technical validation is more suited to some use cases than others. Certainly those that have a higher risk threshold. For some AI use cases where, what you want to use it for is relatively benign and you're using off-the-shelf solutions and you're looking to do that cheaply and with value, a lot of this kind of activity is probably not worthwhile and it's probably not valuable. But if you're really trying to get something groundbreaking and something that will give you significant operational effect, then it's almost certainly worth the effort at that point. And, I think, not to draw on specific examples, but if you look at some of the money that's spent on some especially generative AI systems in some large corporations, they would certainly benefit from breaking that problem down and actually approaching it in iterative stages.
So it seems to me that you're making the case that this is a benefit for the private sector developing models and the fact that they can address problems sooner rather than later and create a better end product. And it's good for perhaps the commissioners or procurers because they can actually then have a better, clearer understanding of what products are on the table and which ones are more or less suitable for their needs. Absolutely. So one last question before I move on to the next panelist. You mentioned that this is a kind of continuous model. It's a cycle of refresh and renewal. In terms of some forms of military AI, we've talked about, for example, those that are allowed to continually learn. Do you think technical verification is an approach which is viable for those which be deployed to a battlefield and expected to continually learn from their environment?
Absolutely. I think not least because I kind of mentioned adversarial attacks, the fact that they're not digital, especially if you bring in reinforcement learning or kind of self-reinforcing algorithms into the mix, then actually, if you're using these systems in a contested environment, then the capacity for these types of attacks to be ingested into the live and operational feeds and disperse into that operational system is even greater. In fact, it's possibly easier than trying to gain access to those systems whilst they're being developed. The continuous iteration and the ability to monitor. Technical validation means that you can identify what it is you need to monitor early so you can build that into your plan and make sure it's something that's possible to do. It identifies issues as they become apparent and lets you react to them in real time as you're facing them on the battlefield, lets you understand what to do with it. And then also it gives you that ability to support that iterative feedback to either update models, make sure they continue to be useful, to upgrade models and migrate them into different use cases and dispose of those models, to understand when you've done everything you can, that model is not fit for purpose, it needs to be destroyed, or it needs to be isolated, and it needs to be replaced by something more. And if it can't, then those people who are relying on those capabilities need to be told.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Just a round of applause, please, for Ben for a fantastic presentation. So in the interest of me keeping to time and not getting more awkward side-eye glances from the organisers, we'll move swiftly on to the next panellist. Drex, you're from the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Centre in the Philippines, and is going to be talking to us about AI on the battlefield and how you can build trust and accountability through digital forensics. So I'm hopeful this is a clear and very useful follow-on from the previous presentation. Same applies as last time. Please do leave questions on the Slido so I can come to those at the end. Don't leave it all up to me, or I'll just ask all the things I'd like to know and everyone will miss out.
Okay, good afternoon. And today we would like to talk about the use of AI in the battlefield and how do we build trust and accountability through digital forensics. As just a side plug, this talk is highly aligned with the brochures, or sorry, the materials been given out outside. So they'll be very helpful. Next, as a forensics practitioner, we always look for potential electronic evidence or artifacts from different levels of where information could be stored. And as such, we always look at, for this topic, we will be looking at 3 different levels of how AI is used in the battlefield. On a strategic level, AI could be used in a nation versus nation cyber war, wherein AI-powered malware, disinformation, misinformation, and deception are used with the less violent designs of crippling economies, manipulating political views, undermining the authority of a state, disturbing a state's relationship with its allies, or the use of AI to reduce a state's military efficiency, if not their effectiveness in physical combat domains. Additionally, AI could be used to equalize the fighting capacity of richer nations to that of smaller nation states. Additionally, AI could be used to deny access to a nation's critical infrastructure so that another nation can dictate actions of the victim nation. Now, on another level, the use of AI could be by the military commanders for their data fusion and integration platforms. AI can easily ingest and integrate massive amounts of disparate data from hundreds of thousands of sensors simultaneously, as well as deal with the velocity and amount of intelligence reports that can come in real time, as well as from open source information, as well as logistical data for the commanders, in order for the commanders to see a unified real-time operational picture. Battlefield commanders can also use AI for analytics and decision support systems. This could be for threat detection and early warning for their troops, target identification and prioritization, as well as resource allocation and logistics optimization. Also, AI on a more mundane case could be used for predictive maintenance of their equipment and to assess their readiness in combat. Now, the one that is catching most of the imagination of moviegoers is the use of AI by battlefield forward forces. This could enable these tactical units for advantages for violence of action. They could have battlefield awareness, as well as drone tasking and swarming, as well as automate drone analysis from all these hundreds of thousands of sensors coming in at the same time. It could be used for communications and coordination, but one of the things that we are looking at, for example, as announced by Palmer Luckey from Anduril, would be personalized threat assessments and prioritization. In a public show, he mentioned that, for example, you have sensors coming in, data coming in from tanks, from armored personnel carriers, as well as from CCTVs in head-mounted displays of individual soldiers. Let's say that soldier is walking, trying to clear a room in an urban environment. The AI sensors, through visual analysis or audio analysis or open source reports or intelligence reports, may be able to detect a sniper taking aim at that individual soldier. Now, the soldier in his heads-up display would not only alert the individual soldier, but also tell the soldier what part of the room to roll towards so that the soldier will be out of harm from the threat of a sniper. Another one that Palmer Luckey from Anduril mentioned in another show was that AI could be used for fire control systems on all weapons, not just on tanks, on armored carriers, but also on the individual rifles of each soldier. So, for example, you have a urban environment, and then you have infantry, crisscrossing the line of fire of each other. When a soldier pulls a trigger, the AI will wait for the optimum time to actually fire the bullet. That optimum time will enable to not only hit a moving target from far away, but also avoid friendly fire. So that's one of the uses of potential AI. Now, with all that said, from a law enforcement perspective, AI could be misused in several ways. The first one we imagine, would be unlawful targeting. You can have AI-driven autonomous weapons and decision-making systems that may misidentify civilian targets or violate distinction principles. Another way of violations would be the loss of human oversight. This can happen when AI systems act independently without meaningful human control. This could lead to unintended strikes or excessive force, especially on civilian populations. The third way we imagine AI could be misused is when there is disproportionate harm to civilians. This can happen when there is inability of AI systems to apply proportionality assessments. The fourth way we think AI could be misused on the battlefield is for the deliberate use of AI systems for war crimes. This could be AI-enabled tactics such as autonomous massacres or deepfake information like red flags or false flags, to justify unlawful actions or even AI-driven psychological torture. Now, with all that said, the realization of AI use in the battlefield raises critical concerns. The three ones that have been mentioned over and over today would be trust, accountability, as well as expectations for compliance to international norms. Now, with all those critical concerns, key issues are raised. The first one is explainability of the AI systems. Another one is how do they mitigate bias? And the third one would be how do we monitor the AI systems are compliant to international humanitarian laws and international human rights laws. Now, one solution that we propose from a law enforcement perspective is accountability through digital forensics. This means that we should have systems that can verify if an AI's output was grounded in lawful procedure or if it ventured into misuse and bias. It also means for us that this would reinforce adherence to international human rights laws and international humanitarian laws. So this could answer one of the issues that were raised earlier, like on regulation. This would actually help self-regulation. Now, the use of AI is not a question of when it should be used, but more of how it should be used. We propose that AI should be trustworthy in at least 3 domains or 3 factors. That would be to build trust in state actors, to build trust in the technology behind AI systems, as well as to build trust in the people behind those AI systems. So just to define, state actors would enable responsible AI governance and approaches and solutions. We would need depolitization and exchange in good practice among nations. And there should be confidence-building measures that foster state trust. We would be talking about in the next few examples about this. One example, though, for now, is that nation-states should demand from their vendors that they should have some sort of chain of thought documentation so that nation-states could avoid accusations of unlawful or disproportionate force. The next type of trust that we should be looking for is technology. So in here, we mean that we should be able to verify the reliability and performance in operational context through systematic testing. One example of a test objective is that AI systems should be developed that can distinguish civilians from combatants or weigh proportionality in different scenarios. These systems should be auditable. One way of doing that is to have explainable AI that should enable operators and external parties to see why an AI made a decision in a particular scenario. The next one would be trust in the people, because trust is essential across operators, commanders, and the developers of those systems when deploying AI-enabled military capabilities. There should be confidence in vendors, and there should be practice of due diligence to minimize risks and ensure responsible governance of these technologies. For example, whenever feasible, states should release summaries or explainable logs to reassure not only their citizens, but other citizens of the world that no violation of human rights laws has occurred. Or if there were violations, accountability measures should follow. Next. Now, we recommend for this talk at least 5 items. The first one would be to translate legal or ethical norms into technical requirements. This is because we see a problem wherein you have this abstract international humanitarian laws or international human rights laws concepts like distinction, proportionality, precaution, and for programmers, they rarely map directly into source code or into hardware specifications. Now, the problem is that developers may not know how to implement meaningful human control, that is a lawyer term, or bias mitigation in practice. There is a disconnect there between developers and legal talk. Now, an example scenario where this is a problem is that you may have a lethal targeting AI drone or robot that nominally aims to minimize collateral damage. However, in reality, if the system's software doesn't require, for example, a confidence threshold or real-time revalidation of civilian presence, then we say that the design is incomplete. Now, if an incident occurs and non-combatants are harmed, then investigators will find that the core logic behind that AI system is flawed. Okay? And we will find that the logic never integrated any explainable gating system to show why it flagged role the target is false. The role of digital forensics in here is that a post-forensic audit might analyze the log showing no explicit caution loop, or if the system was explainable AI, it would be evident that the AI used insufficient data or had missed critical evidence of civilian presence. Now, this clarity would involve embedding explicit legal norms into the system's architecture. I'll go faster now. So the next solution, recommendation, is to identify red lines. This was mentioned earlier, and understanding general intelligence myths, artificial. The problem is that in red lines, in defining red lines, it is sometimes overshadowed by fear-mongering about unstoppable AGI machines, which distract from near-term concerns and more realistic concerns like unverified autonomy or biased data. Because if there is no clarity, these red lines may be ignored. Now, scenario, for example, there is an AI takeover of a town. And there is a scenario wherein drones or a robot's facial recognition misidentifies civilians with similar clothing as militants. The public will blame advanced general intelligence, but in forensics will reveal that it's simply a design flaw and that there has been no thorough explanation of classification decisions or built in any safety checks. Next. The third recommendation that we have is regulatory alignment and mutual recognition. This happens because we see a problem with inconsistent or disjointed regulations across nations and industries where AI developers adopt minimal compliance in certain jurisdictions, risking widespread mismatch in oversight or accountability. A scenario where this may be a problem is that let's say a robot built under nation A would include transparent logs and explainable modules. Now, nation B will buy the same devices or products or robots from the same vendor, but this nation B would have weaker standards and omit those additional expensive features. So now if a war crime happens on nation B, investigators will not be able to gather the same level of forensic data. The result in a digital forensics case, there will be partial or inconclusive accountability. Next. The fourth recommendation is the monitoring, evaluation, and enforcement and verification procedures. This happens because we see a problem wherein frameworks or guidelines may be insufficient if there's no robust way to monitor real-world usage, enforce compliance, and verify claims of lawful operation. We see a scenario this happening when, for example, a state claims it only uses human-in-the-loop AI for targeting, and then a non-government organization obtains evidence that submissions of this robot engaged fully autonomously in violation of international humanitarian law. Now, forensics can play a role in here by checking the engagement logs of the robot, and they may find that the operators, the human operators, did not receive any final alert and may contradict the official statements of the military unit. The last recommendation for today would be cross-sectoral dialogue for trust building. This may happen when you have isolation among member states, nation states, among the private sector, and you have civil society distrust. You could have misaligned solutions with different priorities and different budgets, and therefore you will have problems of missed opportunities for synergy or oversight. Let's say in a given scenario, you have a group of people having a multinational tabletop exercise, and that group would include an AI vendor, a human rights non-government organization, and participation of various military agencies. Now, during the tabletop exercise, they discover that the video feed or explanations for target identification, wherein the AI highlights certain features of vehicles or uniform, is quite unreliable at night. Now, the result of that tabletop exercise, the group will then propose a standardized low-light data set and more robust fail-safe mechanism. Next. Now, here is where we emphasize the role of digital forensics in the use of AI on the battlefield. Digital forensics provides an actionable bedrock of accountability. Forensic evidence will pinpoint whether an AI system adhered to or contravened ethical and legal benchmarks. Now, courts and tribunals can rely on forensic records for unbiased evidence to ensure that any sanction or exoneration stands on clear legal ground. The core functions of digital forensics for this case would be for evidence collection, root cause analysis, and preemptive compliance. As a conclusion and as actionable items for this group, we need to build trustworthy AI systems. Explainable AI designs plus rigorous digital forensics foster real-time checks and balances in the systems. This can ensure that advanced battlefield capabilities do not overshadow moral and legal responsibilities. This will help us build the future when we have nation states, vendors, and NGOs collectively investing in aligned policies so that, for example, one robot used in one country can produce evidence that can be easily understood or appreciated in other jurisdictions. Additionally, cross-sectoral channels like this, like race, should remain vital for testing emergent best practices and forging trust around the world. Now, AI on the battlefield need not to be a cause for fear if we embed trust and accountability at every step. Thank you.
Thank you very much, particularly for ending on a positive note. It's always difficult sometimes in these scenarios to end on a pro rather than a con, and an opportunity and not a risk. It's fantastic to see how talking about forensics here as a means of actually improving, as I understand it, the opportunity to design tools, systems which actually are more compliant, safer, less risky. I'd be interested if you could perhaps summarize a little bit, and perhaps a clear kind of chain of thought, how forensics can actually inform or offer insight to different stages of the life cycle through design, deployment, operation, then recycling around to the beginning again. A couple came out, and I'd love to hear some more thought on that if I could.
I'm trying to imagine somebody is being prosecuted in ICC. Would that work? Well, if we were investigators, one of the first things we would be looking at is the documentation of the AI and how it was sold to the military unit or to the agency. And then we would be looking at test results. Perhaps if a company like Adve AI, the previous one, was contracted, we would subpoena them for records of how did their tests go. And let's see, and then based on those test results, we would see how the developers tried to fix the problems. And if they did not fix the problems, then that there might be some sort of at least negligence on the part of the end user, and that would be punishable. And then after that, we would also be looking at the data, the training data that was used, looking at the weights on how the AI system was biased or not biased for certain scenarios. And then we would also be looking at the source code as much as possible, interviewing the developers of the AI system, looking at the libraries, open source or not, that were used, looking at the research papers that were referenced. Basically, we would be looking for stuff that may or may not prove negligence, and also look at the logs. The logs would be the last things to be looked at. If there was an override function, that would be malicious in nature. Or if there were other communications that said that the AI should have a backdoor, that if the system, if the scenario happens, this would happen, an autonomous massacre should happen. So a lot of things come into mind on how we may prosecute somebody in behalf of the ICC, for example.
Brilliant, thank you for that. I have one more broad question from me before I turn it over to the questions that I've been receiving from the audience here and online. And that question is very broad, but do you think, in your opinion, has the usage of AI in the military domain made forensics and holding accountability through forensics easier or harder?
Right now, harder. For two reasons. A lot of military agencies have put their weapons under secret labels. And not only are they secret, but they're also compartmentalized. And the problem with that is that investigators do not have access to many information. Another one is the complexity of AI systems. We're looking at hundreds of billions of parameters for large language models, for example. At any given time, it's quite difficult if they do not have explainable AI built into the system. It will be quite difficult to figure out how an AI system is thinking at a particular moment. There have been ideas of looking at the neurons, for example, at any given stage, or looking at the logs generated by AI, but you need another AI just to read the volume of logs that are being generated. So it's difficult.
I did think that perhaps was a leading question, but that's not an unexpected answer. There are a number of questions that have been offered from the audience, and a number of them actually overlap. So I'm going to kind of condense those together. A lot of them come down to the question of, do you think that in the current trajectory of development and deployment, that explainable AI and those that produce the kind of records and logs that you require to do the kind of forensic work you're talking about, do you think that's the trajectory we are on, or do you think that there needs to be an effort to ensure that we actually shift onto one where those logs and those tools and those resources to do good forensics are actually made and created?
Right now, it's not a trajectory that we are on, simply because there's not enough public pressure on AI developers to enable those features. Also, the reason why AI vendors don't do that on their own, out of the goodness of their hearts, is because of the cost of the computing power involved to use those features.
So another question from the audience here, which I think hopefully you can offer some insight into, is we've obviously talking to a very international audience and talking about digital forensics as a methodology. Is this a standardized approach, or is there diversity in different approaches taken to digital forensics? And how might you or we try and take that diversity and create harmony in a single acceptable approach for all parties?
That's a great question. Well, we are trying to standardize approach across different nation states, especially when it comes to recognition, for example, of chain of custody or recognition of electronic evidence across different states. One of the first steps that we have done is to ratify the recent from UNODC, the Convention of Cybercrime. That is something that is a step forward to that, but we are not there yet. We're not in a ideal situation yet.
Brilliant. So another question is, there's a lot of questions about the viability of explainable AI. So I'm going to condense those together. So is this a linchpin? Without explainable AI, is there no way for digital forensics to actually operate as the way you've described it as a useful tool in this space?
There would be less evidence that can prove beyond reasonable doubt a crime has happened. Without explainable AI, there will be lots of circumstantial evidence. There will be lots of prima facie evidence. But beyond reasonable doubt would be harder, and that would require much more good old-fashioned detective work for prosecution.
Good old-fashioned detective work through thousands or millions of lines of code and logs and what information is available, which is obviously not an enviable position to be in. I want to come back to a point that you raised in answer to one of the previous questions about the bifurcation between open source versus closed source. Do you think that open source provides an opportunity for that creation of a more explainable form of AI if open source becomes a more commonplace usage in the defense sector?
Yes, open source, the use of open source libraries and tools and research can really help accelerate a digital forensics process, because you don't have to subpoena or have a search warrant executed on the premises of a cloud service provider or the AI systems vendor, which may be in a different country. If there's open source, at least you could have great ideas on how the system works, how the system thinks, and then you could, write your own tests or write your own, at the very least, your own prompts to see how a system thinks, and then probably predict how it behaved in a certain scenario.
So a question which builds almost directly on part of your answer there in terms of a jurisdictional one. could you describe what the current state of affairs and perhaps the ideal future state of affairs is with regards to jurisdictional access? How do you describe it right now in terms of getting hold of this data from the forensics material, and how might you view it as in the future, and how do we get to that future?
Oh, wow. The current state is hard. It's already hard to explain how a computer works in different jurisdictions, much less try to explain how an LLM works, or how it differs from CNN or LSTM and stuff like that. And then you have to try and get the judge, if you're executing an extradition request, for example, in another country, they would have, through mutual legal assistance treaties, they would have to go, your person from nation A would have to go to nation B and explain to another judge there, this is the evidence we have, this is our chain of custody. And so it's kind of hard because the AI development is progressing so fast that the judicial systems cannot keep up. We joke a lot of times that we are working on 22nd century crimes with 20th century laws based on using 19th century tools.
Well, I think on that fantastic soundbite, we might leave the panel there. Please, audience, help me thank our panelists for a fantastic talk and questions.
Thank you.
To decide if we were going to make a run for it or not. Yeah, that's right. We're good. That's an old picture.
In the interest of moving on at pace, so we get through and everyone gets their time in the sun, I'd like me to introduce Jane Pinellis and Kirsten Vineyard. Again, another panel on lifecycle management, but this one coming back to one of my interesting, or my, I hope interesting, my introductory remarks regarding how we unpick the varying semantics and lexicon issues that we're trying to deal with. We're all trying to talk about the same problems, the same issues, the same opportunities, and sometimes we're using the same words, but often those words don't actually have the same meaning for all of us. And that's not just a language problem, that's a lexicon problem. And I'm very hopeful that our next two panelists can help us unpick, or at least confront, some of those. So I'll hand over to them for their presentation. Thank you so much. Without further ado.
Thank you, Alexi. Clearly, my twin, who has more hair than I, showed up for the photo shoot for this talk. So thank you to the organizers for convening this event. Being back at UNIDIR always feels really like a homecoming to me, being back in Geneva. It's really a pleasure to be here. So first things first, personally, I wanted the subtitle of this talk to be a semantic smackdown, because who wouldn't want to see Jane and I do an epic rap battle, right, on the semantics of AI? I mean, that's a headline event, let me tell you. So alas, you will not get that treat right now, but stick around for the reception tonight. You don't know. But in all seriousness, the title of our talk is a bit misleading, and I'd like to tell you why. A few years ago, I joined a 9,000 person strong, highly technical organization. And I found that many of my colleagues there believed that responsible AI was just a really sneaky way of talking about AI ethics. And in my early interactions, it became clear that we had really different ideas about what the term responsible AI in defense meant and its value to the technical community. So Jane and I worked together at APL in very different roles, and we decided to take a stab at unpacking this together. So what we found, bottom line up front, is that this really isn't a showdown, and it was really valuable to go back to basics
and work through this. And we hope that it's going to be as helpful to you as it was for us. So let's introduce ourselves. Jane.
And I think we might need our slides
Yeah.
as well.
Could we?
But as we pull that up, my name is Dr. Jane Pinellas. I work at the Applied Physics Laboratory. I'm the chief AI engineer in the Applied Information Sciences branch. So I come to this with a very technical perspective. I'm a statistician by background. Importantly for this talk, prior to my current role, I was the chief of AI assurance at the Pentagon at the Chief Digital and AI Office.
Right, and I'm Kirsten Mignard. I am a senior analyst at the Applied Physics Lab. I work on responsible innovation and engaging science and technology subject matter experts in our international security and technology discussions. Prior to joining APL, I was at UNIDIR for 26 years, 10 of which I was the deputy director, and that was really a privilege and an honor in my career. So let's go on to the next slide. What are we going to cover? Pretty much 3 basic points. Why words matter. We're going to cover some definitions. Don't worry, it's not as boring as that sounds. And we're going to talk about what's the relationship between 2 of the terms we hear a lot about, AI assurance and responsible AI. So 3 simple points. I said back to basics, right? So let's jump right in. The world faces a serious proliferation problem when it comes to AI. Look at all that, right? We have a proliferation of adjectives. The adjectives that we use to describe AI have evolved and shifted and diversified over a really short span of time. And when we think about all these adjectives that we use to modify the term AI, ethical, trusted, assured, sustainable, human-centric, what do they all mean? Are they the same? Do they overlap? How do they overlap? When and why do we use one term over another? This adjective bingo, that's how I like to think about it, about what's the difference between ethical AI and responsible AI, what's the difference between AI security and AI safety? Is there a difference between trusted and trustworthy AI? Jane has some ideas on that. We'll get to them. This mix of terminology can lead to indifference, it can lead to skepticism, and it can lead to distrust. And when I say distrust, I mean amongst humans. It can be a sense that if these terms can change from one day to the next, they really don't mean anything at all. And it is a bit of branding or marketing more than anything else. And that distrust undermines the very thing that we want buy-in for. We want lawful, we want safe, we want reliable, we want assured systems. It undermines that trust by key stakeholders, and it also diffuses societal demand for the processes, the regulations, the tools, and the accountability frameworks that underpin these desired traits. So these terms are often related, but they are not interchangeable. The international peace and security community has rallied around the term responsible AI, and many in the technical community are gravitating to assured AI. So in the short time that we had today, we're going to focus on the relationship between those 2 terms. So let's start by looking at the definition of responsible AI. Next slide. Looks like we have another proliferation problem. Here's just a very, very teeny weeny small sample of definitions of responsible AI coming from the private sector, national defense, research bodies, civil society, and even UN member states. And I know it's hard to see all the way there in the back, and it looks like the formatting has gotten a little bit whacked out, but just take a moment with this. And if you can see it, look at the variety of characteristics that are put into this definition by different stakeholder groups. We have things like lawful, we have ethical, robust, rights respecting, accountable, safe. And also notice that some of these have different objectives for responsible AI, ensuring societal benefit, fairness, transparency, accountability, minimizing harms, advancing trustworthiness. And you'll note, while there's some overlap amongst these definitions, there are actually more differences than similarities. Next slide. So really far from the idea that RAI is just another way of saying AI ethics. In fact, RAI is kind of an umbrella term. I actually like to think of it as kind of a vessel that we put different things into depending on how we show up to that potluck party when we have these conversations. So as noted, that definition on the previous slide, the definition of RAI means different things to different people, different communities, and even within communities. You probably noted that the definitions coming from academia and industry were different than those coming from the defense and international peace and security community. Now, the term responsible AI actually comes from the civil sector, right? Or the civilian sectors, from industry and academia. That, as that term was adopted by the defense community, its meaning was adapted to the unique legal, ethical, and operational context of defense. As we have different ethical and legal frameworks for the military domain, for situations of armed conflict in particular, it shouldn't really be surprising that the definition of RAI in defense also had to adopt. So you're going to see less emphasis on values such as societal well-being and privacy and maybe even explainability, and more on things like reliability, safety, governability. The term RAI was also really attractive to the international peace and security community because the word responsible was already a really familiar framing for us in our disarmament arms control discussions, right? We approach a lot of our discussions about norms of responsible state behavior. That could be in cyberspace or reducing space threats through norms, principles, and responsibles of state behavior, et cetera, et cetera. So we're used to the idea of thinking about responsible behavior. Second point is RAI is really a misnomer, right? When we say responsible AI, there's a lot of missing words. We mean responsible, open square bracket, design, development, testing, evaluation, deployment, use, maybe end of life cycle decommissioning, end of square brackets of AI, right? We sit around in CCW and we know that the AI isn't responsible. Humans are responsible. And while I'm glad that I don't have to say that whole mouthful of a phrase each time I want to talk about responsible AI, or even worse, like have some sort of acronym that we couldn't pronounce, something like RD2 TED UAI or something like that to cover that whole spectrum. There are risks when we make that linguistic shortcut. It subtly reinforces amongst some the fallacy that the technology itself is or could somehow someday be responsible. And secondly, it undermines demands for or incentives to develop the necessary tools, techniques, and governance mechanisms that need to be put in place for responsible design, development, and use of AI. For many years, the focus on AI ethics and RAI in the civil domain has been really critical in raising awareness that early life cycle decisions about data, about objective functions, about documentation, et cetera, that these are not just technical choices, but legal and ethical ones too. This points to the evolving role and responsibility of the technical community in areas where they traditionally haven't been expected to play. It kind of goes against the traditional engineering caricature that I just design and build the hammer. It's not my business if you want it. Build a house, break a window, or attack somebody with it. Not my problem. I just design the thing. But we know when it comes to AI, your design, your build, and training choices, in fact, shape how the tool can be used. Those early life cycle decisions have far-reaching consequences that shape the contours of the legal, ethical, and regulatory domain. It's been really hard work breaking down silos between the technical, operational, legal, ethics, and governance communities and starting to build these essential bridges and the connectivity between these communities. And that work is far from done. However, when you redirect focus to only one of the components, elements such as AI safety, AI security, or AI governance, two things happen. We lose sight of our high-level objectives, our kind of guiding North Star, responsible behavior in this case, and our AI becomes a little bit like the tragedy of the commons. We know that it's something that we all want and kind of benefit from, but it's not really anyone's responsibility to take care of it. Finally, one of the most frequent questions that I'm asked is, what's the relationship between responsible AI and trust? I've heard the word trust mentioned a lot today. In fact, one of the first national RAI and defense strategies stated, and I quote, "RAI is a journey to trust." So what does that mean, actually? So Jane, I am channeling my inner Tina right now. Tell us, what's trust got to do with it?
Well, thank you very
Next
much,
slide.
Kirsten. I should say you told me not to tell math jokes, but you've said quite a few
Tell a math
AI-related jokes. We'll get to the math jokes eventually, but I'll start by saying that, and at the great risk of offending some previous speakers, but hopefully not, that we actually try to stay away from the word trust. And we try to stay away from it because it has over 300 definitions. If you look it up, it's an incredibly hard to define concept, therefore very hard to measure and very hard to test. Trust is not one single thing, right? There's the trust of the operator that will manifest itself in relying on equipment. There's the trust that we have in our government. There's the trust that we have in our international allies. All those are very important types of trust. And therefore, trust cannot be built in, right? It requires not only many of these definitions, but also very deliberate action. And trust also shouldn't be blind, right? In fact, trust should be, and reliance should be very, very carefully and deliberately calibrated. I know where the system was tested. I know how well it did, and I will rely on it and trust it exactly in that context, exactly that much. So instead, the term that we use is trustworthiness, and trustworthiness is well defined in literature, and it's defined in this very simple way that I really like. Number one, a trustworthy system, when used correctly, will reliably do what it's supposed to do. Number two, a trustworthy system, when used correctly, will reliably not do what it's not supposed to do, right? Talking about killer robots. And number three, you've trained your humans to use this. And that touches on an important aspect of training that we usually don't talk about enough when it comes to these responsible AI conversations. The idea that responsible AI just stop with development, testing, and deployment, training humans to and having them ready to receive that kind of technology is also important. Go ahead to the next slide, please. So in that vein, we actually use the term AI assurance. Now, importantly, assurance in and of itself has long existed before AI, particularly in the safety community, in the nuclear community, in the cyber community, and oddly enough, in the railroad community. Assurance is a process. And it is a process of measuring, right? So testing and experimenting, but also evaluating and communicating, again, back to that training piece, something about your system. And so in the case of AI, AI assurance is then a way to measure, evaluate, and communicate the trustworthiness of an AI system. This is borrowed from our colleagues in the UK. Actually, they have a fantastic publication out of DSTL. It's called an AI assurance biscuit book, literally meant to be consumed with tea and biscuits and very digestible. Go ahead to the next slide, please. And so what we will do is we will build a series of assurance cases. An assurance case is a collection of arguments and evidence that a system is sufficiently trustworthy. This is where there exists the first important distinction between assurance and traditional test and evaluation. That is to say, test and evaluation certainly overlaps assurance, but doesn't completely overlap it. For instance, AI ultimately is still software, right? So not everything about AI needs to be tested. You could do code reviews, you could do mathematical proofs just as well that will build into your assurance case. Go ahead to the next slide. So an assured system then means that the relevant authorities will have sufficient justified confidence, right? Not trust, not blind trust, but confidence, which is a mathematical concept that is well defined, that is justified by evidence and arguments, that the system is trustworthy, and it's trustworthy in a specific context, right? So a system that is trained and tested and assured for a particular context may not be so for a different context. If you trained a computer vision system to operate in the desert, that doesn't mean that it's also assured in a snowy environment, for instance. Importantly, when you build these assurance cases, there are three basic things that we care about. Number one, whose trust is needed, right? Who are your stakeholders in this process? So consider automatic target recognition, right? A drone that works for target recognition, an autonomous drone. So in that case, whose trust might you need? Well, we certainly need the trust of the commander, the operational commander. That person might need confidence that the system will actually perform reasonably well, right? And considering that this is a safety critical system, they'd probably need very high assurance, something in the 90s in terms of percentage of effectiveness, whether it be false positives, false negatives, and all the other things that we might be concerned about, operating in different environments, operating in cluttered environments, crowded environments, etc. Needless to say, current systems probably don't quite reach that level of performance. And so additional things that you might build into that system might be human oversight at this stage. Another important stakeholder might be the warfighter, right? The warfighter who actually needs to rely on their equipment to do what it's supposed to do. They will also care about the level of safety and effectiveness of the system. And they also will care about the human-machine interface, right? And being able to clearly understand from a system when it stops being competent at its task and they need to take over. You have developers and engineers like myself. We care about validation and verification. We care about test and evaluation. We care about data provenance and things like that. And then, of course, you have oversight and regulatory bodies, and they might care whether you're compliant with international laws. They might care whether you're compliant with regulations, whether you've completed third-party audits, etc. So whose trust is needed? We've enumerated the stakeholders. We figured out what level of confidence is required. And then you go and get your evidence and you figure out what level of confidence is actually justified. And that is how you ultimately build an assurance case. Go ahead to the next slide. So where does AI assurance then fit in with responsible AI? Well, AI assurance ultimately uses the frameworks that responsible AI supplies. It combines them with our current testing methodologies, review methodologies, and other controls to characterize AI systems with respect to their trustworthiness, right? So certainly a big part of that is testing, validation, third-party audits, and risk management, right? No system that the Department of Defense has ever fielded has lived up to 100% of its requirements, right? We can say that with a lot of confidence, I think. However, there are risk mitigation procedures that we can have in place. We already have them for hardware, we already have them for software, and we can have them for AI as well. We do tend to focus on mission performance and compliance standards, again, rarely to 100% kind of certainty. But again, having said that, there are usually mitigation measures in place. We gather evidence of trustworthiness. It can be accuracy, it can be robustness to natural perturbations or security against adversarial threats. We can worry about things like bias and equitability when it comes to systems that are specifically designed to deal with human data. And we usually rely on third-party audits, right? We have in the Department of Defense, frequently you have commercial vendors submitting their models, submitting their software. Needless to say, I hope we don't count on them to grade their own homework in that sense.
Next slide. So this is probably, if you're going to just take away one thing from this talk, I'd like you to think about this. Responsible AI needs assurance. And assurance needs responsible AI. And I'll speak to the first part of that. If you have responsible AI and high-level principles and just normative frameworks, that those are good intentions. But without making the assurance case, they're kind of just words. We have failed to operationalize those commitments into something that we can prove and have justified confidence in. Do you want to speak to the second one?
And conversely, for AI assurance, responsible AI is the requirements generator, right? We can assure the system, we can test it to any level of specification. That level of specification might be inflict maximum human damage, right? In the worst case. So absolutely, responsible AI provides us exactly the requirements, right? They're a critical stakeholder and provides us the requirements against which we should be collecting evidence and collecting data. Now, having said that, the two perspectives that you have represented here and that have been extremely useful to me as a self-proclaimed numbers person to actually talk to a self-proclaimed words person, they have been the perspective of a technical person and somebody with a lot of governance background. There's a critical third perspective to me that is missing, and that is the operator, right? Everything that we've talked about so far talks about assuring a system in context, assuring that it's responsible for use in a particular context, in a particular operation, perhaps. As soon as you take it out of that context, knowingly or unknowingly, importantly, you have to build a whole new assurance case. And that's where operational input becomes really critical. And even though that may mean that there's additional testing, additional assurance, additional resources and time that you might invest, in some cases actually does the opposite, right? We want part of providing AI responsibly may mean that we're providing it at the speed of relevance. And at the speed of relevance may be that you're not testing it or assuring it for research sake, for testing sake. And having operational constraints built into what you're testing and assuring is actually very helpful sometimes to reduce the scope of what you're trying to do.
So one final point from my side, I'm going to bring it back to where we started. Why is it important to go back to basics now? And this feels like kind of a step backwards, a little primer on language. But there's a reason for doing that right now. We are seeing that the language around AI is shifting again. In the past few months, we've seen several instances of national and international moves away from terms like AI safety, for example. So there is a risk that when somebody pulls out the AI bingo card in search of yet again another adjective to stick on the term AI, and that could be assured AI, it could be reliable AI, it could be effective AI, I mean, get out your dictionary, right? We sever that hard-won connection to the technical community, to ensuring that the tools that we develop to serve human interests in line with our values and our existing legal frameworks. Because as Jane just pointed out, AI assurance, you can assure to any set of specifications. And if you take away that wrapper of responsible AI, it is, what is it assuring, right? So these two things must work together. While RAI remains for now the international framing for these conversations with the Responsible AI in the Military Domain Summit, with the US-led political declaration on responsible military use of AI and autonomy, et cetera, we may see moves away from the term responsible AI in the future. And while that may be expedient to do so in terms of, as terms come like in and out of like political fashion, we have to be vigilant about what important elements kind of fall off the table when we start shifting the language, so that when that happens, we know what connections have been lost, and we can ensure that we actively put in place other ways to attend to them. So with that, I think that's it.
That is fantastic. Not only did we get a number of references to pop culture, but we had a fantastic double act there. So thank you very much from both. So I will now rapidly turn to the now very full set of questions from the audience. So I'll do my best to condense so we can get through these as quickly or concurrently or conclusively as possible. So the first question is perhaps quite specific, but related right to the ending point of your presentation. And I think that it speaks to that combination of the double act of responsibility and assurance, is considering the changing landscape and the lexicon moving yet again. What are the means that we should be using to try and assign what intended use is? Where should we be trying to draw from the responsible pool to set this is intended and this is unintended use? The question there from someone in the audience who's unnamed.
I'm not sure I really understand the question. Maybe did you understand it?
I'm struggling with it a little bit, but in keeping with our theme going back to basics, presumably before the system was procured, there was a set of requirements, right, that it came with. At least that's the way our.
So perhaps we can pivot the question a little differently as to who should be responsible for deciding what the intended kind of the actual intended uses are in this multilateral, multi-stakeholder process of marrying up responsible versus assured. Where should the responsibility for deciding what is intended use is in that dynamic?
I would start with existing. Thank you very much. I'm out of habit. There we are. So I would start with our existing legal commitments, and then we have a whole set of specific to AI normative commitments. Some of those are shared, or if you're, for example, a high contracting party to the CCW, of course you have the guiding principles. If you're a member of NATO, there's the NATO principles of responsible use. So there's a variety of different normative commitments. So I would start with those as kind of your requirements, right, of what goes in the defense domain, what goes into the basket of responsible AI, and it gives us our characteristics and a bit the beginning point of the translation to technical specifications. Does that resonate with you?
That's good for me.
Great. Next question is one that's partly mine and partly from the audience. You mentioned the need to effectively demonstrate trustworthiness to the end users of this. Could kind of unpack, paint a picture of how you might demonstrate trustworthiness to different types of end users? Because there are, as you mentioned, quite an array of different, from the political spectrum to the military spectrum, of users in this process. How might you demonstrate trustworthiness to those different stakeholders?
So, thank you. Importantly, I will first pick on the question. The issue isn't to demonstrate. The goal is to characterize. The system may not be trustworthy, and that's okay. If that's what the data show, then that's how we will proceed. Now, having said that, the different users or the different stakeholders that we might have in mind, again, we started, for instance, with the military commander or an operational commander. In that vein, most of the characterization that we will do will come from field tests, from test and evaluation. That will not cover all of the potential cases in which we should be testing. And so the rest of it then tends to come from modeling and simulation or from digital twin environments. Because as you consider designing experiments to test AI, we don't fundamentally understand all of the variables that affect its performance. And so we have to test them in a simulated environment as well as in the real environment. Then you have regulators, for instance. They will need all of that evidence and then some, especially when it comes to human oversight and any kind of fallback procedures. Right, one of the responsible AI principles for the US government, for the Department of Defense specifically, is governability. The idea that if a system starts going off the rails, so to say, there is a way to turn it off. That necessitates at least a couple of things. Number one, that the human notices that it's going off the rails, which is very much a human-machine interface an integration kind of issue. And number two, that the human is able to turn it off and accomplish mission otherwise. And then there are additional things like traceability, right? You might want to demonstrate that you have data provenance, or that you can build in systems inside your system that'll help you monitor it in situ, in use, et cetera, et cetera. So importantly, many of these tools and knowledge and methods already exist and have been part of how we build software-intensive systems for a long time.
Can I add on to that? I think that was a really great kind of picture of all the different components that go into an assurance case, because there are the different stakeholders that you mentioned. This shouldn't be a particularly strange concept, I think, to this community, in the sense that when I think of an Article 36 review, not for an AI-enabled weapon system, but just a plain old conventional weapon, Article 36 review or a weapons review, what is that but a legal assurance case, right? So this community has a lot of experience already with building assurance cases. And so we need to kind of translate that now into what are the artifacts that are needed specifically when we deal with AI that help us make either legal or other sorts of assurance cases.
Brilliant, and thank you very much. And in the interest of keeping to time, I'm just going to summarize. I think the positive I've taken away from that is both the approach of your panel of having a self-proclaimed words person and a self-proclaimed numbers person on one panel on one topic. And the positivity that I again take away at the end is that we're not reinventing the wheel. This community has solved similar problems in the past. We have similar mechanisms and tools at our disposal, and lexicon and language that we can likely use to chart the same course again this time around, which is the kind of positivity I want to take around with me at the end of this day. So thank you very much for providing it. Thank you all. You should have named it.
I'll just
So for our final panel on the lifecycle management topic, we have another private sector representative, which is fantastic to have the diversity represented across our panelists. So I'd like to introduce Palais, is that correct? Zarolia from Google. He will be giving a presentation on addressing safety and risk in the AI development lifecycle. I think this is great to have a bit at the end, which actually hopefully collects on a lot of what's been talked about for the past hour and a half. I'm looking forward to the presentation, and please do continue to leave your questions. Every single one of these has actually generated more questions than the last, so do make it a challenge for me. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for having me. I realize I'm the last talk before coffee break, so I'll try to be a little entertaining and be pithy if I can. But I'm Dr. Palais Zarolia. I'm a user experience researcher at Google, and for the past 8 years, I've been conducting research in the areas of trust, although I might rethink my use of the word, misinformation, algorithmic transparency, and most recently, trust in AI. And in addition to my work with Google, I also co-lead a cross-industry research consortium within the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity. So trying to understand how do we help folks know where content comes from and use it to determine how they would use it. So next slide, please. Oh, sorry, that was next slide. Yep. Perfect. So I'll be walking through a few things related to responsible AI today. I'll focus on responsible AI practices in general, not specifically in the military context, but I do hope that these insights will be of use as we consider risks in the context of security and defense. And we at Google are eager to learn from this community and infuse our AI practices with the considerations developed by this group. I've learned a lot today, so thank you already for that. I'll start with an introduction to the topic, then I'll lead us into a section specifically on LLMs, talking about what they are and how they learn. So forgive me if it's a little too in the weeds or basic. And then I'll move into a risk and mitigations and how we address that at Google and handle safety assessments. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so large language models, or LLMs, are generative AI models which can predict words that are likely to come next. That's it. So based on the user's prompt and the text that it has generated before. So another way to put this is they're guessing. They're making up a sentence by making an educated guess on what word is likely to come next. Probabilistic models are not information retrieval systems. They are not regurgitating facts. Because of this, sometimes LLMs will respond to the same prompt input with different responses. And that's a challenge for design. This is a result of the flexibility that LLMs are given to pick among probable words that could follow. So for example, if prompted to fill in the phrase cat and blank, an LLM might predict that the next word is mouse, or it might predict dog. Could do different things each time you ask it. Next slide. LLMs are trained on a wide variety of data to identify patterns and relationships. It understands the mathematical relationships in data as opposed to their meaning, concept, intent, or accuracy. In some cases, a model may be trained again with a process we call fine-tuning on a smaller set of data to hone a specific capability, as maybe in your context. It then applies to those same mathematical relationships to generate new outputs. So for example, let's say we want to build a model that can respond to a user's request to generate the first sentence of a speech about democracy. First, we need to train a model that can identify patterns in the written word. To do this, the model needs to be trained on a large corpus of writing, teaching the model how words are combined to make sentences. The model then is able to predict the mathematical patterns and relationships between these words over time, and then grammatical and relationship parameters. But then we might want to train the model specifically for this task. And so here's where fine-tuning might come in. So we might give it the first sentence or paragraph of 1,000 speeches. And again, the model is learning to recognize these patterns across the whole corpus of the sample data set, as opposed to storing one specific piece of content for direct recall. So this is similar to someone in a political speech writing program reading a large body of work and learning best practices before creating net new content for themselves, at the risk of anthropomorphizing too much. Once a model is trained, a user can then put in the request, write the opening sentence of a speech about what makes democracy effective, and the model can generate original output as opposed to retrieving existing data, again, by applying these mathematical principles. So sometimes the model might say something predictable and common, like democracy is not perfect, but it's the best system we have. And other times, a less familiar one. At its core, an effective democracy is one that empowers its citizens to participate meaningfully in shaping the government and holding it accountable. Next slide. So having gone into that overview, now I'll talk about specifically how we address safety and risk across the product development cycle at Google. Next slide. So this is an overview, a very high-level overview. Happy to chat more after, about the model development cycle. So we first develop a foundational model, as mentioned in the example. Then we fine-tune them for the specific tasks we'd like them to help with. And then we fine-tune them again for other use cases, maybe more sensitive ones. And then we roll them out to our users and again, train and refine. Next slide. And importantly, risk mitigation happens at all points in this cycle. And this is a little bit different, right? This evolving model, this probabilistic model is changing so much at each phase that being thoughtful at each phase is really important. So let's look at a handful of examples of how we do this across the cycle. Next slide. So first, red teaming. Red teaming is a method for systematically evaluating an LLM model or application for safety and fairness. In the context of generative AI, we try to intentionally break an application by feeding it inputs that might elicit problematic outputs. So essentially, we're attacking the model to see where it falls short so that we can mitigate the harms and make the model safer. User feedback is used through research, that's where I live, and we gather feedback on products pre and post-launch. Scaled evaluations assess the performance and impact of an AI model against a set criteria, such as fairness and safety principles. Goldens, which I'll get into in more detail later, are exemplary results that are created for certain types of queries that the model can train on. So what's the best case scenario for the model to in this problem set? And how do we provide the most number of examples so it can learn what the best thing to do is? And then labeling refers to adding visible labels to the content to assert how content was created, so made by AI. And watermarking is the same, but is often added as an invisible mark for the user to, invisible to the user, and so computers can read it at display. Okay, next slide. This is an overview of how these practices kind of shake out throughout the development cycle. Next slide. So now I'll go into a couple of examples of each of adversarial testing, Goldens, and then labeling and watermarking. Next slide. So adversarial testing or red teaming. As I said, adversarial testing is one method for systematically evaluating a model or application for safety and fairness. Next slide. On the left-hand slide, you can see some prompts that our red team inputted into the chat interface on the topic of weddings. So here the output is clearly stereotyping on the basis of protected characteristics of a region and race. On the right, we have another example. This time the red team expert is looking to plan a party, firstly like a man and then like a woman. The output is stereotyping, this time in terms of gender. So we carried out dedicated rounds of adversarial testing to find flaws like this, and with product experts who intentionally stress test the system in an adversarial mindset. And they uncovered these harmful outputs. So for example, in testing, the model produced harmful or toxic responses based on biases in its training data, generating responses that stereotype and misrepresent people based on gender and cultural background. And the goal is to make our products safer for all users. So if we can identify these concerns before products are released, we can proactively improve them with mitigations like safety fine-tuning and implementing other guardrails and frameworks like the ones you've mentioned today. Next slide. So what does an AI-assisted red team look like? Well, first, it's human-led. As discussed today, that's a very important component. Our ethical hackers intentionally violate policies for the purpose of discovering and addressing vulnerabilities. Our AI security red team focuses on testing for security and privacy risks. We also have internal workshops to draw on the experience of hundreds of security and safety experts. And in parallel, we have multiple teams using generative models themselves to identify novel and unexpected outcomes on the generative AI products. These teams explore innovative uses of AI to augment the expanded existing testing efforts. They train AI agents to compete against each other and improve the expanded scope of the red teaming capabilities. Next slide. Okay, so now I'll talk about Goldens, which is a fun name for exemplary responses. So what we would want if the AI had the best output every time. So Goldens, so to imagine that first that you are trying to develop a model that is a summarization tool. So you give it a prompt and then it summarizes the information related to that prompt. So how might you develop a model response to sensitive queries that ensure user safety, inclusivity, and fairness? And so to answer this question, we worked with researchers and external experts to develop a framework to think about these spaces, and then developed exemplary results to train and fine-tune the model. Next slide. So these goldens are helpful in safety tuning to provide appropriate, what we call pushbacks or prompts on sensitive subjects. And I'll walk you through some examples. But before I do that, I'm just going to give you a little bit of context. So as I said earlier, because generative AI models are probabilistic, as opposed to database and retrieval systems, they can and will create different outputs in response to the same prompt. So you'll see examples today where you see a prompt and a response. If you type that in today, you are not going to see the same response. And that's part of the challenge. How do we teach it to guess the right words in different contexts? So the responses will not be guaranteed. They are not meant to be written by Google or manually curated. They help models learn to provide the types of responses that would be appropriate as an effective output to a sensitive prompt. Next slide. And goldens are most useful in the fine-tuning process. Next slide. Okay, so let's imagine that the prompt is, what are the economic benefits of slavery? Through research with users and experts, we developed a framework for different ways that the LLM could respond to a question like this. So first, it could be educational. This refutes the premise of the question with reasoning about why it might be dangerous and offensive. Another approach is to provide multiple perspectives. And a third is a response to a query without any form of refutation. So you respond to it directly, but you don't necessarily challenge the premise. Next slide. Here's another example of a sensitive query with the same framework. And so using this framework, we developed ideal responses in queries such as these. And those ideal responses were used to fine-tune the model. And we also did user testing to see in which contexts would the educate, diversify, or normalize approach work best. And so then pulling from that framework, we can have the model respond in that way. Next slide. So our next case study is around watermarking and labeling. So we can use these technologies for AI image generation to take a holistic approach to provenance in response to increasing use of generative AI for image creation. So to accomplish this, we conducted research on label comprehension and developed watermarking and information literacy tools that I'll get into next. Before I do that, though, we have a little interactive component. Hopefully, everyone's a little bit awake to be able to do this. It's a little quiz. Next slide. Okay, so to illustrate this problem space, we'll do this quiz. So we'll start with this one. If you think option A was not created with AI, raise your hand. Okay, if you think option B was not created with AI, raise your hand. And we have some who just are nervous to get. Do you think it's a trick question? How many think it's a trick question? Okay, that by far wins. It's not a trick question. I'm not that sneaky. It's option A is a real image. And this example illustrates how difficult it can be to tell the difference between AI-generated images and images not created with AI. Notice I didn't say real because that's really tough to define. So, okay, let's try the next one. Oh, I'm sorry. Next slide. Yeah, apologies. Okay. Which of these photos is more or less as described? So the first is describing the effects of deforestation with an image showing the same forest in 2009 and then ostensibly the same forest in 2019. The second is showing the impact of lowering water levels. So how many think A is more or less as described? Okay. How many think B is more or less as described? Okay, another trick question, or do you no longer think I'm sneaky? Okay, all right, next slide. B is as described. So actually, if you go, sorry, could you go back to the last slide? So this is actually a cropped photo of the forest taken at the same time. So this is an example of how an image can be misleading because of how it's presented. It has nothing to do with whether or not AI was involved. Okay, 2 slides forward. Perfect, thank you. Okay, last one. Which one is a real product? A? B? Okay, how many want A to be a real product? No, we want to okay, we got one. And this example is to illustrate that I'm hungry. No, I'm kidding. But similarly, it's very easy to make content that seems real. Okay. These examples illustrate that while misinformation does not require the use of AI, it is becoming harder to tell the difference between what is real and what is AI generated. So to help address this problem, Google is employing a holistic approach to content provenance. Next slide. Next slide again. The first approach involves labeling AI-generated content as such. But as shown on this slide, coming up with a pithy label short enough to be placed on top of content that's understandable to all is really difficult. What do you think it means if something is made with AI or edited by AI? What does that mean about the image? Do you share it? Do you not? Do you think it's real? Is the person real? Is the flag different? What's changed? Next slide. So I conducted research to understand comprehension of these labels. And what I found was that when attaching these labels, comprehension varied by labels and it varied for unlabeled content, which is very important given the ecosystem today. We tested made with AI, and what we intended with that label was that image was made entirely by AI, fully generated. How many thought that that's what made with AI meant? Yeah, 2. So that's a problem. Edited with AI meant that the image was changed by AI. But again, how was it changed? Altered content also meant that the image was changed by AI, but maybe by AI, maybe something else. Next slide. Here was the really important finding as well. 14% of participants thought that unlabeled content meant that this was not changed at all. And as demonstrated, you do not need AI to make misleading content. You can alter content in ways that have nothing to do with AI. So this assumption was incredibly problematic. Next slide. And prior work has shown that when some content is labeled as false, users infer that that unlabeled content is true, which is called the implied truth effect. Next slide. So taking all these considerations, we think labeling is an important but insufficient approach. It's one of many approaches. And so we take a combined approach, bringing together the best practice tools to enable critical thinking and lateral reading. So how can we provide folks with context about the information that they're seeing to be able to decide for themselves how to use it, how it was made, whether they can trust it? And we do this in conjunction with developing state-of-the-art technical solutions like watermarking. We launched SynthID, a tool for watermarking and identifying AI-generated content. And with this tool, we automatically embed a digital watermark directly into AI-generated images or audio. This watermark is imperceptible to humans, but detectable for identification, even when the image has been altered using common tools such as cropping. And SynthID is carried in the pixels of the image, so it remains robust to things like screenshots. All images made with Google consumer AI tools in our consumer products will be marked with SynthID. We've now also integrated it into a product called About This Image. So you can find About This Image. It's a little hard to get to. I know discoverability is a problem here, but if you go to an image, you tap the 3 dots next to any image in Google, you'll see a pop-up that says About This Image. And within that, you can see whether the content was made with AI. If you can't find it, just find me later and I'll show you where to go. And we combine this information within About This Image as an easy way to check the context and credibility of the images that you see. You can also see when it was posted. Okay. So what's next? The next steps for labeling and watermarking are open sourcing SynthID text watermarking, and we understand that we can't do this alone. So this is why we are continuing to support the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity that I mentioned earlier, and would love to collaborate with this interdisciplinary group to build these standards and implement them at scale. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Yeah, thank you. So just to quickly wrap up, I went over what LLMs are and how they learn, how we mitigate risk across the development cycle. And then we talked about 3 specific mitigation strategies: red teaming, goldens, and labeling and watermarking. Last slide. Next slide, sorry. Thank you so much. No, I'm sorry.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for, any presentation that has interactive components, kittens, and an attempt to decide whether I've been fooled by AI at almost 4 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon is a win in my book. So thank you very much for that. I have a couple of questions in the Slido page. Please do submit more as we go. We've got some time for questions. I'll start off with some of my own as that populates a little bit further. I'm really interested in the concept of the use of goldens in the training of LLMs and others. I wonder if you could kind of expand a little bit further. How many of these do you normally need in order to train out or refine out bad behavior? And who does, you mentioned that, for example, they aren't written by Google, which I think is a good way to frame it. But I wonder who generally is, like, what's the source material, or who is the source material for these golden prompts? And then the final question is, are they something which you would add a greater weight to in others in order to ensure that it has the desired effect?
Great question. So first, I'm not an expert in what is currently required to train. Oh, sorry, is the mic off? Yeah, I think you have to push it again. Yeah. Was it off the whole time? Oh, okay. So I'm not an expert on how many are required today. That number is changing all the time as the model development process gets better. But hundreds is my guess. Who writes it? Google doesn't write the model output. But the goldens are generated through this process of consulting with experts and user testing, and then writers within Google often do write the goldens, the responses that are then used to be trained, that the model is trained on. But when you type something into a model, that output is not written by Google. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
First question from the audience, and I think this is building on the perhaps semantic question. Is there a difference when you talk about sensitive queries? Is there a difference between sensitive and illegal queries and how those are dealt with in the training and use of these tools?
Yes. And again, I'm not a lawyer, so I will caveat it with that. My understanding is that have you understood again? Hold it down.
Every time.
Okay. Apologies. So my understanding is that, yes, we have a difference between illegal content that can be kind of removed for those reasons, whereas sensitive, like the examples I posted above, they're not, an answer to that question would not cross legal boundaries, like the economic benefits of slavery, but is a sensitive space. And I think that's where the nuance really does come in, and principles and frameworks around how these systems should handle those types of questions, which in some cases, the content that is very clearly policy violating is easier to handle. It's the gray middle area that's much more nuanced and requires careful consideration.
So you outlined a number of, if you like, processes of red teaming and testing and verification for these tools as they're designed across the life cycle. But there's a question here which kind of speaks to the end component of that, where you actually deploy. And the question is, how do you decide when a model is safe enough or ready for public release? What criteria might you use, and how do you assess that it's reached that point?
I'm getting it after the fourth try. That's good. So similar to, as mentioned above, processes like red teaming have frameworks and metrics that they use to then evaluate when like model readiness for launch. And then the launch evaluation process also tests for things like privacy, safety, and security risks as well. But then once models are, so that goes into pre-launch and then post-launch, consistently evaluating and reassessing and making sure that we're mitigating harms that we're seeing as millions of people start to use the product.
So I've got a question that, based upon your demonstration of the about this image tool, how prominent do you think is the awareness that those tools exist in the public eye? So, you know, there's a difference between, and we've had other panelists talk about, you know, you can create the tools, you can create the data, but how you actually display that to the end user and ensure that they know it's there, they trust it, they understand how to use it. Is there still a gap, you think, in that space? And how is Google, or how do you think we could contribute towards closing that gap, should it exist?
Wonderful question. Yes. I mean, how many folks knew that that was a thing before I mentioned it? Oh, yay, one. Okay, I'm excited. That was more than I thought. Oh, man. Sorry. Okay, great. So yes, I think that discoverability is definitely an issue about this image specifically, but also for tools in this vein. I'll say that there is this bit of a paradox with information about information. When folks are looking for things online, typically they just want to find that thing and move on. And so the question is, when do we proactively assert contextual information to make sure folks are aware? We had a product called Data Voids, which did this. There's a warning on the top of the page when a person was in a space where there wasn't a lot of high quality information, or the conversation in the space was changing quickly. We proactively put a message on the top of the page saying so. And in those cases, so that type of intervention is much more discoverable. It's very in your face, but it's used sparingly because for the vast majority of information needs, that type of intervention isn't necessary, or at least not the primary user need. So I'd say that for understanding if content is made by generative AI, answering that question, having it in a space like about this image is nice because it's part of the puzzle, but not the full story. It's part of the information you might want to know, but knowing if it's AI doesn't tell you if you can trust it. And oftentimes that's what somebody really wants to know. So I think we could do a better job of surfacing tools like that. The other piece of that is helping folks understand how to interpret the information that they do see. So contextual information is only so useful as your ability to integrate it into your decision making. Like, what does it mean for an image to be edited with AI, or to have been posted 10 years ago, or, you know, all these different contextual signals? Does that change the way you think about it?
Thank you. I guess the question is context derivative as well, is that, you know, in some cases the risks of that context not being delivered are higher than others. The Data Voids project was on, actually, I'm glad you brought up, because I think otherwise it would have been overlooked. But there was a lot of work gone into saying that actually data voids were often then utilized to create dis and misinformation intentionally by sending individuals to areas where there was very little information that was factual or grounded in science, in order to actually drive people in a particular narrative direction. So I think that's one where perhaps the context means that being a bit more dramatic with your imposition of context is more critical because of the risks involved. I did have a question on you mentioned in what's on the cards in the future, trying to do something similar to the about this image, but for text. Considering I'm pretty certain most of us, I'd hope by this point, have at least tried to use an LLM for text generation. To what extent do you think is it easier or harder to manage that context creation of awareness of when something is developed or designed or edited by AI when it's text as opposed to when it's image? And what are the contextual risks that come with that particular market?
I am not an expert in the the development of the technology for detection. So I'm happy to confer with some colleagues and get back to you on that as well. But my understanding is that it is actually harder in the text space than the image space for several reasons. But I think the question of whether, I think there is a question of how much we rely on sort of seeing is believing to make our decisions, and how much we already assume that text can be misleading. The ease of creating misleading information via text versus an image that looks very realistic. So the relative harm might be different also across text versus image. It might be easier to convince someone that something that is untrue is true with a very high quality image than with words, but I'm not sure.
I have time for one last question for closing remarks to the panel and coffee, which I will not keep anyone from for too long. We've obviously, when we're talking about text, we're generally speaking in the models that are deployed now in a very small number of largely used languages. How do you deal with testing and training and refining these models when they are being used in languages which aren't, say, English or Chinese or some of the more commonly used in the large models we're used to? How do you take into account that language complexity and problem?
I think that is an ongoing challenge for the industry and something that is not fully addressed yet. So given that these are language-based models, a deficit or a lack of inclusion of those training data would make that development process very difficult. So I'm not sure how we're addressing that right now. I'm happy to get back to you on that as well.
Right, in that case, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for bearing with us for a very long set of panels. I hope that you've taken away something, or at least more than one something from these panels, which you find useful and will draw through into the rest of discussions over the following half and day and a half. It's been a pleasure, and I hope to catch up with you more in the coffee break outside. Thank you. I'll turn that off for a while.
Thank you, Alexi, for moderating this segment. If I can have your attention one moment before you leave the room, please. We will resume right at 4 p.m. here, Geneva time. So please do come back for the last segment of today's opening day. We will be focusing on the topic of data practices. We have a series of great speakers that are lined up for the last segment. So please do come back in time. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can please ask you to take your seats. We are about to start the last segment of this first day of the Global Conference on AI Security and Ethics. I have some housekeeping remarks for you before we kick off the last segment of the day. For those of you that are here with us in person, if you've been given a badge, please do keep that badge for tomorrow. We're not going to be printing and issuing new badges, so please do keep them. So we're making sure that you can access. And also, I wanted to take the opportunity to invite you, if you are brave enough to stay with us until 6 p.m., there will be some light refreshments that will be offered just outside of the conference room at the Serpent Bar, and you're all invited to stay with us. This will happen, as I said, at 6 at the end of our official day. So please do stay with us until the very end. I will now I'm very happy to introduce the topic facilitator or the team facilitator for this last segment, focusing on data practices. And it's at the very far right of this, very far from me now, very far right of the podium, Callum Inverarity from Open Data Institute, who will be acting as facilitator. We have again a number of very interesting presentations ahead of us. So Callum, I'm giving you the floor to introduce the topic and then take us to the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Giacomo. And thank you, everybody, for joining us, particularly after this coffee break. We are going to be taking you through to the end of the substantive sessions of this first day of the conference. My name's Callum Inverarity, as Giacomo mentioned, and I'm a senior researcher at the Open Data Institute in London. Some of you may be familiar with it. We've been talking a lot about artificial intelligence, security and ethics over the course of the day, and I could probably go on for the duration of the entire session with some of my comments. But alas, I have to focus more specifically on the data practices, which is convenient, seeing as that is an area that I focus on myself. But something that has perhaps been missing up until this point is a greater consideration of the perhaps less glamorous relative of artificial intelligence, which is data. So inevitably and inextricably, data is the basis, the foundation for a lot of these applications, these AI systems that we've been talking about and considering the ethical implications of. So with that, it's often the case that it's perhaps maybe less less attention is given to the consideration of the data and the practices which are involved in the development of these AI systems. Just as a little bit of quick modern history, because I always find it interesting when I see patterns of history repeating, that after the establishment of the internet and the transition and iteration of the second version of the web, we experienced a lot of innovation, kind of an exponential growth in innovation as organizations started sharing data, linking data, and it really ushered in this age of big data. Henceforth, we saw a lot of applications. We saw a lot of innovation and ideation around possible uses of data. But then there was a bit of introspective, reflective moment where there was a realization that big data is not necessarily better data. And I feel as though I've kind of seen a similar trajectory occurring in the most recent bout of interest in artificial intelligence and its applications, where we've seen huge hungry models which have been using trillions of parameters worth of data for their development, and the emphasis has been on bigger is better. Obviously, there has been some news and developments earlier on this year which has maybe challenged that thinking. But what I think this is indicative of is that it's not always a case that bigger or more voluminous is better. And then this is where it brings us to consideration of the data practices and thinking more about the quality of the data which is used for the training of these AI systems. So if we're to understand and have confidence in these systems that are being used, being proposed, we also have to have confidence in the data practices that actually underpin them. I think it's quite useful, although there are many different ways in which this can be interpreted, to think more specifically about three kind of key areas: the provenance of the data, the management of the data, and also the sharing. So with regards to provenance, how this data was collected, by whom, and under what circumstances. For the management, how the data has been processed, what other data has been linked with, and what laws or regulations apply to the data and how it's used. And then finally with sharing, whether this is in the case of sharing between allies or for the purpose of transparency or scrutiny, it's something that needs to be borne in mind when thinking about the different practices which have been used to inform the development of an AI system. So what we've been talking about and what the presentations have covered earlier on today is also thinking about some of the concerns that we see both in the near future and on the horizon, which are related to the application or the use of these AI systems. Specifically when it comes to considering the concerns around okay, sorry, getting a little bit of instructions already. So some of the concerns, just to quickly run through these, are the system efficiencies or efficacies, pardon me. So how operators can have confidence in the training of the system, particularly in instances where data sets are short or short of being fully comprehensive. And also, what are the limitations of specific AI and how it can be ensured that these limits are acknowledged and adhered to. With regards to another concern, there is around transparency and accountability, particularly given the sensitivity of these AI applications that we've been considering and talking about today. Then it's not necessarily in everybody's interest to be as transparent or forthcoming, whether that is within publishing the data that they're actually using or making themselves open and scrutinizable to AI assurance and auditing systems. And then finally, perhaps of most significance, particularly to decision makers, whether that's in policy or in theatres of conflict, is the potential of biases creeping into the these AI systems through the data sets which have been used to train them. So something that we've been talking about throughout the day as well is the importance of the human in the loop as well. And I think that this is definitely a key consideration. Often we hear people talking about how data is neutral. Unfortunately, that's not the case as soon as it comes into contact with a human who is having to interpret that data, who's having to use that data, having to select whether to include that within their training set or not. And I think that one of the speakers in the previous session put it really well when they mentioned that it's about putting trust in the humans, not in the AI, and having trust and faith in them to be able to make the right judgment and the calls. This all comes down to the most suitable data practices for the development of AI. As with a lot of other areas around artificial intelligence, then we have been seeing, well, we're some way off consensus on agreed upon responsible data practices when developing and deploying AI in military contexts. That said, there is some emerging data standards and frameworks that are in the process of development. Some have been put forward today. And then this is essentially providing some indicators of what we could look to adopt or promote. In addition to that, you'll have seen in the title of this conference and the initiative that underpins it that we're focusing also on ethics. So this sometimes comes in lieu of established regulation or legislation. So thinking about what best practices should look like and how we can strive for them. Ultimately, in this session, we're going to be covering a lot of different dimensions associated with some of these concerns that I mentioned earlier and how they can be potentially mitigated. So this will include consideration of similarities and differences during peacetime and conflict of data practices, the role of the state and private actors in promoting responsible data governance, why machine learning operations must govern AI in critical systems and high-stakes domains, and recommendations on how to build a responsible and ethical data ecosystem. So, with my introductory remarks concluded, I will now pass over to our first speaker. So, Kazul, you're going to be speaking on AI and human data in conflict versus peacetime. So, please, over to you.
Thank you, Kalam. Now, this is my honor to share my thoughts for waking up, perhaps. And let me talk about AI and human data in conflict versus peacetime. We, as a human, actually communicate through data on like paper and the voice that I'm delivering today. And recently, we rely on digital data and the AI data shifting historically. Both AI and human data are not perfect, but need to address responsibility, safety and security, and ethics. Humans created arms conflict, while we are learning importance of peace every day. AI can be leveraged for dual use, sometimes weaponized or improved human lives every day. First, data should be trusted, protected, and resilient by technology and human as well. In the digital world, data can be poisoned or stopped by blackout. For security and defense, we need to address unintended consequences by misuse or accident even, and misjudgment and targeted wrong object. Let me suggest 11 good steps with human loops. First, data generation and data collection and curation, data processing, data storage, data management, data analysis, data visualization, data interpretation, and data use, data adjustment for next loop or delete. And the data can be knowledge or wisdom. We can validate the data by criteria considering safety, security for sure, accuracy, trustability, usability, reliability. There are a lot of terms, but the privacy, balance, fairness, and unbiased, and the compliance, policy, national security, classification for top secret like that, and military ethics. Second, data should be protected by laws. We talked about and listening a lot, including international, regional, country levels, and the case analysis and the scenario, even tabletop, can clarify the gray area about arms conflict, particularly for humans and the wartime and the peacetime. For example, like swarm drones used for armed conflict can be also the same technology things can be used in the farmers in peacetime. The data can be militarized object and the drones and the data center itself. More use case can be analyzed further. For example, CCD COE Australian cases and the US CESA and the Geneva dialogue, they actually provide good cases. And overlapping in conflict versus peacetime, we can analyze further. Kinetic versus virtual attacks also can be analyzed and determined how AI is attacking and harming or not. In the perspective of critical information infrastructure, or CII, short version, such as energy, water, medical, transportation, as well as defense. Those are getting closer and closer. Third, overlapping zones can be clarified in international human rights laws and international humanitarian laws. UN OEWJ for ICT peace and security have been discussing both critical infrastructure as well as CII. Regardless of conflict time or peacetime, critical infrastructure provider like us should protect human lives, while the human rights laws can cover peacetime. ICLC's IHL is further clarifying for human lives. That's great news. 34th conference was a great one. However, there are still gray zones, such as DDoS attacks by military AI to humans for peacetime or peace country. Fourth, capacity building, data practice can be improved aligned with best practice such as zero trust and security by design using data. And the questions in conflict versus peacetime include, how can AI data not to harm eventually directly or indirectly in peacetime? How can military treat AI and human data as object? How can AI treat the soldiers as a human? How can AI as a group not attack human as a whole? How shall we learn TTX behaviors with human versus AI as a trial, AI versus AI? Today, I brought out some frameworks for consideration and discussion and the unknowns and provoking some questions for overlapping zones. It is great to discuss continuously for human lives. The data in potentially become historical records for us, for humans generations to generations. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Kazuo. Thank you so much for the lightning talk. We're going to be moving on now with Isabel Eber and Tim Engelhardt, and they're going to be focusing on from hero to zero or zero to hero, the role of the state and private actors in responsible data governance. I believe that you should. Okay. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isabel Ebert. I'm here with my colleague Tim Engelhardt. We thought we do this session a little bit as a dialogue, acknowledging that obviously you have been in this room for quite some time and it's been a long day. So we thought if we kind of ping pong our presentation, it might be a bit more dynamic and easier to follow. To start with, we wanted to talk about what is actually data governance and why does it matter. So as many of you know, data governance can refer both to a political concept as well as a corporate governance or organizational governance aspect. In the format of a political concept, it forms part of internet governance, for example, regulating cross-border data flows among countries, or also regulating how countries share data with other parties. As a corporate or organizational governance concept, data governance also refers to data management. It can be a sort of more inward-looking aspect, but it can also obviously determine how companies share data with other companies. And in our deep dive today, we'll be touching upon both aspects, including themes such as data privacy, around data protection, regulation of law enforcement, use of data, but also cross-border elements with regard to international approaches and access to information. So, for example, also the fact that AI needs access to good data and also requires data in large quantities. Obviously, this whole conference is themed around AI. And as most of you in this room obviously also know, is that a good and robust data governance system is essential for building robust and trustworthy AI systems. So in that regard, one of our key messages today that we want to deliver is that responsible data governance is really crucial also for developing and deploying AI in a responsible manner.
Yeah, excuse me. Good afternoon. Yes, I wanted to add a few reflections on the relationship between data governance, human rights, and security. Three themes we combine here in our session. And one of the, if not the most important observations I wanted to make is that security and human rights go hand in hand. Without respect for human rights, there can't be lasting security. We know that a lack of human rights protections is a good and strong indicator for instability and violence. And at the same time, security is often used as a justification for interferences with human rights, for rights limitations, and often for good reason. And unfortunately, also often as a pretext or going too far. Another aspect I would like to underscore is we're talking here about human rights, about law, about binding law. And that's its big strength we're talking about. We have well-established rights that play a role in this data governance and security context. The right to life, the right to liberty and security, the right to privacy. Of course, we published many reports on that element, and especially on questions of information and privacy. The right to non-discrimination, crucially the right to remedy, free expression aspects, access to information. All these are rights that play an important role when we talk about data governance. And when we talk about human rights, we also talk about institutions that help us navigate the space of security, data, and human rights. Not only the Geneva-based institutions with which we are very familiar, but national courts, regional courts, human rights institutions, etc., all contributing to a very rich ecosystem of knowledge, analysis, data collection, data sharing, etc. And when we look at the problems through the human rights lens, rather than just staying with ethics, we also have duties that are well defined. States' duties, Isabel will speak more about the responsibility of businesses, the duty to respect human rights, the duty to protect against abuses by third parties, and the duty to fulfill human rights, to create an environment where human rights can actually be exercised, enjoyed, and flourish. So, what kind of scenarios do we have in mind when we speak about the relationship between data governance, security, and human rights? Of course, there are many. Just a few examples. Cyber attacks on everyone's mind, I believe, triggering the duty to protect of states, to protect against attacks coming from others, implicating the right to privacy, to security, again, freedom of expression, non-discrimination, if particular groups are targeted, etc. In conflict scenarios, we all know that particular groups are particularly exposed, refugees, internally displaced people. And that leads me to the need to have strong cybersecurity measures as an element of the duty to protect. And that includes strong encryption measures for communications and data storage. Another relevant aspect that came to my mind when we were preparing for our deep dive is that an ecosystem that incentivizes mass data collection, mass data storage, mass sharing across borders leads to immense human rights risks associated with privacy, freedom of expression again, the right to health, etc. And many states have recognized that as a security problem too, a national security problem. Let's think of data brokers making available sensitive information about military personnel, and that may be, and as it had happened across borders. That leads to responses such as data localization requirements, which themselves carry certain human rights risks, an increased ability of states to maybe excessively access data and chilling effects on free expression. And then there's the element, Isabel mentioned it briefly already, the state's own actions to further security and safety, for example, in the law enforcement and the intelligence context. Surveillance measures, targeted and indiscriminate measures, requests for data access held by private parties, the surveillance of public spaces as well, online, offline, as well as online. Let's think, for example, of social media surveillance, or the surveillance of protests while deploying facial recognition technologies. Our office a few years ago analyzed the latter problem in a report dedicated to technology and protests. And finally, a trend towards, or many attempts to undermine certain security standards, for example, when it comes to encryption. Isabel, sorry.
Yeah, we you know, this the tech here is relatively well, it's been around for a while, let's put it like this, so we can't speak at the same time. Yeah, so just to say that within OHCHR, we also have a project that's called BTech. BTech is the project where I work. And we are seeking to advance the uptake of the UN guiding principles on business and human rights in the technology sector. And since 5 years, we are running a company community of practice where we engage directly with some of the leading tech companies. And obviously, many of them are active in the sort of security, defense, and all the sort of blurriness in between. And I'll share a few reflections about the interaction with them about this topic. And the goal of the community of practice as such is to provide a shared space for technology companies, and also us as the OHCHR, obviously, to collect some insights, discuss common challenges, solutions, and best practices. And we'll be touching upon some of these best practices later on, in particular when it comes to the type of policies and processes that companies can put in place to manage data, but also develop AI in a responsible manner. If there are any companies here in the room that would be interested in engaging with BTech, please contact me later. But evidently, we also all know that AI innovation nowadays is mainly driven by private sector actors, and commercial advancement are leading in the military. And we even also know, as I said earlier, that AI also in these contexts won't work with large data sets, and hence we need responsible data governance also in sort of conflict and post-conflict scenarios. The tricky part here is that AI technologies and also the data that they require are sometimes initially designed for civilian use and then are used in the military or the other way around. So we have a lot of sort of dual use scenarios, and technologies may be repurposed or blur the lines between civilian and not military application. That is obviously challenging for international humanitarian law because that requires a distinction between combatants and non-combatants. And sometimes when these dual use dilemmas emerge, that is pretty complicated to disentangle. As you can also imagine that even for non-civilian use cases, so on combatant situations, even marginal error rates can have lethal consequences. And that is why the data governance underpinning AI in such scenarios is so crucial. Obviously, with regard to data protection and privacy, but also with regard to representativeness of the data and generalization errors and all that. For those of you in the room that come a little bit more from the responsible business conduct community, you might know that we used to have that metaphor that is relatively sort of analog about the kitchen knife, and sort of thinking of what is the responsibility of a company that produces a kitchen knife and sells the kitchen knife over the counter, and what is the responsibility to then when the customer has purchased the kitchen knife. As you know, you can prepare a salad or a steak with a kitchen knife, but you can also inflict harm on humans with a kitchen knife. And this metaphor obviously becomes, on the one hand, a little bit outdated, but on the other hand, it also shows the complexities of saying when are different responsibilities starting and when are others ending. And in particular, with technological innovation, in many contexts, private sector actors have still the possibility to influence operations of their digital products and services even after deployment and or the sale of the product. And here, some of the data governance underlying it can be very crucial to analyze. Obviously, it depends on the exact configurations with regard to data governance, the distinction between and differentiation in treatment of personal data versus non-personal data. Implications differ strongly as a consequence, but you also know that non-personal data can inflict harm on humans. For example, data that reveals geolocations and might be able to allow to target places where civilians might be at harm. You also know that there have, for example, been some tracking apps for sports activity that have revealed the location of military personnel, right? So you see how there's a lot of interesting scenarios we can think of. Also, of course, a lot of data is collected in predominantly what may seem as an administrative process inside companies and might be stored and collected, analyzed, hopefully also at some point deleted if no longer needed. And such data can be subject to leakages or also to government access requests and reveal intimate details of human beings. Obviously, this paints a pretty complex picture in terms of what are the roles and responsibilities between states and companies that want to govern data in the context of AI development, deployment, and use for security and defense. And just to come back to the session title, why did we choose it? We kind of thought, well, mistakes in data governance mistakes or actually good practice in data governance can really decide whether a company becomes a hero for protecting data, managing data responsibly, or actually moves to zero in a sort of conflict scenario. And in that sense, this is really crucial that the data provided by countries to private sector can, for example, be safeguarded against inflicting harms if used without the necessary safeguards, but also the other way around, companies can become complicit in conflicts if they do not safeguard their data governance against intrusions from the state. With that, I'm handing over to Tim. We're now moving towards the good practices part.
Thank you. Thank you, Isabel. And yeah, we're doing our best to catch up with our delay. And yeah, so what can we do to address at least some of the challenges we sketched out? I build a little bit on some of our reporting. In our reports, for example, A/HRC/39/29, which outlines some data protection principles, as well as 48/31, which was dedicated to AI more specifically. Crucially, from a state side, the compliance with core principles such as legality, necessity, and proportionality is fundamental, and many of the solutions flow directly from there. I'd like to focus briefly just on a few data protection elements that we have outlined. Good data governance requires strong legal framework and strong legal data protection / data privacy frameworks. And those must be applicable both to businesses and states. There's a practice of carving out certain areas, and there are good reasons in the context of national security to have specialized frameworks, but it's important that they need to be narrowly defined and still provide for adequate safeguards. Core data protection elements include principles such as fairness, having a legal basis for data processing, such as consent and others' legitimate interests, etc., etc. Proportionality-based limitations leading to requirements of data minimization, so not excessively collecting and using data, purpose specifications, time limitations, etc. Accuracy of data is key to prevent faulty or discriminatory outcomes. Data security, a key element is, that I have mentioned before, transparency, informing data subjects, etc. Then certain rights should be given to people accessing their rights, being able to correct inaccuracies in data collected. The deletion, if they're not necessary for legitimate purposes anymore, objection, etc. Duties on the part of the state and businesses dealing with the data to inform, to have adequate security measures in place, to carry out impact assessments. Enforcement, a key element. In many cases, it can't simply be left to individuals to chase possible rights infringers. Data protection authorities need to have adequate resources on the human side, on the financial side, sufficient powers to investigate and to enforce. More broadly, we recommend systematically conducting human rights due diligence as an element, as a methodology to prevent, to identify, prevent, and mitigate human rights harms. A particular attention needs to be given to ensuring that remedies are accessible to victims of human rights violations and abuses. Yeah, I leave it at that for the moment because Isabel has wonderful reflections on what businesses should do.
Great. No? Okay, there with, yeah, no, it's on. Oh, good. we're moving to the last section of our deep dive. And obviously, yeah, you heard human rights due diligence. Human rights due diligence is a concept that the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights introduced. It's about basically assessing the impacts of the business or the state on human rights and adopting measures in preventing harm and mitigating harm where it has occurred. The UNGPs actually also speak to situations of armed conflict and the roles of enterprises in armed conflict, in addition to respect the standards of international humanitarian law. And BTEC in particular is looking into that more increasingly, also with regard to companies that are developing and deploying AI that may be used in conflict settings. And here the formulation used in the UN Guiding Principles is to carry out heightened human rights due diligence. It's then not further specified, but obviously taking this standard and breaking it down further, this would also include data governance structures underpinning AI development and deployment. And just to put human rights due diligence in a nutshell, it's a sort of management process that seeks to identify risk to people across operations and applies a severity of risk lens, so meaning to understand who might be hurt in which degree. So obviously some harm might be in terms of death of people, for example, people dying. Some harms might be bigger than others, and this is where companies need to act first, also with regard to prioritizing mitigation measures with regard to the severity of harm to people. Some measures now breaking down from the UNGPs to the specific data governance aspects in a security defense context. Some measures may include conflict-sensitive data policies, putting in place escalation procedures in case of data leakage or misuse, red teaming exercises with regard to potential harm on people linked to data collection, analysis, and storage, pilots and sandbox exercises to determine risk related to data, such as data leakage and misuse, providing transparency after harm connected to data leaks or data sharing with conflict parties might have occurred, and document issues as they arise. And obviously, sometimes in conflict scenarios, you cannot share this in the moment. Also, government might forbid companies to share specific information in the very moment, but companies have analyzed cases sort of post-mortem or obviously have provided documentation also in the context of transitional justice processes. So basically internal documentation at the moment where harm might have occurred with regard to data governance and leakage, and then sharing such information when it's possible, given the circumstances. Last but not least, the key thing about human rights due diligence is that it's not an exercise that occurs once, but it's about a sort of learning cycle about which prevention and mitigation measures were actually effective and which were actually not helpful, and then sort of improving the process. It's basic management, yeah. Okay, and on that sense, hopefully we've been able to give you a bit food for thought. Obviously, data protection can sometimes come across a little bit dry, but there's a lot of positive, good practices emerging, how data governance can be managed in a responsible manner. There's a lot of guidance available that can orientate both states and companies to become more a hero rather than a zero in sort of a conflict defense security context. And yeah, we thank you for staying on for the session today.
Thank you so much, Isabel Tim. We do actually have a couple of minutes, and we have received some questions, so I'll just give you one. We have literally 2 minutes, and I won't take up the space, and thank you so much for keeping to time as well. But then, so the question, without further ado, is how likely is military data to leak from all-purpose LLMs like ChatGPT used by both civilians and military in less affluent countries? So I can say that again. It was a bit of a mouthful, but it was how likely is military data to leak from all-purpose LLMs like ChatGPT used by both civilians and military in less affluent countries. So I guess this is a kind of question around certain safeguards around data. Obviously, you've kind of alluded to or been mentioning about GDPR and certain principles around minimization and the security of that data. So I guess the question is asking about whether there is as robust measures that might help prevent that leakage from occurring elsewhere. So that's my interpretation. It's over to you.
Okay, it's on. Yeah, firstly, we're both Germans and we live in Switzerland, so we are on time, of course. That was the easy part of the answer. It's a very interesting question, and I must admit I'm not deep enough in questions of architectures of all-purpose LLMs. What I can offer as an initial reflection is there's been a solid documentation of all kinds of data leakages, and indeed it's a problem. I would assume that the training of an all-purpose LLM would normally not include sensitive military data. That said, we know that what's being put in while using it may well lead to security problems, and it can't be excluded that sensitive data users put in one place may leak in other contexts. What can be done against it is, I must admit, beyond my expertise.
Okay. So the specification was less affluent countries. It's very interesting wording. Well, I would have, like looking from the company perspective, obviously it depends where the data is stored and where the company headquarters is. I would have gone more down the line around mutual legal assistance treaties if there's maybe requests from the host government. However, less affluent countries is not a definition we can really use. I think, yeah, this is the key aspects to consider. So sort of the mutual legal assistance treaties in place. Many of the obviously LLM developing companies are based in the US. So this is subject to obviously then the treaties with the US. And then depending where I mean, I have to say in the specification of the question, there's a little bit of nuance lacking that would probably allow us to give a bit of a more nuanced response as well. Yeah.
Right. Well, thank you so much once again. If we could give another round of applause for Tim and Isabel for your timekeeping and for your presentation. Thank you so much. Okay, we're pretty much just about back to schedule. I did get a little bit slack there. That's all on me, not on Isabel or Tim. So next we're going to Simon van der Maas, who's going to be talking about auditable, controllable, transparent, and secure now. Why machine learning operations must govern AI in critical systems and high-stakes domains. Welcome, Simon.
Thank you. It's just not just me, it's also my colleague and research associate, Alexa Timmy.
Super.
Thanks for having us. It's a huge honor.
Thank you. Sorry, Simon.
Now? Super. Alexa will start this presentation, and then I will take over, and then we will share the Q&A section.
Thank you, Simon, and for everyone else that's been up here struggling with the microphones, since, as you may be able to tell, a lot of us are not from this venue. And in our case, we're coming from an academic and researcher perspective. If you go to the next slide, this gives some information about where we're coming from. We're coming from what started as a research project that's jointly hosted between the Peace Research Institute Oslo, PRIO, and Uppsala University, where we are working on trying to create conflict forecasts that are looking 1 to 36 months into the future. But what we do is a bit more than just conflict forecasting. It's everything from impact assessments, machine learning operations, technical consultancies, collaborations, and global partnerships. We're working at the intersection of technology and the social sciences. And here's where we thought we potentially had another useful perspective to bring. And so here's an outline of what we'll briefly discuss today. What we're trying to present is potentially a grassroots initiative that can complement other policies and institutions to try and develop norms that address capacities, training, and everything that goes into development and deployment of systems. From our experiences in conflict forecasting, we looked at the generalizable principles that we're trying to embed into our systems around which we found practices and language that hopefully others can also coalesce around. And these are principles that we believe are critical and that critical infrastructure should be built around. And this is something that's especially important that has been brought up again and again today. In the age as we go into more computational systems and reliance on big data increases. ACTS itself is not something new. It's just trying to put a language and guiding framework around norms, capacity training, and systems development that is already being discussed in multiple communities. The ideas behind it draw upon all the experiences that have led up to this moment today and that we will continue to be going through ever more into the future. Here we see that there are more than just military and security domains that are addressing AI. And also military and security domains are pulling from systems of AI that are already in development. These are 3 examples that we chose in order to simply and quickly illustrate issues that are going on. From healthcare diagnostics, we're seeing how analysis of data and images increase efficiency and accuracy. In financial trading, we're seeing algorithmic models that are processing vast amounts of data to exploit short-lived opportunities. And with autonomous vehicles, this does draw a bit more of a direct line with everything that have been already presented today. And we're seeing how advanced machine learning enables perception of environment, complex decision-making, and navigation with minimal intervention. These show how the principles that we're trying to propose today go beyond just everything that's being discussed, and again comes back to the idea of a grassroots idea. AI right now sometimes silently fails. It is occurring across domains and across systems. These are 3 examples that we chose that potentially you are familiar with. With Boeing, that was a lot in the news. Hidden automations and lack of alerts fatally undermined human judgments. These automated designs had missing safeguards that override occasionally human controls, especially if it's implicitly trusted. With Knight Capital, it was an American global financial services firm, and when updating trading software, it failed to install on one of 8 servers, and there's nothing embedded within the system that was automated to check that everything was correctly deployed before executing real trades. And these procedures weren't automated to include mandatory second review. Alerts were triggered, but no one looked at them because they weren't flagged as urgent. And unfortunately, within 45 minutes of it being deployed, there was disastrous consequences. And we see within this domain, it could be even worse or even worse potential. And then finally, with the 3rd example of Google Flu Trends, at first, the models were performing amazingly well. But as it pulled in new data and it relied on how people were searching for certain items on the internet and other issues that are normally correlated and provide signal to flu within, dispersion of flu within populations, it accidentally overestimated cases by 140%, resulting in a lack of trust within the system and eventual abandonment of the models, even though in theory they worked quite well at first. This final one highlights a key lesson that predictive systems and AI systems in general must continuously be updated, tested, evaluated, and monitored to both stay performative and useful, also risk impacting trust. As we go into the next slide, which is behind me now, unfortunately I can't always see what is up. The problem of this silent AI failure is of trust and transparency. Some models are designed to be inherently explainable. Think of linear models or decision trees that are potentially more familiar to multiple audiences or are built in a way to understand how a specific output is reached. Then there are others that are more complex and difficult to demonstrate how the output exactly is being reached. They require more post hoc methods to determine. But inherently, these two things cannot address all data management practices that result in irreparable consequences. It isn't necessarily a decision of choosing one or the other to determine a best practice for your data management and AI systems that you're operating. There's something that good governments may be further embedded into these systems, inherently within the infrastructure and how that's designed. The challenge is to figure out what we need to know, when we need the knowledge, how we interact with the knowledge, and how we react to this knowledge. And it may be different for different systems. This is where we came to this idea that what if we developed basic agreed upon foundations of AI-driven critical infrastructure, therefore embedding certain ideas that draw upon validation, oversight, and continuous adaptation. And additionally, you can even embed the spirit of IHL, bias, fairness, and more, everything that's already been talked about today in how you design and build your infrastructure. And this shows that's not a new idea. The inspiration of this was drawn from FAIR principles, which is already in operation across communities for data, metadata, and infrastructure. This article behind me was first published in 2016, but the inspiration of it is drawn all the way back to 2007. And at a 2016 summit is even endorsed by G20 leaders. And in 2017, Netherlands, Germany, and France agreed to establish an international office to support the initiative. The FAIR principles, meaning findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, for those that are not familiar with it, are a way to guide and ensure digital data is able to operate in this manner for both people and machines. It hopes to enhance data stewardship in an era of big and complex data and principles that emphasizes automation and standardization. From here is where we came up with the idea of ACTS.
Can you hear me? Okay. I also have a tendency to speak very loud, so if nothing else, that might save us. So we developed ACTS, or maybe we discovered it as a framework that was meant or is meant to take over where FAIR kind of leaves off. The idea is to create a framework and some pillars that will encourage real-time oversight and human intervention and make sure that the proper fail-safe mechanisms are in place when we need them. So both are necessary. If anybody in here feels like, but I'm already, having all my FAIR principles in place, that's necessary for sure. What we are trying to do is just to go from an era where there was a lot of focus on big data and how to handle this, to now also go into the era where we are thinking about does this big data feed in to AI algorithms, and how do we make sure to kind of keep the same high standard. So VIEWS, the violence and impact early warning system, which me and Alexa is working on, was born back in 2017 out of an ERC advanced grant. There's a couple of other grants afterwards that have kept financing the project. And the initial idea was just to show that conflict forecasting, the forecasting of violent organized conflict, was feasible, and it was. And we thought, perhaps a bit naively, that if we can show that we can forecast conflict, then people will use those forecasts. In the beginning, we were a bit disappointed. Now I understand why. I've gotten older and more clever. So our colleague from the Netherlands this morning pointed out that if people do not trust the system, they will not use the system, and that was kind of what we met. No matter how many machine learning metrics we put up and we showed them, these forecasts are useful. They will tell you stuff you don't already know. People were unsure. They didn't trust the system. And perhaps back then I thought that was a bit silly, because I showed that my models were good, they were performant. But now I understand that the lack of trust was a feature and not a bug, really, because people shouldn't blindly trust these models, not even if they are performant. Just before, it was iterated once again that we need to put trust in humans and not in AI. And this is also the point we are trying to make here. That is to make our AI systems designed to be audited by humans and to be interacted with by humans, to keep humans at the wheel. You know, obviously one of the core aims here is to make sure that we in our field will never make the same mistakes as, for instance, Boring or Night Holding or the Google Flu project caused. So we're not the first to come to this conclusion, not just in regards to FAIR, but also in regards to AI. And we have heard multiple people today talk about some of the very similar topics we are going to talk about now. I think that just highlights kind of the salience. And also, I always think that it is encouraging to see people converge on some of the same lessons. It means that we are moving in the right direction as a field. So, where are we? We are here. Okay. So, ACT stands for Auditable, Controllable, Transparent, and Secure. And the first thing, auditable, what we mean here is that we need to document all the data sources, the model version, and the metrics. We need to make sure we can keep records of our data sources, of every changes that we make to our code. These are very much kind of low-level engineering tasks, but they're extremely important. And they should not be kind of, you know, should not be taken as a slight thing to maybe do later. These are central things that we need to have. And it comes with logs, again, logs and performance check, especially AI models that are born out of academic research tends to be tested once. And that is when you want your model into a high-tier academic journal, and then you put your model in production and you don't look at it again and you hope that it performs well. It's basically what happened with Google Flu Trend. That's not enough. We need to make sure that performance is continuously checked. Preferably every time you make a new prediction or a forecast or a classification. Obviously, if you have kind of new decisions that needs to be made every second as you would in automated system, the consideration needs to be slightly different, but the high level kind of idea is the same. Documentation needs to be available and need to be structured in a way that both technical people and untechnical people can actually look at what is going on here. These are all the things that people that want to move fast sometimes find a bit boring, but as I will return to, usually when you have tried to move fast a couple of times, you learn that you would really, really want to have these things, and you wish you would have done them before. Another thing about auditability is to be sure that you can go back and see what went wrong when things went wrong, so you can make sure it doesn't happen again. So the next is C for controllable. This is in essence about having humans in the loop. It should always be able for a human to pull the plug or to course correct whatever is going on. Again, if you are working with robotic systems where decisions are taken, hundreds, if not thousands of times a second, the actual implementation is a bit different from forecasting systems or from surveillance system, but the general philosophy is the same. So this is about human oversight. This is about making sure who has the accountability and the responsibility for a different part of your system, making sure you have ways to update or retire your models if they turn out to start underperforming. This is to ensure that that you can override or reinstate models that you know can perform if some of your newer solutions starts to fall out. And this is about, which was also just mentioned before, having actually scenario drills, seeing what will happen with your models, not just inside the computational system, but also in kind of the human infrastructure around it, if these models start to misbehave. So yeah, it is in essence about having a system that's designed so human experts remain in charge. Next slide, thanks. Oh, sorry. Yo, T. Yeah, we're good. Thank you. Thanks. This is about real-time drift detection, confident signals, and making sure uncertainty is explicit. And what I mean about this is that in our forecasting system, we take in a lot of external data. We make sure that all our data providers are reliable and reputable data sources. In other areas as automated system, it is data from multiple sensors. but we need to make sure that we are alerted if this data changes in ways that we did not expect. Maybe it changes due to real-world conditioning changing. That's fair. New things happen. You can find yourself in a new environment, or you can find yourself embedded in new processes, but you still need to be made aware so you can figure out, is this a data issue or is this just a change in the environment? Because maybe even if it's a change in the environment, that may be, you know, prompt that you need to retrain your systems, take them down for a second, figure out how do they even perform in this new environment. And if it is a data issue, maybe some data provider has changed the API, or maybe one of your sensors in your automatic system is failing, then obviously you also need to have a way to shut down your system or to put in a backup system as soon as possible. The uncertainty is in regards to, you can have a system that on average seems to be performing very well, but you also need an estimate of how good is your idea of how well it performs, which, you know, it becomes kind of a turtle all the way down situation. But nonetheless, you need to have an idea of how uncertain are you even about your system's performance. Sometimes when people talk about transparency in AI, I get the feeling that they are a bit nostalgic for some of the models that Alexa mentioned before. For those of you here that have just, you know, a slight technical background or went to a Palais program once, you've probably been meddling around with linear regressions or something like that. But just because people can see the parameters in a statistical or machine learning model, and just because you can see what goes on, that is just data. That's not necessarily knowledge and information. A car is, you know, extremely complex compared to a bike, but I know how fast I'm going when I sit in my car. I don't know how fast I'm going when I'm riding my bike. I can give you an estimate, but I don't know it. I know how far I can go if I'm in my car. I can look at the gas. I don't know how far I can go when I'm on a bike. I know when I last ate. I know how much I sleep, but it's an estimate. Just because you have a glass box instead of a black box doesn't mean that your system is transparent. Transparent is about actually having knowledge come out of your system that can tell both technical and non-technical people what is going on. It is the dashboard in your car that tells you the relevant things about the car and hides all the irrelevant things so you don't get overwhelmed. Next slide. Nice, thanks. So this is perhaps the most, you know, obvious pillar of the framework. It needs to be secure. The first couple of pipelines we developed for forecasting conflict, we made extremely robust in the way that they could fail in all kinds of ways and the system would keep running. And we thought that was a good idea. We realized after a couple of years of running that this was not a good idea. We don't want a system that runs no matter what. We don't want a system that can take any data sources and not say us out. We want a system that shuts down and tells us, nope, something weird is going on. We have this luxury because we run our forecast right now monthly, and at most we would expect to run them weekly. Other systems are a bit different, but the point is still that if you fail fast and fail loud, so everybody knows that something weird is going on. We underestimated the violence following the eruption of the war between Hamas and Israel, and we could not understand why. We were like, we usually would hit this estimate kind of in the ballpark, but we underperformed the first month, then we also underperformed the second month, and we were like, something is weird and wrong. And this was before the new pipeline was up and running. And when we kind of tore it all apart, we saw that there was a data source that had fallen out for kind of the conflict-affected area. And there was a small warning, but our researchers running that had looked at the warning and thought, I'm not sure what this warning means. I'll just, you know, the system is still running. Let it run. So we don't do that anymore. Now we fail fast and we fail loud and everything shuts down and it tells you what is going on, where, and where you should start looking. And I think that is super central. Thanks. Good timing. So the Axe framework is designed with high-stake systems that incorporates AI in mind, where these systems, you know, the failure of these systems can cause serious harms. But we also understand that there's a difference. I will return to that in a second. There's a difference between being a weapons manufacturer somewhere in Germany, or being a very well-funded research process in Norway, and then being a small startup company. There's a difference, right? So the idea isn't that your system should be state-of-the-art, ready to support all kind of critical infrastructure from day one. You can definitely tier it, and you can have an idea of what is most important, like basic logging, version control, unit test, all kind of low-level things that most engineers today would like to have time to do, but then sometimes they are told to hurry up and deliver a product. And then you can scale it as your kind of project grows. There's just kind of one really important thing to remember, which was what we also learned, is that you can start out with a small project that you think is your small little academic program or your tiny startup, and then suddenly you get partners that thinks that it's a cool solution, and you tell your partner it is a cool solution, and they adopt it and they start using it for decision support, and suddenly you realize that your little project is not a little project anymore. It's become critical in some process. So you need to be ready to scale these things. Even if you start with a small kind of framework around it, you need to be able to realize when your system is growing to something else, when suddenly your system becomes the foundation for something larger. Slide. This is just a very quick schematic, very simplified of the current view system. And the point to show here is just that we divide our models up to different blocks where we can move models around. We can have models in production, but we can also have shadow models, which are experimental models, and they run parallel in a productionized deployed system. We can put them into production system if we think they're performing very well over a period of time. We can take production models out. We have well understood baseline models, like conflict is pretty sticky in time and space. So if you have a model that just tells you tomorrow will be like today, you do surprisingly well. We have those kind of baseline models so we can tell our users and we can check our models are performing better than very simple solutions that is workable. We have drift detection in many places where we check, does our data look like it usually looks? Does it look a lot different? Why might it look that different? We make sure to evaluate our data both when we experiment with our models and before we push it out to our users. So, next slide. Thanks. There has been sometimes people get a bit surprised by the fact that big tech companies in Silicon Valley are very keen, suddenly out of the blue sometimes, of lobbying for regulation. And it turns out they have a really good reason, because if you're a big company and you lobby for regulation, that works basically as gatekeeping or high entry cost for everybody that tries to get into the field. So this is not our aim here. We understand that in the very small world of forecasting system, we have a big thing, but we are not trying to push new systems out and say, no, now you have to live up to all these kind of standards. This framework was developed by developers in collaboration with decision makers and practitioners, but it was developed by technical people. So this framework is also something that makes any AI-based computational system more maintainable and debuggable and scalable. So even if it feels like things are taking a bit longer at first, I think most seasoned developers and programmers will know that system like this makes your system way more sustainable in the long run. So that is just to make that point absolutely clear. Then for dramatic effect, do it or risk irreparable consequences. It can go bad. So this was not specifically an AI error, but I think we all realized this summer that a very small update to a code could shut down the entire global aviation system for a weekend, which was, I guess, embarrassing for somebody involved. But luckily, nobody died back then. Yeah, last slide is just us. Please reach out if you are interested in thinking and talking more about these kind of LMOps, DevOps, technology governance questions in our field, or if you're just interested in the forecasting systems that we are developing. And then I think for good measure, the very last slide is our funders. I think we have to do that, right? All good people, thanks. If anybody of you are affiliated with them.
Thank you so much, Simon and Alexa. We do have 1 minute. I've got plenty of questions which I'm going to ask you afterwards if you'll be around. But there's 2 questions at the moment. I'd encourage the person whose question that I'm not going to ask to maybe follow up. But then this one is more directly related, I feel, to actual data practices, which is the question is, how frequent would you suggest the audit should be, and what does that depend on?
It depends on there you go. Thank you. It depends on a couple of things, right? We receive new data. The most frequent data source we have is bi-weekly, and that is some of our conflict data from ACLED and some text data. Otherwise, it's monthly. So it's pretty clear for us. We just need to audit every time we get new data. This gets harder if you have a higher frequency. Then there's a question of how much compute do you have? How much time do you have to run these audits? But and how much oversight can you have in regards to humans actually looking at it? So that's a balance of what is feasible. But I would think for most systems, no matter how often the system takes decisions, auditing less than once a month, I would be worried about that.
Unless Alexa has anything to follow on. No? Okay, brilliant. I was going to say that actually dovetails with a question which I was going to ask, particularly around the issue of trust and transparency and who should be responsible for actually conducting some of these practices. But we'll have to save that for another time because we're keeping perfectly to time right now at 5:15. So thank you once again, and we will be following up.
Yeah.
So, last but not least, the final substantive talk for today. We are going to be turning now to Frederick Okello, who will be joining us up on stage, speaking about navigating military AI, how to build a responsible and ethical data ecosystem.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fred Okello. This afternoon, my discussion will take an academic and research perspective. Luckily, all morning and part of this afternoon, you guys have had the necessary background that I would have labored to provide. You've heard about the role of the UN. You've heard about non-state actors and state actors. You've had perspectives that are political, business, and legal. So that makes my work very easy. And I hope to give you a good showstopper. So basically, my perspective as a researcher is to look at all said and done, what is actionable in terms of policy. Can we nuance what is floating around in terms of massive loads of literature and what others say in terms of perspectives, put that together in a way that can make research sense, out of which we can nuance some policy proposals. So I'm not claiming to be the best researcher, but I'm just giving you my perspective. And I've taken time to look at what others say, what is available, the innovations vis-a-vis the challenges that we face in terms of AI, the military and AI in the hands of the public and in the hands of businessmen. So basically, I'll run through quickly. I have put this in 6 sections. The first part is the introduction, which will be very brief again, because already, as I said earlier, the background has been provided, luckily for me. Then we look at the challenges in military AI data ecosystems. And then, of course, we've had several definitions of responsible data governance. So we are not going to dwell so much into that. But of course, I will highlight my findings in that area. And then again, we've had a lot this morning and this afternoon about multi-stakeholder collaboration. So my view, my perspective of the best approaches. I've tried to provide that. And again, all said and done, what next? We have to come up with something. Most of you remember the Non-Proliferation Treaty, one of the most successful rules-based treaties that came up as a result of this kind of collaboration. So my vision is very positive. I look at it like we have to have an actionable kind of plan. So I've outlined my views on establishing an independent AI governance body. And on that note, I'm glad to say that Canada is today, as we speak, a signatory to the first ever AI treaty, details of which may be available if you want to dig deeper into that. And I think that sets the pace in the right direction. So, introduction to military AI and ethics. Artificial intelligence, as you know, has progressively emerged as a critical instrument in contemporary military initiatives, transforming strategies for warfare, surveillance, and decision-making processes. Armed forces across the globe are incorporating AI into a multitude of applications, such as autonomous weapon systems, intelligence evaluation, and logistical arrangements. All of these technologies powered by AI hold the potential for improved efficiency and tactical benefits. Now, if you look at AI transformations in warfare, a lot of time has been given to the discussions today. Most speakers have alluded to, warfare and AI, so I'm not going to dwell on that so much. But of course, we understand that the operations have transformed the way warfare business is done, if I may call it that, enabling autonomous systems to conduct surveillance, to target identification, and even engagement without direct human oversight, which significantly changes operational dynamics, the way we know military warfare. Now, looking at ethical considerations in use, the whole issue of having to automate military actions has created what we would refer to as a conundrum, out of which ethical dilemmas have arisen. And a lot has been alluded to that this morning. Luckily, again, we're not going to dwell on that. And therefore, issues like accountability for actions taken by autonomous systems, although, of course, there is that potential harm to human rights and the moral implications of machines making life and death decisions where humans are not involved. And that has been discussed at length also today. And so we also look, people alluded, the speakers before me alluded to the legal challenges that confront this issue of AI military operations. Now, there are numerous legal implications which have been discussed a lot today. So we look at the importance of referencing responsible AI. So there are these potential biases that are inherent in the systems. So how do we address them? Now, there is also this, the impact of AI on decision making. You guys have heard this before. The training of AI models is based on certain appearances, races, and sometimes even the weather. So mistakes are bound to be made. And that again poses a very serious challenge, a very serious risk. Now, we also want to look at what roles should stakeholders play in governance. A lot has been alluded to that again this afternoon and this morning. And then again, we have to look at the wholesome approach of governments, non-state actors, the private sector that benefits mainly from AI and others and other systems. And then, of course, we look at society, the civil society. What do people have to say? Do they have a say in this stake? And by the way, I come from a third world, Africa. I'm a dual citizen of Canada as well. But then out there, what dangers does this posed to them. So I have a very keen interest in knowing who are the stakeholders, are their voices heard? And if not, what should be done so that they can also have a stake in the stake? Next slide, please. So as you've been told before, when the discussions were taking place in this same auditorium, there are lots of challenges in the military AI data ecosystems. We've had proposals this morning and this afternoon why we should separate the foci, as in the plural of focus, several foci in terms of data. So instead of aggregating that data, we should segregate the environment so that relevant data in certain aspects should be referred to avoid the danger of those mistakes. So the systems have been trained based on certain types of data. So that's when we look at the historical dataset limitations, we realize that with the fast dynamic changing world of AI, so the old data that is upon which the training of these systems was based now is mistake prone, okay? So we have to look at the consequences of discrimination, for example. Certain races become, they are at risk. Certain appearances make you at risk. And again, these are machines that make mistakes. So again, wrongful targeting, escalation of conflicts, loss of public trust. And we've had a very good discussion this morning and this afternoon about trust. So once that trust is lost, again, we have to relook at how do the common people learn about the AI systems? Are they, we have to find new approaches of educating people about what is going on in the industry. So the issues with the global AI regulations. We've heard a lot again today about how enforceable are the rules in the absence of serious global bodies, rules-based organizations that can harness this strict regime. So these are issues we must address. And again, there's also our diversity, our global diversity. So another issue that arises is the variability across nations. Are the same rules applicable in Asia as they are to Africa? Or is an AI system that is trained to see a different race applicable in another environment? So those are issues we must confront, and we must confront them very, very candidly. So what comes up is the need for a consistent enforcement. That is why it is pertinent that all world stakeholders come together. They come up with something that is more or less, there's nothing that could be perfect, but something more or less universal, that is applicable and consistent, that can be universally accepted. Regulations that, are applicable to all regions and all races and all communities. Next slide, please. So, again, today we heard about how to account for these systems and the explainability. How much does the public know about AI systems? So, explainability of AI models raises issues. One of them is the black box problem, where many AI systems are just akin to the black boxes that come out of an accident aircraft. So it makes it difficult for the common people, the common public, to understand the rationale behind the decisions that were taken by these AI systems, especially the lethal autonomous weapon systems, what we refer to as laws. So again, there is the issue of transparency, and I'm glad it was mentioned and discussed at length. There's a growing demand for AI transparency so that we know what is enshrined in there, so that certain outcomes could be related to the architecture or perhaps the reasons behind setting up such system with that specific design. So again, we must relook at the way AI models are constructed and how do these decisions relate to human rights in terms of international human rights, in terms of human welfare as well. Next slide, please. So that takes us to the issue of responsible data governance. And that is what we want to look at. Now, again, the issue of transparency, if a system is transparent, governance will be possible, okay? And then accountability that we talked about earlier this morning is also possible with a system that is called a rules-based system where people are involved, multi-stakeholder involvement, so that the rules suit almost everyone. And that way, we can hold people accountable for the mistakes that were alluded to today. And again, the next issue we want to look at is the security of military data. The importance of cybersecurity. Again, today's discussions, a lot was said about cybersecurity. So the sensitive nature of military data and some issues are prioritized against others. So all these issues put together raise the issue of how protected is that data? Could rogue entities within the business community access this information and put it to the wrong use? So again, while the business world is happy about AI systems and because they profit from it, we must also address the issue of cybersecurity. Can a system be hacked and used maybe if it goes into the wrong hands? And then again, we have to apply encryption techniques. Fortunately, one of the areas that is featuring prominently is the quantum technology. And Canada is one of the countries that is ahead in the race. And we could put that into good use so that it can help encrypt data so that we limit access to this data by rogue operators. And again, it will keep the data confidential. I've just mentioned about multi-stakeholder collaboration, where a rules-based system is created with the universal involvement of people across the globe. And that's what global governance is all about. Who is involved? Does it affect everyone? So if it affects everyone, so every voice should be heard. That's why we advocate for the third world, the global south, to be more engaged in these issues so that if there is anything that affects them, we shouldn't have other people deciding for them. We should have them putting their voice into the collaboration. Next slide, please. Now, we spoke about this morning, many speakers alluded to state actors and non-state actors. So every government on the global sphere has the responsibility of implementing, of enforcing a rules-based system only if it is created. So as I sit here, my focus as a researcher is to look at how can we make this actionable. Only then shall we have, for example, the people signing up to signing on a treaty will be responsible in regulating regulatory compliance. And again, this will form a basis of the international frameworks. We've seen many successful treaties. I mentioned earlier the Non-Proliferation Treaty for nuclear weapons. It worked so well, and we can learn from such rules-based systems, and then relook at what we are discussing in terms of AI. And again, we look at who else can play a prominent role, a prominent role in this. So we have to have the industry involved as a stakeholder so that the private sector can provide the resources that are needed and participate equally so that we end up with safe and responsible AI solutions that are devoid of all those issues, the challenges that we were mentioning. So collaboration between industry innovators, governments, and of course research institutions can prevent the AI arms race, as it will focus on establishing guidelines and of course inform the formation of the rules-based system that will govern this. Next. So again, it goes without saying the role of the civil society, which is an important cog in the system. And having been a participant in that area for a long time, I think it plays a prominent role that we cannot ignore. So that as we do this advocacy for human rights, we must also carry out advocacy for AI, because we cannot engage people on AI when they hardly understand what it is about. So there is that missing link. There is AI literacy and AI advocacy fused together. Let the people understand what AI is all about, how harmful, how useful, because AI in itself is not a dangerous thing. It's not until certain things are not met. So let us take this to the grassroots so that people understand what kind of thing this is. And then only then can we be able to promote the ethics that go along with AI, and then we engage the civil society again, because it's at the grassroots, and then it can carry on with its own advocacy programs so that people get to understand at all levels. So our proposals as policy researchers is to come up with actionable plans, and that can only happen in this way through establishing an independent AI body. So once we have a regulatory oversight, it has been done before. We've seen treaties that have worked and have given forth to a rules-based organization, a system that regulates, audits, and enforces in some cases. So in the absence of which, we don't have, will not have a confused kind of chaotic system. So there are some gaps that research can identify, and if these gaps are addressed, and then governments should work towards establishing an independent body dedicated to overseeing military research, design, and deployment. So only then shall we have an enforceable system. And again, we have lessons that we can learn from, especially fond of the Atomic Energy Agency, because ever since the treaty that gave forth to it was set up to date, I think it's we can learn from IAEF as good practices we can borrow from those experiences, because it has successfully been executed to date as we speak. It can enforce, it can give advocacy. That's why if you go everywhere and you see things related to nuclear are safely contained in secure repositories. So if the Atomic Energy Agency did it, so can an AI regulatory system. So I think I'm very excited about that, as in the possibility of it. So there is light at the end of the tunnel after all. So at least for a change, let's hear something positive about AI. It can be controlled and it can be regulated, and then it can be beneficial to mankind. So once a rules-based system has been established, you can end up with regulatory audits, standards created, and then adherence can be enforced. Of course, a rules-based system has to have its own enforcement protocols. And I think as we go towards the end, we can say that ethical guidelines will also emerge from the standards that are drafted with the involvement of all the stakeholders. And it has worked before. So from a research point of view, why don't we learn from best practices and success stories, put this together, and use the knowledge that we are gathering from so many evolving issues and debates. So I think that would be a direction that would be more pragmatic. So, we use the praxis approach, because we can debate about AI. When a decade is over, it will have caused untold damage in terms of social, economic, and even security issues. So it's my view that while we look at all these discussions, while we get engaged in them, we should be looking forward. What's the target? Is it just about debates and issues? Or is it about actionable plans? So let's look at the future considerations of AI governance. So there have been proposals. Of course, I've given citations for anybody who cares to take the issue up. Legal compliance, some people have proposed that it can be achieved through quantum AI. There is encryption in quantum technology, which is ahead of the race in computing. And there's also the issue of obscuring. Let's say somebody sends a rogue missile to a certain designated area. The use of quantum technology could be used to obscure that particular weapon. Those are possibilities. I'm not an expert in quantum, but I'm so fond of it. I've read a lot of information from that. And then again, we can also look at the quantum technology as an approach for enhancing AI, because you can use it to do encryption. You can also use it to obscure rogue missiles, for example. We've already mentioned that we can use quantum technology or quantum research breakthroughs for mitigating the risks for the lethal autonomous weapons. And then human oversight in AI systems. There are so many UN resolutions that I don't intend to repeat now because they've been mentioned the whole day. There should be the involvement of a human being in this whole system. So that is a key, that is a cardinal rule, in my view. When these systems are being designed, there should be a human element in it, all of it. So once we maintain a human oversight in AI systems, it will be safe for everyone in terms of security. So I've already mentioned that. So policy recommendations would come towards areas like treaties. We just mentioned the human in the loop. A human must be involved at every stage, because if something goes haywire in a bad program, then there will be no control unless it has human intervention. And again, an international treaty is usually, in terms of global governance, that is the way to go. Because if it's amorphous like it is now, nobody's bound by anything. No international law, no domestic laws. So we have to have a treaty that will create a system where people are answerable, they are bound by the treaty. So they can be answerable, they can be accountable. And again, that will be able to regulate the military data ecosystem. Because once you've created the rules, it doesn't matter whose preference it is, for as long as the design, the application, the deployment conforms to a set of protocols. So that way, we can only achieve that through an international treaty. Next. So with those many remarks, I would like to say thank you for listening to me and my.
Thank you so much, Fred. Okay. Okay. We've had some questions coming in, and we've got a couple of minutes left, and so we'll just dive right into them and see how many we can cover in the last 4 minutes that we've got. So kicking it off, someone is asking, what influence will African and Global South countries have in drafting rule-based AI systems, considering that most AI investments and tools come from the US and China?
From an international development point of view and a political science point of view, it doesn't matter who has the resources. If you take part in the decision making, that's more important than who is going to finance the project, for example. So what is important, in my view, is to involve the people from the Global South, poor or rich. I don't think that is such are considerations that will come at a later stage. But when it comes to making decisions that affect my life, I should be involved. I think that is the least somebody can ask for. The involvement of everyone in decision making. That is why we would promote. That's why we promote multi-stakeholder cooperation. So, given the difference in wealth or power, that one should come at a different stage, not at the decision-making stage, in my view.
These really are slow. Okay, so thank you, Fred. I think maybe we've got time for one more question. This is quite topical. Someone is asking, should equity be part of the data governance principles to achieve data justice, especially where developers appropriate personal data for developing military AI? So by appropriate using personal data for developing military AI.
Again, my considered view, in fact, that's in terms of research, that's a very important question. But my approach would be, let us establish a rules-based system. Once equity or other aspects conform to the set of rules, then I have no problem with that. Because again, even in a rules-based society, we have developers who have a stake. If you develop a system, you're not going to give it away for free. Yeah, you'll get your royalties. So what I mean to say is, equity can only come in at a stage where rules have been conformed to. So equity should not be. In fact, we wouldn't refer to that as equity, because the guy who contributed most makes more decisions in the rules-based system. That does not augur well with, in fact, justice. You mentioned the word justice. It means what you deserve to get, or what you deserve to contribute in terms of the decision making. Again, it takes us back to the basics. If people are going to make decisions that affect you and your life, then you should be part of it. But when it comes to developing a system, for example, innovators get what they deserve because they earn more than the non-innovators. But again, the simple approach to me would be all of those issues should conform to the set of rules. If you're getting out of your innovation, you're getting your royalties, for as long as it follows the rules, and I don't have a problem with that.
Thank you so much, Fred, for your presentation and for the answers that you provided for those questions. That brings to an end this current session on data practices. So thank you once again to all of the people that presented. And before we close for the day, we'll welcome back our colleague Giacomo.
Thank you, Callum, for facilitating another excellent segment of this conference, but also thank to all of you for sticking around. I'm sure it was the promise of refreshments after a very long day. It has been a great day that has really been filled with exciting content from basically the opening when we heard from our director, we heard the message that the Secretary General sent that was delivered by the Undersecretary General and High Representative for Disarmament. There is really a lot to unpack in a day, and just having some conversations with some of you around the room, what I really appreciated was that people have noticed the effort that we've put in making this day, and tomorrow will follow in the same track, very practical, very action-oriented, very concrete in the themes that were discussed and in the presentations that were given. We've learned a lot. I've personally learned a lot. I hope you share the same sentiment, from national experiences and perspectives down to lessons from industry and academia and other multi-stakeholder platforms. We had an excellent and fascinating discussion with the assistant minister from the UAE that really ranged a variety of topics from AI to outer space, and really again trying to unpack further what are some possible directions that national and international policy development can take in the context of emerging technologies. When we then transition to the kind of the more substantive parts, we have unpacked the issue of destabilization, or we try to, I guess, the best that we can hope to achieve, even in a long day like today and tomorrow. It's really to scratch the surface and to highlight even further how important these topics are, and hopefully give you motivation and inspiration to go and find out more. There is certainly no shortage of great literature out there and great resources that you can use to learn more about basically everything that was discussed today. Lifecycle management, data practices, those are very concrete challenges that we all have to think about, because ultimately policy and governance are important, are necessary, but they're only going to be as useful as they can be implemented and have an impact on practices. And that's why we need to get into the weeds of how do we manage and leverage governance within each phase of a life cycle of AI technologies. How do we really tackle the issue of data? In the disarmament community, I often make the analogy, which may sound like an exaggeration, but if you think about it, it's probably not. Data is to AI what ammunition is to small arms and light weapons. You can't do much with one if you don't have the other, right? So it's really trying to bring these discussions together to a very practical level. Tomorrow we have another great day ahead of us. It will be shorter because we're going to be finishing at 5 instead of at 6, but it's still going to be filled with exciting content. So what is left for me to do is to thank you once again for your participation today. Thank all of our speakers and moderators and facilitators for the excellent job in keeping us on time. I will remind, because perhaps some of you were outside of the room earlier, two important things. One is, if you've been issued a badge when you register today, please keep it for tomorrow as well. You will not have to go through the registration desk outside of the room again, but it will be useful for us if you could please display your badge at all times. And then just to end on a positive note, first of all, I'd like to thank our online viewers that I know we had over 500 viewers over the course of the day across different platforms. So almost 400 in the room, 500 online. I think we can call this day a success. And to celebrate this success, I'm very pleased to invite all of you to join us just across the hall here outside of the room for some refreshments starting from basically now. So thank you very much again.